seeing you in things. You're a tiny little boy. Posting on Twitter. It's the gayest soy thing you can do. Shut the fuck up, you little tater tot bitch. We are 2 minutes and 35 seconds into this video. I'm just as gay as the rest of us, motherfucker.
Feels just the same. Another sunny day in LA. Everything is fine, so they say. Wonder what the news is today. Cause I know that every day I'm at this fucking job. Hasan is streaming. Watch him on the clock.
Listen, bro, the Lyra does not need this.
Trans people love playing Hearts of Iron. Eating pussy is the basic bare minimum thing you can do.
Where did they find these people, dude? And women want to have sex.
Your job is posting, you're gay. Okay?
God, I hate women so much.
Is he really a socialist? He's such a himbo, I can't handle it. He's got a car and a house, and it's better than mine. How the fuck can I sit here like everything's fine? That's just me being a fucking hog. Hasan is streaming. Watch him on that clock.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is Hasan. I'm broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Tuesday. That's right. It's Newsday Tuesday, December 16th. 2025, and we're alive, and I hope everyone's having a wonderful one today. And I'm early. It's 10:52 a.m. here, 62 degrees and sunny on Tuesday in it. And I'm live early because there's not much I can be doing because I am incapacitated. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we're live. And here's where we are at. This is the intro song by Teresa Sweetheart. It's on a streaming theme song for my favorite socialist himbo official video, criminally underrated. And this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news before we bring in everybody by blasting off. Kaya's already out. She's out at the park having the time of her life right now, whereas I am in here stuck indoors. Can't be with her out there because I can't really walk. Early, is he ill? Well, the reason why I'm early is because the early bird catches the worm, ladies and gentlemen. No, that's not the reason. The reason why I'm early is because I really don't have anything going on. I really don't have anything going on in my life because I played basketball in an outdoor court, and I busted my ankle, and it's really busted, and it's really ruined. No more basketball for you, Unc. Pick a new hobby from here, says Romansky. 10 plus games for elderly people and seniors. Okay. Listen. I actually will be looking at this. Okay, how about that? I will be looking at this because I probably do need to hang it up. Okay, I need to hang it up. I need to hang it the frick up. In any case, yeah, personal news-wise, not much going on. I've been watching a new show. One, I've been catching up on One Piece. I have 2 episodes remaining. I've spent so much time holding off on catching up to One Piece because, like, I just didn't, I didn't want to catch up because it feels so surreal. Like, it's been 3 years, and I just, took a lot of breaks in between. Took a lot of breaks in between, but honestly, it's such a banger. It's such a banger. 2 episodes remaining. I'm on Egghead. Egghead might be my favorite arc. I don't know if it's a recency bias type situation, but Egghead might be my favorite arc, straight up. It's Egghead is peak. Egghead is truly a one peak. Egghead is truly a one peak moment. Okay. Bro just started Tokyo Vice. No, now you have to start training. Will keeps making comments about a future Survivor streamer challenge. Surviving is basically staying alive for me at this point. Hazard Punk underrated. Pfft, Egghead is not even. Come on. Don't be crazy. Anyway, I want that intro on Spotify, please. Did you fix your foot yet? It's getting better. I was gonna get into that. So, what is fucking this camera, man? Stop it. Okay, so 34 is not old in the real world, just the internet. You shouldn't be this fragile, so it's actually very worrying. Maybe because you're tall, calcium supplements. I'm not fragile. I'm doing high impact sports with a regular frequency, so it's gonna happen. Anyway, so it's just fine. I fucked up my ankle. It's all good. I rolled my ankle. It happens. What was I gonna say? Oh my god, I'm forgetting the things that I was about to talk about. It just like it. I got bricked after 3 seconds with chat. So, I was talking about One Piece, Egghead, peak. Totally peak. One peak. But also, the other show I've been watching is one that Hideo Kojima recommended to me personally, because he's my close and personal best friend, Hideo Kojima. And that is the Netflix show that is an absolute banger, The Last Samurai Standing. I had it on my docket. I had it on my watch list, and I was like, oh, maybe I'll get to it. And then someone in my replies on Twitter was like, bro, Hideo Kojima actually said incredible praise about the show. And I was like, well, now I actually have to watch it. Because my close and personal best friend Hideo Kojima has really good taste. So obviously, I started watching it. It's spectacular. Samurai Squid Games. Okay? Blue Eye Samurai is incredible. I'm just saying, I've already burned through all of that stuff. But right now, in a new... Okay, I'm telling you, Last Samurai Standing is a freaking banger. Okay? An absolute banger. You might not think, I mean, I don't know what the OG is, like, because I think it's like off of a manga, or not even a manga, but like an actual book. But it is highly recommended. Okay? Incredible combat scenes, incredible visuals, incredible characters, very cool. Someone said, is it okay to watch with a 12-year-old? No. There is a lot of decapitations that take place. If you like samurai stories with a lot of vibrant, cool characters that are very anime, okay, you will appreciate this show, because there are so many dope characters in this, okay? The premise is pretty simple. I'm just gonna tell you, it's not like a spoiler or anything, but it's basically samurai Squid Games. After all the samurais are disbanded, and there's a sword ban and stuff. There is there's a tournament that's like put together in secret by a bunch of very wealthy Japanese industrialists, and we don't know what the reason as to why they're throwing this tournament together, but like basically these guys are killing one another, right? They're killing one another on their way from I think Edo to Tokyo or something. I'm not entirely certain exactly where the tournament begins, but basically it's just they're trying to go through checkpoints from Kyoto. No, not Edo. Edo is Tokyo. Sorry, Kyoto to Tokyo. They start in Kyoto and they make their way to Tokyo, and then and it's awesome. It's like battle royale with samurai, and there's a lot of craziness that takes place. But honestly, it's fucking awesome. The fighting is incredible. The sword play is incredible. The characters are incredible. Cannot recommend this enough. And it's like one of those things. It was one of those things where I was like, it's probably going to be lame. I don't know. Like, I'll watch it because I really like samurai shit. But honestly, it's fire.
これより皆様に参加していただく遊びの名は孤独。手段は問いません。木札を奪い合うのです。
This character is fucking insane. Also, no disrespect to trailer makers, because I know I got some in my chat, but like this trailer doesn't do it justice. I don't know what it is. I do feel like sometimes Netflix trailers just like leave a lot out. Unk is hyping up mid again. No, I understand why you think it's mid by just like watching the trailer. Even with like the vibes overall with the scoring in this trailer, it's entirely different than what the actual, like the actual work itself is not properly represented in this trailer. This character is fucking sick. There's I mean, this character is dope. I'm not going to reveal anything, but this character especially is so sick. He is Ainu. And once again, there is like his reveal is so cool. I'm telling you, dude, all of these different characters are incredible. Okay. Also, Geto's high is dope as fuck too. But yeah, the story's main character is Kokushu the Manslayer. Okay, he is like he's a renowned, very famous samurai who was slaughtering motherfuckers left and right. Retired after the whole sword ban and samurai ban was implemented, and Japan is changing. But obviously, there's a massive cholera outbreak. And he's basically a Rurouni Kenshin Squid Game Battle Royale combination. Bro would love Tokyo Vice, not to be that chatter. Yes, I already watched Tokyo Vice. What are you talking about? I did like Tokyo Vice, even though there's, there are times when it's just like somewhat annoying. You just into it because you were a nerd weeb, let's be real. Can non-weebs watch this or no? Yes, dude. Yes. Stop covering up for Hideo Kojima. Read my log. Don't you hate how your friend Hideo Kojima caved the Turkish nationalists and deleted his photo with Italian cartoonist Zero Calcare because of his YPG connections? I didn't know that, but he respects me. He's closer to me now than ever before because I too am a Turkish nationalist. So me and Hideo Kojima are like this now. Okay? telling a Turkish guy that Hideo Kojima is overly sensitive to the needs of Turks, no matter how ridiculous those demands may get. Turns out we were even closer than ever before. Who's gonna tell him? Hello. Hello. Hello, lady. Anyway, Hideo Kojima's next game will be about Atatürk's return. Yeah. Will met him, you didn't, L. Yeah. Anyway. Kaya, go to your place, baby. Come on. Kaya, place. Place. Good girl. Anyway, where was I? I've lost 100 pounds in 13 months thanks in part to your inspiration. Just want to say thanks for what you do. Fuck, that's incredible. Hopefully I'll be able to do the same. Maybe not 100 pounds. I can't lose 100 pounds, but I'm trying to get back on my fitness arc. It's been quite difficult now that I've been injured. Anyway, so as I was saying, Last Samurai Standing, very good show. Watched that. Went to bed for the first time last night. Didn't actually wrap my shit up. And it was fine. I actually didn't wake up screaming in pain in the middle of the night. So that was good. And, woke up early this morning, did a lot of reading because I couldn't do anything else. I'm immobile. And, I am going to hopefully, as soon as the swelling goes down a little bit, hopefully I'm looking forward to getting back into the gym as quickly as possible and, recovering for lost time. Obviously in a very safe manner without putting any weight on my ankle. Papa Perky, Charlie Kirky. Are you reading the Bible every day? Every day. I read the Bible all the time. It's my favorite book to read. Okay. Lucky it was your ankle and not your wrist. You'd be stuck, unable to crank it. I've had instances where my right hand was incapacitated and I figured a way to make do with my left. Okay? Trust me. Nothing will stop me from that. You're wrong. You're freaking wrong. And it's okay. Some of you have no some of you are just weak, okay? Why are you wearing a hat? Are you bald? Yes, I'm hat fishing because I'm bald and not because my hair doesn't look great this morning. It's because it's getting long and I haven't gotten a haircut in a while. It's No Nut December, chat. There's no such thing. We don't practice sacrilegious, heretical things such as that. It's All Nut November. Anyway. Talk about the AI stream allegation. Oh, this guy's awesome. This guy is fucking awesome. I wanted to see where he would go with this. Apparently, I don't know who this guy is, but this showed up on my timeline last night, and I was like, I'm gonna tap the glass. It's not satire. This person is like, I think this person has sincerely lost his mind a little bit. I swear to God, this guy, Hasan is controlled by a supercomputer or is AI. He has 900 ticks, always snaps back to a default position and can't look at the camera for more than 0.1 second at a time. It's the weirdest thing I've ever seen. What the fuck is going on? I think this is what happens when you kind of lose your mind a little bit. He's an ex-CSGO pro. He got permabanned for match fixing by Valve. I don't know who this guy is, but okay, am I crazy here? He snaps back like 12 times to a default position and like blows his lips every time. I think the AI won't let him look at the camera because it wants to protect us from his propaganda machine against humanity. And and I don't know who this guy is. And I was like, let me, I said, cease this investigation now. I think he needs to get medical help. Hopefully, if he has any loved ones, they will try to get him the medical help necessary. But it's a little terrifying. What? It's obviously satire or engagement bait, dog. Aren't we doing our opponents can't make jokes thing? First of all, I don't think this guy is an opponent of mine, or at least I didn't even know that that was the case. I just saw this and I thought this guy is legitimately losing his mind. I think this is like an unironic breakdown taking place. Trump to address the nation tomorrow. Trump to make an unexpected address tomorrow. Oh, man. Oh, let's go. He's doing it for me. I look forward to seeing you then. It has been a great year for our country and the best is yet to come. Yeah, I don't think it's satire. I don't think this person is making satire. I think he might be legitimately losing his mind. Anyway, hopefully he'll get the help necessary, though, all jokes aside. And let me blast off. Brown shooter gets away. White House chief leaks all to Vanity Fair. Bondi shooting ISIS connection. And Trump REINER response fallout. CLANDACExERIKKKA collab. And more. Get in now. There's a lot of news to cover. That's why I am. There's a lot of news to cover, and that is why I am live early for those of you who don't know. Tommy Vitor refuses to take the bait of Melissa Weiss trying to blame PodSave having you on the Sydney shootings. Yeah, I don't think these guys at Jewish Insider understand what they're doing, and I don't think they will ever understand what they're doing, and I don't think they care too much. I don't want to do this every single day. I don't want to do a, Zionist consistently conflating Judaism and Zionism again type situation all the time. I saw an attempt from LSF even with the Bondi shooting where they were trying to say and by Ethan Klein as well, trying to be oh, Hasan is responsible for this somehow, or Hasan is egging on anti-Semitism or whatever, even though I spend a good deal of time, talking about how ridiculous this stuff is. Do you still go on LSF? No, but I see when they're trying to bot something. But what they fail to recognize is even saying that I am anti-Semitic in this day and age, saying someone like myself is anti-Semitic when I'm actively trying to combat anti-Semitism on the internet is not only idiotic for people like this, because they just push people in their diminishing circles on the internet away from listening to what I have to say. And I guess that's their primary focus and their primary purpose. But it also doesn't even work because unfortunately for someone like myself who is an anti-Zionist, who also does combat anti-Semitism, anti-Semitism is seen as the truest expression of being anti-Israel. Okay? We are now in a media environment, and I've warned about this for years at this point. I've warned about this for years. But when someone claims that I'm being anti-Semitic, or they clip me to make it seem like I'm saying something anti-Semitic or whatever, that doesn't actually end up causing harm or reputational damage to someone like myself at this point. It actually sincerely probably leads other people who are also anti-Semitic themselves, and there are many of them, to think, oh yeah, I like this Hasan guy. He's actually, wow, I didn't realize Hasan was based. He's actually telling it like it is, you know? So it backfires doubly. People nowadays, I think, given the way that the media has covered these sorts of incidents, people nowadays basically think like anti-Semitism is the highest form of anti-Zionism. And that's the unfortunate reality. It's one that I will consistently combat. It's one that I will advocate against over and over again. But that is the reality. It makes random people think, oh, wow, this guy is actually telling it like it is. Finally, maybe I was wrong about this guy, Hasan. So that's where we're at. Anyway. Stop spamming Hasan. Long time watcher, first time chatter. Is there a good way to push back when people try to bring up the conflation of anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism? I mean, ultimately, it comes down to whether any group of people are monolithic or not. Okay. The answer is they're not. No one is. No people are monolithic. Two Jews, three opinions. Okay? The problem is this kind of commentary is very easy to adopt, identify, believe. If I report you for spamming, does it go to you or Twitch? That's funny. No, you can't report me in my own chat for spamming my own link. That's not how that works, chatter. I'm the top dog here. Okay? So yeah, I will keep I will keep spamming this because I would like you to interact with it. And repost it, retweet it. Let the people know that we're alive, and that we're going to be talking about this stuff. I don't understand how people believe this logic. It's like thinking the utmost form of criticizing the Chinese government is to be racist against Chinese people in America. Oh, wait, there are people who do that. Wait, no, but there are. Yes. Your boy Shangun is not clutch at all. Shanguner's down. They're never down. They're never down. Are you going to read the Susie Wiles interview on the Trump admin? Yes. Yes. Okay. Is your leg better? Yes, my leg is a little bit better. Anyway, so Tommy Vitor. Yes. It was the people talking about the war crimes and attacks on civilians that was a problem, not the killing part. Makes sense, Melissa. I'm sorry. Wasn't it your podcast that platformed a guy called Orthodox Jews inbred and said any kind of fucking Zionist tendency should be treated in the same way as being a fucking rabid neo-Nazi? You defended indefensible war crimes in Gaza. I know that was difficult for you personally, but trying to leverage this horrific terrorist attack in Australia to settle scores with their perceived political enemies is gross and a waste of everyone's time. Have a good day. Where did I defend anything? I'm a journalist with zero enemies, political or otherwise. Your projecting is weird and concerning. Touch grass, perhaps. Okay, will do. And yet the fatality count in Gaza after 2 full years is still less than the number of deaths caused by just the initial impact of the atomic bomb in Hiroshima. Instantly. That's pointing out a fact, a literal fact. I like that. Yeah, I like that her measurement of appropriate violence that's disproportionate or not is the first explosion of an atomic bomb that genuinely changed the entire planet. Yeah. Until it reaches the standard of the atomic bomb or the Holocaust, it's not real. Great stuff. It's less the most powerful weapon ever used against a civilian population. It's less death than the most powerful weapon ever used against a civilian population in all of human history. Yeah, in any case, I don't know why these people still do this shit. I mean, I don't know what it will take for them to recognize that maybe it's not working, like this kind of stuff. At most, it just boosts my profile amongst like legitimate anti-Semites who will then look at this and go, well, you know, maybe this guy's based. I guess that's what they're trying to do. But it comes from a place of completely misunderstanding where the people are and where the public attitude is. You know what I mean? And the public attitude is so soured on Israel that all of the defenders of Israel consistently make the worst possible decisions. Like, or they will just call you bad or make something up. I mean, it doesn't matter. That kind of stuff doesn't really matter either, right? You've surely cured some people of their casual mistrust of Jews, Muslims, etc. Oh, absolutely. Of course. Same with trans people. Same with anyone that I talk about, right? But obviously, there's always going to be a much more significant, much higher, much more significant number of dummies out there. Anyway. This is also obviously the other side of the story. A live demonstration of how Zionists create anti-Semitism by associating our religion with Israeli crimes. Once again, not only is it a direct association between an act of terror that Israel committed with a Jewish holiday, but it's I mean, this is bracketed into the same category as Jewish Zionists in Israel saying that Judaism and Israel are inseparable. Okay? I mean, it's gross. It's ridiculous. It's the equivalent of running around as a Muslim and being like, Islam declares ISIS to be totally valid, the purest expression of Islam, over and over again, running around and talking about like how, no, you don't understand, ISIS is actually valid. It's the same shit. And the more they do this kind of shit, and I'm going to talk about Chabad in a second with the Bondi shooting as well, because there is a ISIS, like the Australian investigators have declared this to be an ISIS affiliated attack, which I will talk about in a brief moment. But the thing that is the thing that's important to recognize with this is that, hold on, where is it? I'm trying to figure out where the fuck this was. Oh, there was a thing that I wanted to show you guys, like the connection between Chabad, because the Chabad was the group that was throwing the event, the Hanukkah event, and Chabad in and of itself is another like Jewish community organizing thing. But then Israel will routinely fucking post Chabad houses all around the United States of America, for the most part, will directly associate themselves with Israel, and versions of Like not only the menorah being lit in Gaza is a disgusting, disgraceful conflation between Judaism and Israel's genocide, but then also on the Western Front, when American Jews, or in Australia, when Australian Jews themselves are also using community gatherings and Jewish community, like places where the Jewish community congregates, in an effort to advance the interests of Israel, in an effort to do illegal land grabs and illegal land theft and illegal land sales, for example, inside of synagogues. This only solidifies people's position that Judaism and Israel is linked together. Here's M. Cohen, who writes about philo-Semitism, Zionism, and anti-Semitism, constantly thinking about Jews. GazaFunds.com says, the same Chabad that Brad Lander is celebrating with had a dance party at the Gaza border trying to prevent the entry of humanitarian aid, was president of the violent racist Zionist mob at UCLA, and brought menorahs into Gaza to celebrate genocide. Videos of all linked below. Now, the reason why I'm bringing this up is because, like, this doesn't justify the actions of these ISIS affiliates at all. But the reason why I'm bringing this up is because when your forward posture consistently is every area and every avenue where Jews congregate is another place where they are re-solidifying their endless support to Israel, of course, people are going to start associating Israel and Zionism with Judaism. The very fact that Zionism has basically become this civic nationalist religion for a lot of secular Jews in and of itself is this exact same problem playing itself over and over again. Okay? That's why I think anti-Zionist Jews are incredibly important in this cause, especially in an effort to communicate to the non-Jews that this is not about Judaism in and of itself, regardless of whatever percentage of Jews are anti-Zionist themselves. Okay? To the tunes and screams of children being killed in the genocide in Gaza, a group of civilian settlers dance and sing meters away from the massacre as a form of entertainment while they sit in to prevent the entry of humanitarian aid materials to Gaza. Okay? Then there's also, obviously, from November 30th, 2023, our soldiers pray Hanukkah on the front lines in Gaza. Our soldiers in many areas, Rabbi Levi Mendelsohn said, just like any place where there are Jewish people, we're there with menorahs, tefillin, and other mitzvot. A Chabad house in Gaza. I remember all this because I covered all this. Like posting a Chabad house banner, okay, established by IDF soldiers who are students of Chabad Yeshiva Chazon Eliyahu in Tel Aviv. Like posting up the banners of a Chabad house inside of a blown out building in Gaza. Like, this kind of stuff puts Jews at risk, okay? That's it. It foments anti-Semitism. It leans into anti-Semitic narratives. It is completely ridiculous. It's completely fucked up. Now, the reason why I say this also is because when I went to the UCLA encampments with you guys, with my camera, and talked to the student organizers there, one of the most common things I heard from young anti-Zionist Jews at the encampments was how shitty it was that they could not find a sense of community whatsoever on college campuses because the Hillel and the Chabad house were directly excommunicating any young Jewish student that spoke out against Israel. Any young Jewish student that was anti-Zionist was immediately excommunicated, and they were just like, nope, you have to be pro-Israel or you're not one of us. Get the fuck out of here. That kind of organizing, like before people say, woe is me about this shit, right? Getting alienated from your community after using it as a support system your entire life, and when it's like when it's such a formative part of your development is not great. that kind of expulsion and that kind of attitude basically reinforces the same thing that we're talking about, some of the criticisms that we're talking about. Now, obviously, one of the alternatives is to create anti-Zionist Jewish institutions, okay? But obviously, they're not anywhere near as moneyed as the Zionist Jewish institutions that will have Zionist Jewish institutions that have a shit ton of interest in maintaining their Zionist position, regardless of how much it may put random Jews at risk. I met a Jewish guy from JVP, Jewish versus Peace, who says something that sticks with me, that he went very pro-Israel after October 7th, and he only started to question it after the child death toll ticked over 10,000. To paraphrase, I have to live with the fact that there was an amount of dead children that was acceptable to me, that if only 9,999 had died, then it would have been okay with me. Okay, well, that's, I mean, that's, again, a statement about the social conditioning and how powerful that could be. But also, I don't think that person would have not changed their minds if it was 9,999. He's just more so making a commentary about how, you know, what it took for them to unwind, what it took to fucking unwind Zionist brainwashing for himself. Anyway, M. Cohen further writes, Judaism no longer exists. Over the past 100 years, Judaism has been functionally replaced by Zionism. This is true for the major international Jewish institutions and organizations, as it is for nearly all the smaller local religious centers and communal organizations. Go to basically any synagogue in white Euro America, where most of the world's Jews are, and you'll find Israeli flags, fundraisers for Israel, education about Israel, organized propaganda trips for Israel, and collaboration with Zionist colonial organizations like the JNF, Jewish National Fund. Yes, there are secular Jews who claim to oppose Israel, who even engage in pro-Palestine organizing. But the simple reality is that these secular Jews have basically zero power within the Jewish community and truly are a small fringe of mostly disconnected individuals. Due to the post-Holocaust hegemony of philo-Semitism, white supremacist imperialism, colonialism, Orientalism, anti-blackness, the left refused to acknowledge this fact, often directly obscuring it with nonsensical slogans about how Judaism isn't Zionism. Now, M. Cohen is Jewish. I am not. Their analysis on this is personal. Their analysis and their statement on this is personal, from their own development, from their own experiences growing up. I will continue to say Judaism is not Zionism, because Judaism is much longer, and Judaism has existed for much, much longer than Zionism has. Okay? For me, I think no matter what I say, it won't matter anyway, because I'm not a part of the in-group. Let's be fucking real. That's just not how it works, right? I'm not a part of the in-group. It's just not going to work, especially because a lot of Zionism revolves around Islamophobia as the major motivating, major galvanizing principle, major organizing principle. A lot of Zionism revolves around shitting on Muslims. So a Muslim guy saying that, it's worth nothing. It's worth less than even a Christian guy saying that. And it's worth so much less than a Jewish guy saying that. Right? But I say it not because it's my, paying the piper moment or anything like that. I say it because it's true. I say it because it's the truth. I say it partially because it's almost like you're giving up when you, it's almost like you're giving up when you mention that, right? Holding up the fringe minority of secular anti-Zionist Jews almost universally disconnected from their communities, not participating in communal Jewish life, and not holding any power within the organized Jewish community as proof that Judaism isn't Zionism. And then it's this silly situation where the left cries out that Judaism is not Zionism, and then synagogues, Jewish communal leaders, Jewish institutions, and the Jewish state with his Jewish army and his Jewish settler population response saying Zionism is Judaism. But this part of the argument I do agree with, which is that all expressions of Judaism is directly tied to Zionism. All expressions of Judaism in the Western world is slammed with so much Zionist propaganda. Everything is about Israel. Everything is about Israel. Israel, am Israel high. If you criticize Israel, you criticize all Jews. And everywhere where there are Jewish advocacy groups, and everywhere where there are, Jewish community groups, there is so much talk about Israel and so much defense of Israel and so much social conditioning around Israel. Okay? Secular Jews are not some absurdly small minority. It's a uniquely common occurrence in this mutually ethnic faith community. No, there's what? You're misunderstanding the point that M. Cohen is making. M. Cohen is saying secular anti-Zionist Jews are a minority. M. Cohen is not saying secular Jews are a minority. M. Cohen is saying that for many secular Jews, Zionism has basically become a civic national religion. And those secular Jews who are anti-Zionist, and many secular Jews who are anti-Zionist in this chat will also say the exact same thing. Secular Jews who are anti-Zionist are disconnected from their community because they're purged. They're forced out. Okay? That's why you see so many progressive Jewish people that are insanely nutty and almost Hitlerian when it comes to talking about Israel. And you're like, how the fuck did this happen? Like, you're a great guy. I've known you for years, very progressive guy. But then the moment like we start talking about Israel, you're like, well, we got to kill all the Muslims, right? Like, they're a scourge. They're the cockroaches, and they're parasitic. I mean, look at Sarah Hurwitz, right? Obama speechwriter Sarah Hurwitz, who's like supposed to be this woke liberal, right? But then the moment she starts talking about Israel, she's like, well, this Holocaust studies went a little too far because it made people too anti-genocide, and it made the youth actually go against Israel's genocide, and that's really fucked up. We got to dial it back. That's insane. That's an insane thing to say. Okay? So the thing is, there's two ways to look at it. On the one hand, obviously, if Jews were this monolithic force, then there wouldn't be so much need for billions and billions of dollars of propaganda that is specifically designed to make sure that every aspect of Jewish communal life in the United States of America or in the Western world is directly tied back to Israel. Obviously, that wouldn't be the case. And also, if Jews were monolithic, then young Jews would not be completely checked out of the Israel stuff with damn near identical percentages that you see with non-Jews in general. Maybe not to the same degree, but pretty close. Close enough, at least, right? There would be no such thing. So while secular anti-Zionist Jews are a minority that is actively being pushed away with regular frequency from all of the different aspects of a Jewish community and Jewish communal existence in the Western world, this is very damaging for Jewish existence in the Western world for the future. And it's an incredibly short-sighted, incredibly bloodthirsty attitude that a lot of Zionists have, Zionist Jews in particular have, that actually put themselves and their futures at risk because it completely leans into anti-Semitic narratives and anti-Semitic conspiracies. It will be the anti-Zionist Jews that will be the last bastion and the last line of defense. It will be the anti-Zionists, not the anti-Semites, but the anti-Zionists that will be defending Jewish existence in the West and making sure that that the fascist anti-Semitic narratives do not continue growing. I do not know if we will be successful because, all things considered, there is this almost hidden agreement between anti-Semitic anti-Israel people, neo-Nazis, and also the Zionists themselves. This admission that Zionism and Judaism are inseparable, and all Jews care about is Israel. We're in our own little fucking corner here. You reached me in Israel. Tides can turn quickly with the truth. I mean, listen. You're not wrong. But the problem is there are a million different ways of disparaging someone like myself. It is for this very reason. It is for this very reason that I think a lot of the ADL style Apartheid Defense League and like pro-Israel advocacy organizations are actively coming after people like myself rather than people like Nick Fuentes. Because if you're Jewish, no matter where you live in the world, you are understandably going to notice the likes of Nick Fuentes and the commentary coming from Nick Fuentes and go, I know what that is. That's the same kind of conspiracy that I have learned has killed my great-grandparents, that has led to pogroms, that has led to the Holocaust. And it's true because it is identical, right? So it is an incredibly short-sighted way that a lot of these supposedly anti-Semitism combating Jewish advocacy groups that are only primarily invested in defending Israel have singled out people who are not anti-Semitic but are anti-Zionist. They don't realize that this doesn't actually work to deplatform anti-Zionists at all any longer, because most people are anti-Israel. It's the popular position. And all it does is basically allow for anti-Semites to grow in popularity. People end up thinking, well, you call everybody anti-Semitic. Like if someone is simply looking at this from the outside and doesn't have the same investment in Israel that like the average Zionist has, whether they're Christian evangelical or whether they're Jewish Zionist, if they don't have that same level of investment and they've seen someone like myself routinely go out to bat, routinely fucking criticize anti-Semitic conspiracies, anti-Semitic narratives, anti-Semites in general, and then they see the premier anti-Semitism institution, the ADL, what they think is like this premier civil rights organization tasked with combating anti-Semitism, regularly go after someone like myself, that person is going to go, I don't even like this Hasan guy, but I've heard many instances where he's like defended Jews and criticized anti-Semitism, and they're calling him a fucking anti-Semite. So I guess they're calling everybody an anti-Semite. And that, so obviously, I'm anti-Israel. My friends are anti-Israel. Maybe I guess we are anti-Semites, It doesn't, it backfires. It completely fucking backfires. Yeah, Greenblatt loves to say that blaming Jews for the actions of Israel is anti-Semitic, but you don't hear much from him about guys like this. Yeah, Israeli soldiers celebrating the Hanukkah holiday by lighting torches atop the ruins of Gaza's Indonesian hospital, the main medical facility in northern Gaza that once served thousands of Palestinian civilians. Yeah, saying Miss Rachel is anti-Semitic does not convince people that Miss Rachel is anti-Semitic. It convinces people that maybe they're anti-Semitic in the same way that Miss Rachel is. It dilutes the power that anti-Semitism once held. And one could even argue that anti-Semitism, as the only intolerable form of bigotry in elite society, is only intolerable, or was only considered intolerable, because it was used as a weapon to defend Israel, to defend the state interests of this ethno-state that is an incredibly important ally by the ambitions of the State Department. Anyway, it is the boy who cried wolf analogy to a certain degree. And before people say, oh, you call everybody Nazis, isn't that the same thing, right? Like when some people say that. First of all, I call Nazis Nazis. I call fascists fascists. Okay, that's number one. Number two, the difference between that is there is a much more popular prevailing sentiment against Israel than there is a popular sentiment for Nazism. Okay? If it got to a point where everyone was like a self-described white supremacist neo-Nazi, then yeah, it would be akin to, you know, calling someone a neo-Nazi would have no power whatsoever. We're not there yet, but we are getting there. Okay, we are getting there. I saw an Instagram comment of a distant relative of mine following Miss Rachel who doesn't even care about this stuff usually, that if liking her is anti-Semitic, then she's proudly an anti-Semite. Yeah. In any case, I think it's pretty crazy that you know, the embassy of Israel to the USA is doing this very same thing that I'm just talking about. It's like when all Jewish institutions are consistently, or when Israel is consistently tying itself to Judaism, and other Jewish institutions are also allowing this conflation to take place, you're teaching people that like Israel is specifically and directly advancing the interests of Jewish people. If all Jewish organizing and all Jewish community events still find its way to revolve around Israel, that's what you're teaching non-Jewish people, that this is all Jews care about. Okay? This is how anti-Semitism rises. There are many interpretations of Hanukkah, says Eli Valley, including resilience in the face of tyrannical empires attempting to destroy Jewish customs and community. Here's a tyrannical empire attempting to destroy Jewish customs and community.
Bad news, JVP. Hanukkah is like the most Zionist holiday. It commemorates the victory of the Maccabees over the Syrian Greek army in Judea, after the Greeks tried to convert the Jews in Judea, and the miracle of rededicating the Holy Temple in Jerusalem. The holiday of Hanukkah only matters in Jewish history because it's a story of Jewish self-determination in the Jewish homeland, a story of Jewish survival against all odds, defiance against our enemies, and miracles. It isn't just that the historical battle takes place in modern-day Israel, it's the reason why the battle was fought in the first place. Jews fighting to live as Jews in Israel. Sound familiar? So go ahead, eat your latkes, light your menorahs, and spin your dreidels, which literally say a great miracle happened there, like Israel, which is why in Israel they say a great miracle happened here. Stop pretending you can erase everything the holiday represents and still claim to celebrate it, because there is no Hanukkah without Israel. No miracle without the Second Temple in Jerusalem, and nothing to celebrate without Jews free to be Jewish in their Jewish homeland of Israel.
I do see a lot of people, and to some extent you here too, bringing up the anti-Israel deflection about general Jewish matters. And even though I'm anti-Israel too, bringing up Israel in the context of the shooting, except this meta-commentary on online discourse feels more like the same conflation. No, I'm not. I'm doing meta-commentary about the signaling, the dangerous signaling that Israel does that feeds into the way people react to it, the outgroup that isn't as invested in Israel's existence, and as a matter of fact, does not like Israel, and the way that they see it. The way that they see it is, okay, well, these guys are saying over and over again that they are invested in this primarily, right?
Happy Hanukkah.
It's catnip for the fascists. And Benjamin Netanyahu, who is unimaginably unlikable, immediately in the aftermath of this massacre, running to Western media to say this happened because you gave bare minimum recognition to a conditional Palestinian statehood. That's why this happened, is insane. Like before we even knew the exact death count, Benjamin Netanyahu was already, his first statement on this issue to the Western world in English was about how Australia fucked up and allowed this kind of anti-Semitic hatred to be allowed this anti-Semitic hatred to grow in the country by letting anti-genocide protesters roam the streets. So it didn't exist before Israel? Wait, what? Are you saying that to me, or are you saying that to Benjamin Netanyahu? No one is saying anti-Semitism didn't exist before Israel. That would be fucking insane. Okay? I've never said that either. As a matter of fact, I talk about how anti-Semitic conspiracy theories are some of the most salient and some of the most successful conspiracy theories that have actively, in times of economic turmoil, have shifted the blame over to this outgroup over and over again. Oh, you're talking about Hanukkah because of what the lady was saying. All right, never mind. I demand that Western governments do what is necessary to fight anti-Semitism and provide the required safety and security for Jewish communities worldwide. They would be well advised to heed our warnings. I demand action from them now. Also, what the fuck? What is this? Why does it always come across like he's delivering a threat? Like every time he talks about this, I've seen some people blame Bondi Beach on Zionism, and I think that's a shitty framing. Not all anti-Semitism is because of anti-Zionism. It's honestly a Zionist framing of an anti-Semitic event. No, I'm not saying that either. I'm not doing that. And that was very annoying for me in particular. I also saw that. That's actually part of what I'm talking about. You're right. There were fucking LARPers who were literally being like, some of you don't like the anti-Zionist acts that are taking place. Yeah, you know who fucking doesn't like that as an anti-Zionist act, as an anti-Israel act? Fucking the Al-Qassam brigades. Okay? There is a reason why Hamas, as the primary organizational unit that has combined the forces of the entirety of the resistance against Israel, has never operated outside of the confines of historic Palestine, has never actually demanded action outside of the confines of historic Palestine. And there are anti-Zionist, quote unquote anti-Zionist pages and some anti-Zionists who literally think that some dude with a fucking bolt action rifle chopping down an entire crowd of Hanukkah celebrators, including killing a 10-year-old, is actually doing this revolutionary act against Israel. It's fucking idiotic. Okay? It's idiotic. And when you say shit like that, I mean, you're playing into the Zionist framing here. That's exactly what Israel tries to. That's exactly the conflation that Israel tries to foment. Every Jew is under threat in the Western world because they're connected to Israel. Yeah. Here's Osama Hamdan and Hamas's statement on this. Anchor, you followed today's Sydney incident where civilians were killed. Do such acts serve the Palestinian cause, especially when Netanyahu used them to speak of Islamic extremism and anti-Semitism? anti-Semitism. I believe the direct responsibility for such act lies with the scale of genocide, international hypocrisy, and regional and global failure to stop Israeli aggression. Israel has placed every Jew in the world in a position of danger by hiding behind them. What is required today is for Jews around the world to clearly state that Israel does not represent them and that Netanyahu does not speak for them, but represents a racist, colonial, terroristic project that is a worse version of Nazism. The conflation of Israeli aggression opens the door to such distortions. Ending the occupation is what ends the cause of these incidents. But there is no justification for killing civilians, whether Jewish or non-Jewish. Isn't that correct? Of course. We do not trivialize blood, whoever it belongs to. But the world stands on one leg for killing 20 people and turns its face away from killing 80,000 of our people. Doors open. Turns its face away from the killing of 80,000 of our people and the wounding of 150,000 and the imprisonment of 2 million in the largest open-air prison. The hypocrisy must be confronted. The world should say, the Palestinian people, we are sorry. We're beginning to understand your pain. There is never been a moment where any Hamas official has actually entertained this as a good thing. Okay, like Hamas's official policy since they reached any sort of real legitimacy amongst the Palestinian population has been that they do not invoke or invite global attacks or attacks against Jewish people, no matter where they are, or even like Israeli infrastructure, unironically. Bo is defending Hamas. Ain't no way, Lemefeal. It's been 2 years, man. 2 years. There needs to be a point where you understand. Part of the reason why I bracket off anti-Semitism rising, or part of the reason why I also say when an act of anti-Semitic violence is taking place is morally repugnant, regardless of some of the connections that some of the victims have to Israel, is because I don't believe in that sort of politics. That's Israeli style politics. Okay? Hamas does public executions. They have no morals. Once again, every single thing that you say about Hamas, Israel has done a millionfold, okay? The public executions that you're referencing is field justice that has existed in every anti-colonial initiative throughout time. Even Donald Trump fucking defended it. They executed Israel collaborators that were killing children and stealing fucking humanitarian aid. Unfortunately, they did not have the opportunity in the brief moment of respite to actually go through a court system. And the reason why they weren't able to do that is because Israel blew up all the fucking courts. Okay? You can't, on the one hand, I think you're downplaying the whole Israeli Bondi beach psyop too readily. I feel like at this point, Occam's razor says they are involved, even if purposely ignoring intelligence or FBI style egging it on. I mean, it's ISIS. I think, that in and of itself is already inviting conspiracy to begin with. It was that's what the Australian government's initial investigation found, is that it is ISIS. That's part of the reason why I'm saying it's like even before we found out that this was like an ISIS connected incident. You are under no obligation, or you should not, under any circumstance, look at a situation where two dudes with rifles go and shoot up a fucking Hanukkah event in a public beach and assume that this is in any way, shape, or form a revolutionary anti-Israel act. You are insane for saying that. I'm sorry. That is an insane statement. It's not targeted even towards like any sort of significant Israeli institution or Israeli development. It's not like a, you know, you're not trying to intervene in the affairs of like Elbit systems. You're not actually disrupting supply chains of weapons transfers going directly to Israel. You're just killing random Jewish people at that point. Okay? It's psychotic. It has nothing to do, not only does it have nothing to do with Israel in general, even if some of the victims ultimately were connected to Israel, like the rabbi himself, right? Like that's after the fact, okay? Like a 10-year-old girl was killed. Come on. In any case, the reason why I don't highlight that sort of sentiment that much is because it's utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. But whenever I do see shit like that, it's very frustrating. As far as talking about like how this kind of stuff gets portrayed in the Western world, and it does still very much lean into who gets to be treated like a victim and a human being, and who is seen as unfortunate collateral damage by the Western world. Yes, Palestinians in Gaza are seen by the most woke institutions that even offer Palestinians a shred of dignity as unfortunate collateral victims, okay, in the face of this unstoppable force. When even Israelis or Jews in the Western world are victims of anti-Semitic attacks, then there is media profiles. I'm not saying that this shouldn't happen for Jewish victims of anti-Semitic attacks. Of course it's going to happen. But the very same consideration must also be given to the Palestinians and also Muslims who are victims of Islamophobic attacks as well. That's it. It's the worthy versus unworthy victims. Exactly. In any case, I'm trying to figure out how in the mind of the shooter this could bring any good. I can't find any. If he wanted to reinforce or facilitate the conflation between anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism, he could not have done any better. No, I think there's a reason why I think the ISIS affiliations come into play at that point. Which we will have more information about, hopefully, in the future. But that makes a lot more sense when you realize that it's a ISIS attack. Which, for the record, ISIS has been in the news quite a bit all of a sudden. Out of nowhere, making a big comeback, it seems, both in Syria as well, where they killed 2 U.S. soldiers. It's just always, you know, I thought ISIS was done, right? Meanwhile, they're definitely operational in Africa, and they are seemingly still in the forefront. Mossad joins Australia's investigation into the Bondi massacre. This is also not great, obviously. Israel hunts terror links after Bondi Hanukkah attack, months after the agency sounded alarm on an Iranian cell down under. Yeah. I'm more so leaning in the this is a ISIS affiliated attack direction, and less in the this is Iran. This is a Iranian activation, which is what the Israeli narrative is, because Israel only cares about Israel's goals. And one of their major goals is obviously to destroy Iran, to decapitate the Iranian leadership, and leave Iran as a failed state. So if you're the average American, you don't understand the difference between Iran and ISIS, even though one might even say that ISIS and ISIS-style formations in the region were directly designed and created with aid from the CIA and aid from Israel, specifically to combat against the Iranian proxies and the resistance front that gets logistical aid from Iran. That is the truth. Several weeks ago, former Mossad director Yossi Cohen revealed that his agency shared with Canberra one of the most critical intelligence items which saved hundreds of lives. So if it was a psyop in any way, shape, or form, or in any capacity, it is the ISIS connection. Yeah, this is what Israel is doing, and is not representative of Jewish interests. I can't believe I'm alive to see the ambassador of Israel to the UN congratulating the son of a Nazi, a literal Nazi, and a supporter of Pinochet who was just elected president of Chile. Yep. Danny Danon, congratulations to Chile's president-elect, Jose Antonio Cast, on his impressive electoral victory. I wish the president-elect great success, and I am confident that his new chapter will strengthen relations between our nations and will bolster cooperation between our people. This result reflects the Chilean people's clear desire to change and for a transformed South America. The Danimal is back at it again. Congratulations to Chile's president-elect, Jose Antonio Cast, on his impressive electoral victory. No politique. You have it on point. Are you really inclined to believe the ISIS shit? Isn't it more likely they just exhausted every method of opposing a child Holocaust to no avail after being met with endless repression and lashed out? Yes. 100%. And I think it's this kind of attitude that is unironically serving Israel's purpose in ways that you cannot even imagine. Okay? It is utterly ridiculous. It is utterly ridiculous to make this calculation, to even lend any credence to the notion that two dudes going up to a public beach where there is a Hanukkah festival taking place and shooting at 87-year-olds, killing an 87-year-old Holocaust survivor, killing a 10-year-old Jewish girl. Like, it's fucking ridiculous. Okay? It makes infinitely more sense that they would be ISIS affiliated. There's no evidence of anything yet. It's all speculation. Yeah, with the exception of ISIS flags being found on the car and the pattern of attack and the targets resembling ISIS style. Like, it has the ISIS branding all over it. And by ISIS, I mean, you know, look, do with that information what you will, but a lot of that stuff has a pattern of CIA or intelligence involvement all over it. Okay, any act of like Salafist violence that you see of that sort reminds me of previous acts. Who gets the benefit from this is something you should consider. Anyway, exclusive. A new poll confirms that a growing divide among Republicans on U.S. support for Israel. This is especially true for younger voters. In 2026 and 2028 elections, will Democrats try to court their votes? The answer is no. The IMEU Policy Project and YouGov poll shows that a majority, 51% of Republicans aged 18 to 44, said they would vote for a Republican candidate who supports reducing the flow of U.S. taxpayer-funded weapons to Israel. The poll also shows that some Republican voters flip to the left, preferring a Dem candidate who prioritizes American economy instead of funding Israel's military over a pro-Israel GOP candidate. There's a full breakdown of it. We're going to take a look at it, but it's definitely something to consider. Of course, the Democrats are not going to fucking lean into that at all because they're charlatans, and that's not their primary goal here. Their primary goal is to advance American empire. I'm sorry. The poll surveyed 1,287 Republicans nationally from November 14th to 24th and has a margin of error minus plus 3%. 65% of all Republicans and 74% of Republicans under the age of 45 agree that taxpayer-funded weapons to Israel should be reinvested in lowering the cost of healthcare for Americans. A majority of Republicans under the age of 45 wanting to reduce taxpayer-funded weapons funding for Israel. President Trump has advanced over $18.5 billion in weapons deliveries to Israel this year, while he slashed support for programs like Medicaid. These policies are deeply unpopular with Republicans. 65% of all Republicans and 74% of Republicans under the age of 45 agree that taxpayer-funded weapons to Israel should be reinvested in lowering the cost of health care. Unconditional funding for Israel is an electoral weakness, both in the Republican primaries and in general elections between Republicans and Democrats. Here is another poll that will be ignored by the Democrats in general, or at least they'll look at this poll and try to fucking find a way to message around this without actually calling into question their allegiance to Israel. Okay? It reminds me of the 37 polls that came out in the lead up to the election defeat of Kamala Harris, where there were alarm bells. There were people that were ringing the alarm bells, myself included, saying not addressing this issue is not only morally repugnant, as at the time the Democratic Party was directly responsible for Israel's continued genocide, but also simultaneously, you're going to lose the fucking election. Okay? It's not just about Israel in the eyes of many Americans, but it is a good litmus test to see whether or not you actually care about this sort of thing. Okay? 52% of Republicans would prefer a nominee who supports prioritizing lower prices for Americans over funding Israel. 51% of Republicans under the age of 45 and 44% of Republicans overall prefer a 2028 presidential candidate who supports reducing taxpayer-funded weapons to Israel, while just 27% prefer a candidate who wants to maintain or increase weapons. Okay? And for the record, that doesn't mean that they're making like a calculated risk assessment here, okay? This doesn't mean like, oh, someone who actually advances a full-blown weapons ban is going to actually be punished, as opposed to someone who is giving you like a modest decrease of weapons transfers to Israel. Okay? I need you to understand that's not how voters operate. Okay? When called into question, when they have these sorts of opinions, any kind of anti-Israel sentiment that is expressed means that the maximalist anti-Israel position will still be beneficial for the Democrats or for whoever wants to seize on it. Okay? 51% of Republicans under the age of 45 and 44% of Republicans overall prefer a 2028 presidential candidate who supports reducing taxpayer-funded weapons to Israel, while just 27% prefer a candidate who wants to maintain or increase weapons. A majority of Republicans, this is, again, Republicans, okay? A majority of Republicans under the age of 45 and a plurality of all Republicans oppose renewing the 10-year agreement to provide Israel with $38 billion in taxpayer-funded weapons. As I've said over and over again, this is the way that Americans care about issues. They do not care about the actual victims, right? Well, some do, but many Americans care about it from their own personal perspective. They only care about it as I'm suffering here. Why the fuck am I giving Israel money? Okay? You can make a better argument if you're talking to your relatives who are, in the middle here somehow, who might be hopped up on Islamophobic fumes. One way to bring them back into reality is by simply saying, Israel has Medicare for all. Israel has socialized medicine. Okay? Which is true. They get to spend whatever taxpayer funds they have on shit like that because we got their unlimited defense covered. And it's not even unlimited defense. It's actually unlimited offense. Do you understand? You cannot, in most circumstances, you cannot convince Americans that, killing brown children overseas is a bad thing. I'm sorry. Okay? But you can tell them it's really fucked up that we're giving billions and billions of dollars to Israel at a time when Americans are suffering. And also on top of that, when you even call that allegiance into question, you get censored. You get yelled at. Okay? As well as a reported 20-year agreement to provide Israel with at least $76 billion in weapons. Younger Republicans are much more critical of the Israeli government than older Republicans. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's net favorability with the Republicans over the age stands at plus 40%, while dropping 38 points to plus 2% with the Republicans under the age of 45. There is also a major divide between Republicans who watch Fox News and those who don't. Netanyahu's net approval among Republicans who regularly watch Fox News is plus 49, when it drops to plus 11 with non-Fox viewers, a 38-point shift. Republicans across age groups agree that U.S. should independently investigate credible accusations of the Israeli military killing Americans. At least 10 Americans have been killed by Israelis since 2022, and Trump has so far refused to investigate any of these killings. For decades, presidents from both parties have handed Israel billions of our tax dollars for weapons while our costs skyrocketed. Americans of all backgrounds, especially young people, want an end to blank checks for Israel. Obama himself has stepped in on the Dem side to stop any focus on shifting ideology for the midterms. Barack Obama urged House Democrats to prioritize the 2026 midterms over internal ideological battles, saying the party's 2025 victories have helped restore momentum and morale. Obama. Oh, by the way, this was pretty funny. Remember yesterday when I said, do you think any real white racists will get mad at JD Vance for saying that the racism and the anti-Semitism has been exported by Muslims or the third world? And it turns out some did. Okay. JD Vance responds to this research that came out. Research suggests America is becoming more anti-Semitic because as young people are becoming more anti-Semitic. This finding flies in the face of folk wisdom that prejudice is just the province of the old and will die out with them. That may be true of some bigotries, but anti-Semitism, blah, blah, blah. JD Vance responds to that and says, mainstream journalists are just profoundly uninteresting and lame, consumed by his own pieties. To write an article about the generational divide in anti-Semitism without discussing the demographics of the various generations is mind-boggling. And it's so funny because Sarah Stock, who is a white nationalist, a Canadian white nationalist who LARPs as an American neo-Nazi, for the record, responds and says, actually, white conservative Zoomers don't really like Israel anymore, JD. And JD Vance responds, because he is so responsive to those exact same demographics, ironically enough. Okay. I would say there's a difference between not liking Israel or disagreeing with a given Israeli policy and anti-Semitism. brother, you cannot do liberal Zionism against the new wave of neo-Nazi Zoomers. I would go so far as to say they hate Jews more than they hate Israel. Like, you can't do this. You can't do this posture. J.D. Vance tries to blame anti-Semitism on immigrants, then a Nazi corrects him. Yeah. What is the... Like, I would say there's a difference between not liking Israel or disagreeing with a given Israeli policy, and anti-Semitism is such a funny thing to say about people who first and foremost hate Jews and are simply using Israel as a galvanizing principle to get more people on board with the cause of hating Jews. It's so funny. It's awesome. And this, of course, still comes to, of course, comes after I made a joke yesterday about how I wonder if there will be some real white neo-Nazis that will get mad at J.D. Vance claiming that anti-Semitism is an exported ideology from the third world. Okay, which was ironically what Elon Musk had agreed to, a sentiment that Elon Musk had agreed to, claiming that Jews had done the great replacement by exporting the third world into the United States of America. And now those third worlders were experiencing third worldist values such as anti-Semitism. Remember the Elon Musk's "you have said the actual truth" tweet? Yes, Megaphonics. I know. Here's your opportunity to fucking shine. Jesus Christ. Remember this? From November 15, 2023, a straight up neo-Nazi responds to a new, ad combating anti-Semitism and says, okay, Jewish communities have been pushing the exact kind of dialectical hatred against whites they claim to want people to stop using against them. I'm deeply disinterested in giving the tiniest shit now about Western Jewish populations coming to the disturbing realization that those hordes of minorities that support flooding their country don't exactly like them too much. If you want the truth said to your face, there it is. To which Elon Musk famously responded with, "You have said the actual truth." White nationalist, white supremacist neo-Nazi who believes that Jews have done the great replacement and have specifically supported unlimited third world migration into Western civilization with the ultimate goal of destroying Western civilization, an ideology that Adolf Hitler literally believed as well as Elon Musk, it seems. Yeah, meanwhile, the topic disagreement was Hitler was right in the first post. Exactly. So the cowards hiding behind anonymity on the internet and posting Hitler was right. You got something you want to say? Why don't you say it to our faces? And this guy did literally say, no, Hitler was right, actually. And Elon said, you have said the actual truth. J.D. Vance is also trying to play this tightrope where he needs to be a based Zoomer Groyper defender in spite of having an Indian wife and Indian children, for the record. Was this the tour? He did a tour after? Yes. After this, before the double Sig Heil, Elon Musk had to do a tour of Israel and re-up his support for Israel so that all of the supposed Jewish advocacy groups would immediately go, no, he's one of our guys. He's good, actually. He's a good anti-Semite. Because he's ultimately pro-Israel. Yeah, he went to Auschwitz after this, and then he went to Israel with Ben Shapiro, and then he partnered with Jonathan Greenblatt of the Apartheid Defense League. Okay, but having a non-white wife makes him more relatable to white supremacists, not less. If she was a different kind of Asian, I'd agree with you. But this is a big ideological disagreement amongst the white supremacist legions in the United States of America. Like, Indians have become the number one op for white supremacists, partially because like a lot of these white supremacists are coming from like, I guess, the tech sector, and there is so much anti-Indian hatred on the timeline, like so much. It's Nazi infighting. Yeah, it's the new, I guess it's the new version for like white boys that listened when people were saying learn to code, and then they did learn to code, and then they directly blame H-1B visas and Indians for taking their jobs. Like it's the new they took our jobs meta. The same kind of attitude that like blue collar worker, like racist blue collar workers had about like Mexicans stealing our jobs. A lot of these like learn to code faillennials and older Zoomers have towards Indians. They say they took our gerbs. Yeah, it's very racist. Stop Anti-Semitism's founder, my number two op after Jonathan Greenblatt, Leora Rez, tells Jerusalem Post conference on Capitol Hill that canceling people for criticizing Israel is the best way to fight anti-Semitism. The results speak for themselves. Okay. Now, if you recall, this person is, the Jerusalem Post conference that took place has an endless amount of hilarious quotes from ultra-Zionists that feel like they're in, comfortable territory and that no one will actually assess their speech after the fact. You have obviously, a really funny one from Israel's number one ogre, Fetterman, Fetty Wap. But then also this demonic, psychotic wine mom from Long Island, the lady behind Stop Anti-Semitism. As I've told you before, it was for the longest time it was a one-man operation. It was this lady who was behind it.
For years, we exposed hate, pressured institutions, and delivered consequences. But after 10/7, this scale of threat and the urgency of our mission changed dramatically overnight. Since that day, we have featured more than 1,000 anti-Semites on our platforms. 1,000. Not theorized about them, not quietly documented them, feature them publicly, clearly, and with evidence. The results speak for themselves. Approximately 400 of these Jew haters have faced real consequences, including firings, suspensions, and expulsions. More than 300 of them remain in an active investigatory state across universities, corporations, DEI departments, unions, hospitals, nonprofits, and yes, unfortunately.
Yeah, like she's literally saying getting fucking random nurses fired from their jobs for like wearing a keffiyeh or like a Palestine pin is the most effective tool that Israel defenders have at their disposal. It is so idiotic. It is so stupid. And especially in this day and age, I don't even want to fucking give her tips, honestly. Yeah, keep at it. Keep at it. Ironically enough, this is a major part of the reason why Americans fucking hate Israel. Like I said, over and over again, okay? Americans are hyper individualistic. They do not care about dead children overseas, especially dead brown children. Some do, but most don't. Americans are conditioned into thinking that's just collateral damage. That's just the cost of doing business. That's a sacrifice they're willing to make. But when some Americans think, why the fuck is the money going over there when it should be staying here? And you turn around and you say, you can't say that. You're actually going to jail. You can't say that. You're losing your job. That's when Americans go, what the fuck are you talking about? Okay? This is one of the major reasons as to why that snap that major sea change took place in such a rapid fashion, okay? Because in the old days, you did actually have a lot of motion if you were tasked with combating anti-Semitism, when in fact, in most circumstances, you were not actually combating anti-Semitism at all. You were simply invested in anti-Israel sentiment, stamping out anti-Israel sentiment, and very successful in stamping out anti-Israel sentiment, right? Nowadays, that actually invites additional scrutiny to how much Israel is involved in our domestic affairs. And all of this, like, Jewish supremacist sentiment being expressed is seen by people like, this is what I'm talking about. Christians owe Jews everything. Okay? This kind of sentiment also creates anti-Semitic theories. It leans into the anti-Semitic conspiracies and it turns them into reality in the eyes of a lot of people. Okay? So it's doubly fucked.
Fortunately, federal government agencies. And yes, 5 arrests to date tied directly to threats and violence of anti-Semitic conduct we helped expose. This is what accountability looks like. This is what action looks like. This is what pushing back hard looks like against the tidal wave.
You are priming up. I'm telling you once again, I've warned over and over again about this. You're priming people into fucking becoming the most insane anti-Semites. Okay? That straight up. Very, very dangerous narratives that a lot of pro-Israel people are entertaining, thinking that they can still get away with saying shit like this. Okay? A lot of people, especially a lot of people under a certain age, do not have this level of investment in Israel. They do not have this level of investment in harmonious existence in a multicultural world with non-Christians, and yes, that even includes Jews as well. Okay, a lot of WASPs, a lot of Catholics, a lot of Christian Americans don't already have this pre-existing notion of living in a multi-faith, like pre-existing investment, living in a multi-faith, multicultural country. When you prime them with consistent when you prime them over and over again like this, they're going to respond negatively. Especially when you tie your existence on U.S. soil back to defending a foreign nation state that you call a Jewish nation state, when all they see is death and destruction that Israel is doing. And whenever they go, why are we giving so much money to them? You turn around and you say, that's anti-Semitic. You need to lose your fucking job.
Of hate that has consumed the United States and global population. From our founding, Stop Anti-Semitism has operated on one guiding belief. Anti-Semitism thrives when there are no consequences. So we created consequences, a lot of them. We created visibility. We turned the spotlight towards those who targeted on our community, making silence impossible. On campuses where Jewish students were hunted through libraries, where professors glorified Hamas and Hezbollah terrorists, where...
Like she's talking about one of the most famous examples of this cancellation is literally a Jewish professor, okay? A Jewish professor whose entire study revolves around anti-colonial resistance movements. Like, you're mad and you got a Jewish professor suspended because he was doing his fucking job, okay? It's not even making shit up. I know the exact story she's referencing. Okay? It's one that Richie Torres also played a role in, unsurprisingly. It's not Norm Finkelstein. No, I forget the guy's name. I think it was like Queen's University or something. Literally. Like a Middle Eastern studies professor whose specialty is anti-colonial studies, specifically on a course talking about militant resistance against colonial violence. Of course, that professor's studies is going to feature Hamas and Hezbollah. You're getting mad. You're getting mad that like that person is actually educating their audience. You just don't like the course material. It's fucking insane. It might not have been Ontario. It's not Queen's University, I think. It was it Cornell? Yeah, it might have been Cornell actually, with the literal Unit 8200 operative grad student who played a role in getting the Jewish professor fired, or not fired, but suspended. It was Cornell. You're right.
Mobs shut down our buildings and administrators hid under desks. We stepped in. We documented the offenders. We worked with attorneys, lawmakers, and victim families. And we ensured the message was not mistakable. If you target Jewish students, your actions will not disappear into the darkness. We will shine a light on you that, thanks to Google and SEO, will follow you for the rest of your life. When you look for a job, when you look for a spouse, when you look for a nanny.
Yeah, there's also this element too. As a black chatter, hearing this type of shit literally doesn't move me at all, because like, what about us? No, exactly. That's another part of the story. If you are from any sort of like significantly marginalized background and you consistently hear, even when you hear about like anti-Semitism as much as you normally hear about anti-Semitism, when there isn't yet at this stage in contemporary American society, in contemporary Western society, there isn't any kind of systemic form of discrimination against Jews, okay? You literally go, what the fuck are you talking about? People want easy to understand narratives, okay? People want easy to understand narratives. From the perspective of the common folk, they look at what Jews have been able to do in the Western world as an example of success, right? But that means that they see Jewish people overcoming great adversity. But now in modernity, in modern Western society, Jews are not being systematically displaced from positions of power, right? In the same way that black and brown people still are systematically displaced from positions of power, or even from never getting a leg up, right? So when they see that kind of systemic discrimination in their day-to-day existence, with the media constantly going back and forth on whether or not that's real or not even, but then the media is in unison talking about anti-Semitic discrimination as like the number one thing that's happening in American society. And this is different, for the record, than actual instances of anti-Semitism or anti-Semitic violence like Bondi Beach, the Bondi Beach massacre. That is a real, obviously very real instance of anti-Semitic violence, okay? Make no mistake. I'm simply talking about like what she is criticizing here, which is like when you talk about Israel, when you say Israel is an apartheid state or Israel is a settler colonial apparatus or whatever. From the perspective of a lot of marginalized groups, they look at this and they go, why the fuck should I care about this? Like, what are you talking about? They look at the situation, they're like, what do you mean? Jews are in positions of power in many different industries. Like, the fuck are you talking about? There's never been a moment of consideration for my interests at all in this regard. It's like if Christians were consistently yelling and crying, with the exception of like, you know, conservative Christian nationalists. Like if all Christian institutions were consistently, not just during you know, the holiday season where they talk about how there's a war on Christmas, but they were consistently talking about how Christianity's under attack. White Christians were constantly talking about that over and over again, more so than they do. Like, this was the leading organizational principle for every white Christian, seemingly, in the media. Then, yeah, people will go, what the fuck are you talking about? Shut up. So there's something in it for everybody, is what I mean. This kind of attitude, you kind of help push their agenda, though. Whose agenda? Oh, hell yeah. I love this kind of commentary. I've said this from the start. I have said this from the start. Okay? A lot of the Zionist argumentation, a lot of the Hasbara, is identical to the ways in which white supremacists and far-right reactionaries, white identitarians, conduct their commentary. Okay? It's always a all lives matter to a black lives matter. It's always my feelings. What about my feelings? What about my feelings? And obviously the difference there is that Jews have been historically marginalized and oppressed. So there is a more valid claim for such a thing, right? As opposed to, like, in the Western world, Christians have never been systematically eradicated, right? In the Western world, in the last, like, 400 years, there's never been a moment, with the exception of, like, you know, Catholic, Protestant, sectarian infighting, there's never really any deliberate attempt from a non-Christian government to, like, purposely eradicate Christianity in the Western world. So, like, that's not a real, there is no valid historical claim you can associate with. But it's very clear that a lot of modern Zionist argumentation revolves around leaning into the historic pogroms and the historic anti-Semitism to make it seem like it's happening in the same exact way in the Western world right now, when that is obviously not the case. It's so far removed from observable reality that people look at you when you say that and go, what the fuck do you mean? Right? That's why the argument is, like, so captivating for people who are tapped in, people who have a tremendous investment in the continuation of Israel due to social conditioning. And it's so insane for everybody else. When you come out and you say, as a Jew at Columbia University, I'm under attack, okay? As a Jew in the Upper East Side, Upper West Side of New York City, I'm under attack. It's like, it's basically the most threatening place on the planet for me. Every person that hears that goes, you are an insane person. Why are we allowing this insanity to go unchecked in mainstream media? That is an insane statement to make. It is an utterly hysterical statement to make. Okay? Hasan is the ultimate arbiter of anti-Semitism. Yes, you got me. You're right. I apologize. I should have said that New York is actually the most dangerous place for Jews to live. You're so correct on this, especially now that Zohran Mamdani is the mayor. It was the most dangerous place before. Now it's extra dangerous. You're right. Yeah, black people not only see you as black people see you not just as delusional, but insanely privileged. One of the most effective ways of showing my family what Zionism is. Yeah. And then when you have the Trump administration that's like run on anti-DEI, anti-woke, right? As a way to reassert white supremacist values over and over again, turn around and go, actually, never mind. We do have DEI. We do have woke for one group of people, as they cynically act as though they're combating anti-Semitism to continue along with their white supremacist, white nativist, anti-immigrant agenda. Of course, people look at that and go, what the fuck is this? And that's how you arrive at the Nick Fuentes of the world. That's how you arrive at the what is this? If you consider the possibility of anti-Israel HasanAbi the Fuentes pipeline, fuck no. I'm one of the fucking few people that has not offered a platform to Nick Fuentes and openly combats his repulsive worldview. If anything, there's a far greater liberal to Nick Fuentes pipeline because they have pro-Israel sentiment and they try to oppose Nick Fuentes and fail to do so adequately. Because for people who are seeking out moral consistency, especially if you're leaning into like more reactionary framing on a lot of issues, Nick Fuentes is going to come across as a more logically consistent person. It's the opposite chatter as the Fuentes to Piker pipeline, an ex-Groiper, now HasanAbi head. Myself and like Chapo Trap House and many of these other places are some of the few remaining places that people are not getting caught up in that silliness. Yeah. Nick Fuentes only starts to make sense to people if the only thing they've seen is, liberals who are completely inept at dealing with Israel and having a conversation about Israel and are oftentimes directly pro-Israel. When what they're seeing on social media doesn't match the commentary that they're getting from the supposedly progressive or supposedly liberal outlets, then they look for alternatives. I would say Destiny's Community is an infinitely better pipeline for Nick Fuentes than anyone else. And the reason why I say that is because he not only leans into reactionary sentiment, like being able to present yourself as a liberal who simply says the N-word, right? But then also on top of that, when the overarching public sentiment is shifting so dramatically in the anti-Israel direction, and you spend every waking moment defending Israel in that process, a lot of your fans that are already familiar with Nick Fuentes is going to turn around and go, well, this guy, Nick Fuentes, is giving me exactly what I wanted, being able to say slurs and whatnot. But also he has a more popular position on Israel than the guy that I've been listening to. And the guy that I've been listening to makes a lot less sense now that I think about it. Anyway. Let's finish this, Leora Orr.
When you look for anything, our work will always be documented, again, thanks to Google and SEO. In corporations where DEI leaders smeared Israel, excused Hamas, we pressured CEOs. Some resigned, many were terminated, but policies were changed, thankfully, from governmental to art institutions. Online, where anonymous accounts spread violent threats, we traced patterns, elevated evidence, and worked with authorities, leading to arrests from Florida, South Carolina, New York, California, and Texas. And we're not slowing down, sadly. Today, Stop Anti-Semitism, I'm proud to say, runs one of the most robust anti-Semitic enforcement operations in the United States, monitoring campuses, digital networks, activist groups, and public officials, documenting incidents in real.
These guys are also pitching open cancel culture to right-wingers. Good luck. I mean, right-wingers do love cancel culture. Let's be real. They just don't like cancel culture that directs cancel culture that hits them. Okay? I think some right wingers don't realize that there's a reason why a lot of these institutions don't actually go after some of the most popular anti-Israel and anti-Semitic right-wing voices for that reason. They're trying to actively tell right-wingers, like, no, don't worry. We're just using this against the left. If she came out and basically said this is cancel culture, but just against the left after the left weaponized cancel culture for decades or some shit like that, I'm sure more right-wingers would be on board.
Real time and mobilizing millions of people, of allies that are quietly by our side. But the fight is bigger than the exposure, and it's about securing a future where Jewish students can walk across a quad without being screamed at, a future where employers understand that.
Can you explain how these people don't understand how unhinged they sound to an average person? Yeah, they don't understand how unhinged they sound to the average person because they're only surrounded by people that agree with them. That's it. This is basically like the Zionist version of people doing, I don't know, kink it pride discourse or something, okay? There's a difference between saying like, you know, pride is valuable and understandable. It's a community building or whatever, and then like doing the most extreme version of that in the wokest ways possible, okay? Or like Z-Zir style, what was it called? Neo-pronouns, and like making that the forefront of your advocacy. They're totally bubbled in.
Anti-Semitism is...
Who's doing that? No one is. My point is, there was a point. No one is really doing that. Okay? Nobody serious is doing that, and no one to now is doing that. But there was a time during like peak woke where people would get mad at you if you didn't say fucking Latinx and shit. Obviously, I never fucked around with that stuff. I always said I'm not participating in this kind of thing. But the reality of the matter was that there was some need from people. There was this like lack of understanding of where people were at and what the best kind of advocacy looked like. Any researchers on the R slur as acceptable and some of the pushback against it? I don't necessarily care that much, as you guys know. I've talked about the euphemism treadmill a million times over. I don't personally use it, and the reason why I don't is because I think it's understandable that people have a great distaste for it. And I think it's lame as fuck anyway that like, 55-year-old hedge fund executives are basically saying that this is like a form of activism to be able to say the R word or whatever. I think it's lame as fuck and it's shitty and silly, but people in the real world, normies use it with regular frequency. They don't even think about it. Why did you say the L slur? What is it? He said lame. Okay, shut up. I know. I said it's lame as fuck, ironically enough. Also leaning into the euphemism treadmill right there. Like acceptable versions of ableist terminology versus unacceptable terms within ableist terminology. Why is lame acceptable but the R word isn't? It's because of, once again, the concept of the euphemism treadmill. I wasn't even being ironic when I said that, even though it is an example that I've used a lot. It's just, I think there is nothing sillier than presenting. I think there's nothing sillier than making that the forefront of your advocacy. Okay? I think it's embarrassing. I think it's one of the most embarrassing things you can do. I'm not going to find myself dying on the hill of being able to say the fucking R word. Okay? There is nothing dumber than that. Do you understand? Like, I think you are so invested in bottom of the barrel bullshit. How is lame a slur in any way? The origination of the word lame comes from, ironically enough, me walking with a lame. Like lame means like you're walking with a limp. It's a way to, it's a pejorative used, or it turned into a pejorative because of its initial, like, I guess, medical usage, in the same way that the R word was initially used in a medical fashion. Just like idiot was initially considered, when it was a medical term, it was considered a pejorative. Anyway, my point is people are always going to look for pejoratives. People are always going to look for new terms that they can use as a substitute to use in the place of like bad, okay? The reason why some of these words are not considered inappropriate now is because they initially fall out of favor, and then it's just like not considered inappropriate to use. And then other words that are substituted in the process that have higher impact are then considered inappropriate to use. It is what it is. What is this? Hasan's stream for the past few months.
Or your day never started. I had a really good day today, and I'm sorry if you had a bad day. Or your day never started because you died. Rest in peace. I woke up pretty early. And it's okay if you wake up late because you're working so hard. Or you're not working at all. Wait. Or it's okay if you have no job because I know that you love yourself. Or you don't love yourself, and that's okay. You're perfect the way you are. I ate breakfast, and I'm so privileged to eat breakfast. I'm so privileged to be able to eat breakfast like cereal or waffles and eggs and bacon. Or you don't like me, or I don't even like that. I don't even like that.
Yeah, this is more so Austin during Fear End. Okay? Because I do the opposite of this, where I say whatever the fuck I want to, and then people yell about it. People yell about it after the fact on TikTok. One of the funniest TikToks I saw was someone unironically saying like Hasan is a racist, misogynist, blah, 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 the classic, right? And then people in the chat, like people in the comments were like, what are you talking about? And she just kept saying it was because of my streamer awards response. And apparently it was because it was because I had responded to FanFan when she asked me, like, why my, not even like the I'll put it on you later response. Even funnier than that. It was actually because I had said, hold on, I'm going to read it. I screenshotted it. I didn't want to post it anywhere because, like, I don't want to invite unwelcome attention to this person. I don't want people to go and, like, shit on her or anything like that. Especially because when people do that, they like a lot of these people feel more galvanized and more reaffirmed in their position. He said at the Streamer Awards to a Chinese American streamer that he would recognize his suit because she's Chinese and it's from China as an example. They said I was demonstrating xenophobia and anti-Chinese sentiment. They said timeout on the Chinese hate to me. A white Chinese boy. Okay. You're using really extreme examples, though. When do we decide when a term is no longer acceptable? Is it a social thing? No, it is a social thing. It's absolutely a social thing. the irony is, it is a Chinese suit that I got in China. That person didn't know that at all. And I was asked by a Chinese American streamer. It's not like I brought it up. She brought it up. Or Chinese Canadian, sorry. Like, there are so many, I think there are so many cynical ways, better cynical ways of canceling someone like myself or trying to cancel someone like myself than that. If this was 2020, you would be crucified? No, because guess what? I've been doing this for fucking years. And back in like 2016, this was a big meta because I was wearing a kimono, okay? And people would say wearing a kimono is cultural appropriation. I've been at this game for a lot longer, okay? I promise you, there was the my costume is not your culture moment. And a lot of people at peak woke were fucking coming after me for that shit. And I was like, I'm going to keep wearing it because I think it's cool. And also, a lot of the kimono manufacturers in Kyoto are appreciative of the resurgence of kimonos in general in Western fashion. And part of the reason why is because it has actually brought back more industry. So I've been getting attempted cancellations over shit like this for many, many years. Okay? You are doing the thing in the TikTok. No, I don't necessarily give a shit. And I'm doing the opposite of this TikTok. I'm saying I don't give a shit. And also, if you consider that to be inappropriate, or if you consider that to be a microaggression that you find to be unfathomable, you need to fucking go back to the drawing board and really reconsider why you feel so passionate about that. Okay?
I drove, and I'm so privileged to have a car. I'm so thankful because some people don't have cars, and I respect those kind of people because that doesn't make them any less of a person. I said hello to my mom and dad, and it's okay if you don't have a mom or a dad, or they're still in the picture and they're not in your life, or you have two moms or two dads. They said, I love you. It's okay if your parents don't love you because you are loved and appreciated. And I got back home to and it's okay if you're homeless. It's okay if you're homeless because just because you're homeless doesn't mean you're less of a person. I got home.
Unhoused. Fucking got his ass. Should have said unhoused.
And I ate some food that I'm very privileged to eat. And I hope you had a great day or a bad day. Or your day never started because you died. Okay.
This fucking piece of shit, you know? Bring me back to 2002. Sometimes you see relics of the 2000s and remember why wokeness happened in the first place. What is this? Just don't watch whenever they talked about literally anything from a Japanese game studio. What is
of Japanese history? Well, we're not exactly sure how, but can you really blame us? Because who knows anything about Japanese history? There were some samurai, they periodically killed themselves, a rat learned judo, and they invented a religion that sanctifies small trees and fat guys wrestling. Then we nuked them. That's what they turned into a real country.
To see what the PS3 can do with a hack and slash is not...
What the fuck? Hey, yo! What the fuck? Brother! Oh my god. Yeah, okay, that's correct. Yeah, you see relics of the 2000s and then remember why wokeness happened in the first place is correct.
Wrestling. Then we nuked them. That's what they turned into a real country.
Yeah, no, this is the most Chinese G4 has ever been. That's crazy. That kind of sentiment from an American hits very different. Okay, that's a crazy thing to say.
What the PS3 can do with a hack and slash is not bound up with a complex storyline like the vast pageant of Japanese history. Here's our review of Untold Legends.
Genji's story.
G4. Oh my God. That guy at the end is an anti-woke shitter now. It seems like he was an anti-woke shitter then too. That was so racist. I took AoE damage and I'm not even Japanese. Oh, oh my God. Anyway, speaking of anti-woke and woke environments, obviously anti-wokeness has taken up an entirely separate tone nowadays as well. Obviously, as we've talked about over and over again on this broadcast, something that I keep repeating to people, which is, what is this? U.S. imposes travel ban on Palestinians? Of course. Fucking bullshit. Anyway, we'll get to that in a second. But we have arrived at DEI white supremacy. Okay, DEI white supremacy. Is Sneeko woke again? No, he keeps going back and forth. He has like railed against the red pill community on numerous occasions in like the last couple of weeks, but he still went to the New York Young Republicans Club. He's still collaborating with like Nick Fuentes and stuff like that. He's just grifting. I think he's just trying to find his place in this world, as he always has. And this journey has led him to very, very interesting places. Let's take a look.
What I can't imagine. I don't know what his take is going to be. This is pretty.
I just
predictions.
I don't get it, man. Like those are Nazis. What the fuck?
I'm a Nazi. Is that what you're saying? All right.
What is happening, bro? I mean, they all just hate Jews. No, but like they don't just hate Jews, brother. They hate
Jesus, dude. It's
black people too.
Bro,
like what did not?
Okay, I don't hate black people. Like, look, this idiot. Okay, first off, I'm black.
Well, you should let the video run, Sneeko, because I bring that up. Sneeko.
Black, you Turk. This guy's black, and like, is anyone hating on him right here? Third, the same people who say that.
Yeah, that's my confusion. Yes, you Turk is so funny. That's like, you're just trying to do like a European style 4chan poll LARP right there. Oh, you Turk. Oh, Turk Roach. That's my favorite thing, because most Americans have no fucking idea why there's any sort of enmity towards Turkish people in general, because the Ottoman Empire didn't really fucking end up presenting a real threat to America, right? That shit was basically pretty much packed up. Like the peak of it was gone by the time America came around. So it wasn't even like that. It wasn't that significant. In the same way that like in Europe, the sick man in Europe, the disease of Ottoman Empire was an ever-present danger for Europeans, which is why they have a lot of hang-ups, which is why there's like a lot of anti-Turk sentiment in Europe as well.
That we hate Jews. Also say that you hate Jews, you fucking idiot. He's trying to be the token anti-Semite. Hey, buddy, the ADL's on your ass too.
The ADL's on my ass more than they're on your ass, dummy.
All day long, this guy talks about like, the hostages and talks about his whole thing is being the Palestinian guy, right? Being the Palestinian activist. Who do you think is bombing Palestinians? And then you're going to use the tactic, oh, we hate all Jews. Really? You're going to employ...
Dog, you are a Holocaust denier. What are you talking about? Like, what are you fucking talking about? Yeah, 0 mentions from the ADL on obviously Sneeko. For the record, here it is. Of course. Yeah, it's getting to a point where it's like, I'm fake because I don't deny the Holocaust. I'm not a real one.
The same media tactics that they're using against you. Also, how do you talk about what is the actual way? How do these libtards justify talking about Israel and Palestine all day, every day, without also talking about Judaism? They very cleverly.
What does this guy say? Someone said, measure success, 40K versus 27K, free Kai? Like Kai Cenat? There's Kai Cenat fans in here shitting on me? What the fuck's going on?
And, at this point, it's been over 2 years since October 7th. They know what they're doing. They'll say words like, they'll say
Free
Israeli
Kai.
instead of Jew. They'll say Zionist instead of Jew. And they'll be like, look, I'm not like those Nazis over there. They know what they're doing. They just want the cancel culture to go on us. The thing is, Hasan.
Or maybe there's a significant point of difference here. There's a significant disagreement here. Okay? And the significant disagreement is, I don't hate Jews, and I don't believe that it is Judaism that is responsible for the domination and settler colonial state of Israel, and that it's simply a defensive mechanism that Zionists have actually implemented quite successfully for a very long time, as a matter of fact. Something that I've talked about quite extensively, something that there's a lot of fucking writing around.
You can't talk about Israel and Palestine without also talking about Judaism.
I talk about Judaism all the time, just not in the way that you want me to talk about Judaism.
Israel does not exist without Judaism. I know you like to say it's all about imperialism and it's all about, the apartheid.
Dude, I love that this is actively like dumbifying the argument. He's like, dude, why are you making complex arguments like imperialism and whatnot? Just talk about the Jews, bro. Talk about the Jews. So stupid. Why don't you just talk about the Jews and call it a fucking day? Awesome. It's like virtually everything I fucking rail against with regular frequency. Part of the reason why I actually criticize people like Sneeko and people like Nick Fuentes is because of that.
State, why does it exist? Does Israel want to establish a third temple? Do they want to destroy Al-Aqsa Mosque? What's going on? Why is Netanyahu talking about destroying Rome again? Saying the biggest threat to Jews was Rome. Does he say Israel or does Netanyahu say Jews? You're being very selective, and it's.
This is how all these idiots approach any subject. I know. This is the person. This is one of the few. This is one of the first victims of like the internet brain rot. Guy who was smarter when he was 13 years old. Sneeko and Ethan have the same exact understanding of your arguments, Law. I know. One should call that into question. Like, guy who is supposed to be this anti-Zionist talking about religious war. That's exactly what fucking Benjamin Netanyahu says too, dumbass. Why the fuck would you agree with him or adopt his framing on the matter? What have you agreed with Netanyahu on that this is a moment of sincerity from him? Yeah. If someone tells Nico that it was a Jew that convinced him that it's all for the Jews, he's going to explode. Oh my God. Why are you giving his arguments charity? Does it seem like I'm giving his arguments charity? Do you not understand what I'm saying here? I'm saying that his arguments are giving Benjamin Netanyahu's arguments charity. I'm debunking his arguments. Judaism is a 3,000-year-old religion. Israel's been around, and Zionism has been around for like 100+ years. Okay? Israel's been around for 80. The fuck are we talking about? Okay, 6,000, 5,000, whatever. It's insane. It's insane how narrow people's understanding of certain concepts are.
It's this strategic way so that not only you don't get banned, but also so you could throw people who are actually on the front line spreading the message that you pretend like you're spreading.
I like that him and Ethan Klein's arguments are identical here, where it's like, come on, we're all actually spreading a message of fuck Jews, right? Come on, dude. Why are you Why are you getting mad at me? I don't know. Maybe because I disagree with you. Have you ever considered that? Because while someone like Sneako's position on Israel or on any matter of different like domestic issues has shifted dramatically, right? Shifted dramatically, swinging wildly from one position to the next. Mine has remained stable for the last 12 fucking years. How am I the one who's insincere here? I have combated anti-Semitism while maintaining anti-Zionist positions for the last fucking 12 years. You, on the other hand, have swung wildly in either direction. Before you even knew what the fuck Israel was, I was out there in the trenches. It's so ridiculous. This will double down and not listen. I know.
You just throw them under the bus. Us, me.
I'm not throwing you under any bus, brother. I'm saying that your worldview is wrong, which is something that you personally are recognizing as of late as well. Hopefully it's a sincere recognition and not one that is simply leaning into a different version of the same grift that you've been doing for the past, 5 years now. He's just looking for a dunk on you in the eyes of his community. It's just bullshit to rile up his base. I know. And if he had actually played the video further, he would realize that I'm even talking about himself being Haitian and also being of Filipino and Haitian background, and how hurt he was personally that his own audience was yelling at him at the peak of like Haitians are eating cats and dogs. Tokens always get spent. Okay? Tokens inevitably get spent. That was when people were coming to collect. I remember he posted about how sad he was. He posted about how fucking sad he was that like his own fan base was talking about like how no, Haitians do actually eat cats and dogs, dummy. And he was like, "Oh, I'm Haitian. That's not how it is. Like people are being ridiculous." That's it. Yeah, that's what Hasan always do. He claims that everyone else is bad, wrong, racist, etc., but he's always right. Never wrong, pure and good. Hasan is such a himbo, but he somehow makes Sneeko appear smart. Hasan needs to go, man. He keeps calling on violence to everyone. Hasan will have one of the first, have the honor of one of the first streamers deported. Are you Haitian? Is that what I said? Is that what you heard? These guys have spent like the last 2 years in the background consistently talking about how like Nazis were good. We fought the wrong side on World War II, all this shit. And now whenever someone calls them Nazis, they're like, "Whoa, why, how could you say that?" I don't know, man. Maybe because you fucking presented yourself as one and consistently collaborate with neo-Nazis of different sorts. Answer him. Yeah. Okay, chat. Yes, I am not Haitian. You got it. Can't wait for someone to clip this and be like, Hasan's community is doing this shit. Anyway. Do you think it's easier for them to accept an evil religious cabal than money-hungry capitalists? Yes, of course. That's why it's, what is it? The anti-Semitism is the socialism of fools. It's much easier to adopt that framework that there is like an evil group of people out there that's like dominating society, instead of recognizing that people are just going along with their class positions and class interests. Yes, that is why liberal society more often than not invites conspiracy, because conspiracy is the logical conclusion of anti-materialist thinking. Because materialist analysis is boring, okay? It's dull. There is no grand conspiracy, no grand design. Everything falls into place, especially in the absence of any sort of... Didn't he say this? What is this?
Here is Sneeko defending Hitler when debating Aiden Ross. You know, the top minds of our generation cooking up some of the greatest attitudes, some of the greatest ideas you could have ever come up with.
Reality ain't black and white, my nigga. Nothing is black and white. And if you say it is, you're delusional. I'm just sorry to say.
I didn't say. You just made up a whole argument that I didn't even make.
But do you hear what I was trying to say?
You consider it, like, just be more empathetic? Is that it? Is that the point?
He's basically saying understand perspective. Like,
that's exactly what you guys aren't doing. That's exactly what both of you didn't do this whole argument, is understand. The thing that triggered you was understand.
I don't care about Hitler's perspective.
So it's either understand perspective or don't. Because Hitler was...
That's awesome. That's actually awesome. Like, he's saying, what about the difference in opinion of Hitler? Like, why do you not want to understand Hitler's perspective? First of all, I don't really understand. I mean, I guess it makes sense to be like, if you get off on being a cuckold, right? I would suspect as like a mixed race, half black, half Asian guy, you would defend Hitler openly, because like that's the ultimate cuckoldry. You know what I mean? Like defending the ideas of a dude who like literally thinks you should not exist and should be eviscerated from existence. So that's like that's probably like the ultimate. Like if you're constantly chasing highs, like who will humiliate me next? You know, cuckmaxing, if you will, exactly. That's like one avenue to go down, I think, right? Like that's what you got to do. They're trying to cancel Hitler. Wokeness gone amok. This is the worst thing Sneeko has ever done. He gave Aiden Ross a W. Yeah. When you are standing next to Aiden Ross and you come across more unhinged, that is... Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say. That's the worst. I mean, dude, look at this lineup. You got DJ Academics, Aiden Ross, and Sneeko arguing about Hitler's difference in opinion. Hitler was okay with the races, just not Jews, my understanding. Yeah, your understanding is wrong. What the fuck do you mean? Hitler wasn't even okay with like white people that had any kind of, Hitler wasn't even okay with gay white people, trans white people. He wasn't even okay with, the white people with disabilities. What the fuck do you mean? He wasn't even okay with Slavs, bro. What the fuck? Like people that you think are white now, who are a part of the larger white umbrella, he was not okay with. There is less that Hitler was okay with than not okay with. Like, it's a much shorter list to be like the group of people that Hitler liked versus the group of people that Hitler did not like. That's a long list.
Was that your mullet era? That was the brief-lived, short-lived mullet era. Who's this guy he's cooking? Some dude with a mullet. How old is his video? I guess 2 years ago, April 13th, 2023. Is bro really replaying his old ass shit streams? Hasan hates Afghanis and Iraqis and loves dead Palestinians. Hasan is an American exceptionalist liberal Zionist. Quit streaming, you neoliberal asshat. No, that's not bait. That's not bait. That's a dude who is. Bro took the orders of Bad Empanada seriously. That is 100% a Maoist third worldist. Who, after years and years of dedicated support, took like 3 or 4 YouTube videos to turn around and decide that I'm the #1 op. That's what it is. It's called having principles, you Democrat shill. You worked for DHS? I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about, but okay. It's true. I am an agent of the state. Actually, when I was stopped at the border, we were talking about our notes. Or no, hold on. They stopped me so I could get legitimacy. They stopped me so I could gain legitimacy and gain favor in the radical support system that is going to destroy the imperialist hegemonic superstructure. Even when I got kicked out of the DNC, that was all an act. Stop. They're too brain broken. They're going to think you're serious. Yes. It's the most extensive psyop of all time. The biggest psyop of all time is to actually have a guy who virtually all of the fucking orifices and every servant of the Israeli state attacks with regular frequency. Everyone on the right attacks with regular frequency. Liberals attack with regular frequency. Who spends every waking moment trying to explain to people that Israel is a repulsive nation state that is designed around a fascist ideology. This is how feds operate. All part of the plan. I'm glad you noticed and activated it. How do these people exist in the real world? Don't they see how much positive motion you brought to the Palestinian movement? They don't exist in the real world. It's that simple. What do you mean? A person that has opinions like that does not ever go outside. That is the creation of the internet. Ironically, probably, I mean, if they had any motion whatsoever, would be doing the bidding of federal law enforcement without even recognizing that they're doing that, for the record. What is this? Talk about Project Cicada, the fucking the comms degree 2-week internship that I had, do you think that is proof that I'm working with the Department of Homeland Security? That I got a fucking college credit course where I tried to make a website design? Didn't really do anything? You said it yourself, dumbass. Yeah, that's what you think is like an actual serious fucking. That's a serious fucking work that I put in with the Department of Homeland Security. You are a Fed. You work for DHS. You lying scumbag. Hasan, you only go outside the posture as pro-Palestinian just to abandon them for Brad Lender of all people. Fuck you. You said it yourself. So you do or you do not directly for Democrats? No, I've never worked for the Democrats. What? When will you learn that? Wait, blatantly lie. When have I worked for the Democrats? What are you talking about? Yeah, instead of doing this kind of research, you'd be researching lithium. After yesterday, I was wondering how many FBI agents do you think in this chat on a regular basis here? This person is not an FBI agent. This person is 100% the type of person that would be the most easy to activate by an FBI agent who goes, hey, comrade, it's time to take over a forward operating base. Here's some Tenorite. Let's do direct action. And he's like, oh my God, revolutionary fervor is inside of me. We are going to do the revolution right now. It will be a violent one. This is unironically the type of person that will get duped by a federal law enforcement agent and then will very very quickly be postured all around the airwaves as like proof that leftist radicalism and leftist extremist acts of terrorism is an imminent threat. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah. This is exactly the type of posting moments before someone joins the Turtle Island Liberation Front created by the dumbest FBI agent of all time. But because he's so fucking primed and so motivated, this is the type of person who this is the type of person whose brain gets broken by seeing real harm in the real world go unaddressed for decades. Okay? That's it. A person that sees untold amounts of death and destruction, okay? Untold amounts of death and destruction, sees that go utterly unnoticed or cast aside, discarded, and it understandably, especially if they have a strong sense of justice, it makes them go crazy. It makes them go insane. And the more their convictions are solidified, the more death and destruction that they see, the less interested people are in addressing any of that, the more they fucking lose their minds. And the more separated they are from normal people who could potentially pull them back into the real world. And, you know, I wish him well. There's not really anything I can do. The YouTuber who I watch make 20 videos on you a month. Whenever his YouTube revenue dips, said you work for the Danish government. Yeah. Like the very same people that will like laugh about Ryan Ruth don't realize that they're becoming like a type of Ryan Ruth themselves. Isn't that kind of all of us right now? Yeah, my goal is to try to fucking make sure that all of that anger and resentment is still is still moving you in a productive manner, is moving you into a productive place in society. You know, organizing rather than leave you on the sidelines, angry, resentful, with no alternatives whatsoever. Yeah, this is it. No, it's someone who has principles, who hates seeing a millionaire funnel people into dead-end Democrats. You get paid to promote Zionism, maybe not even paid. Your opinion means nothing to me. I can organize and call out Hasan at the same time. What the fuck? Yes. Thank you. Thank you for your call out post. You've done great service. You have. Now go outside. I've been in these streets since 2017. Okay. You get paid to promote Zionism, maybe not even paid. Your opinion means nothing to me. No, as someone who has principles, who hates seeing a millionaire funnel people into dead-end Democrats. Yeah. You got me. You caught me. I am simultaneously the person perhaps most responsible for Kamala Harris's electoral defeat because I wasn't funneling people into the Democratic Party, but also the person that is primarily tasked with funneling people into the Democratic Party. Opportunists come and go. Opportunists come and go. I've had different versions of these sorts of people throughout the last 10 years of my advocacy. My positions have not changed. I'm going to continue advocating for the things I'm advocating for. If you are so easily duped after spending a good deal of time in here, then you are. Just because you have your issues with libs does not make you a leftist. Sock them bullshit. You are the opportunist. Yes. It's true. Yeah. That's why I've chosen perhaps one of the, in the eyes of the broader American, in the eyes of Americans in general, the most unfavorable positions, whether it be my position on China, whether it be my consistent advocacy against empire, or whether it be openly stating that I am a socialist who does not mind being called a communist either. You know, these are the real favorable positions in the eyes of the broader, in the eyes of the everyday American citizen. These incredibly popular positions that I've maintained when it was even not even addressed in mainstream discourse, like not even talked about. I did it as a big grift. I know you always joke about grifting to the left, but there's a content creator that unironically has that lockdown for the crusties of anarchists. I don't even think Bad Empanada is grifting. I think he's just insane. Like, I don't even think Bad Empanada is grifting. I don't think he's just doing like the I'm leftier than everyone else. I think he is sincerely saying the things that he's saying about me. I think he's just crazy. Take the L and move on. Gotta admit he got your ass. It's true. Like when he says he hates like American unions or he hates the DSA, and the best thing that like the American left could do is like destroy the Democratic Socialists of America and destroy unions. I don't think he's doing that because he's like, genuinely trying to as a federal agent, destroy what minor, marginal American left movement exists. I think he's doing that because he's actually crazy. I think he's grifting. He found a niche to min-max. No, No. I don't think so. I don't think he's grifting. I mean it. Can you address my suspicion about your racism? What are we doing? We're not doing a struggle session, okay? We're moving on from this shit.
Everything that you and I treasure, live by, meditate on, everything that's our lifeline to heaven, every sermon you've ever preached has come as a direct result of the Word of God that came to us through the Jews. Jesus was Jewish. The disciples were Jewish. On the day of Pentecost, there were 3,000 Jews, devout Jews from every nation under earth who were filled with the power of the Holy Spirit and were sent out into the world. All of the revelation that we have of the nature and the character of God came to the world through the Jewish prophets, priests, and kings and apostles. The world should be ashamed. Our nation should be ashamed. It's our obligation, our moral human obligation, to protect and stand with the.
Would you have a conversation with Bad Empanada? We already did. And when met with my actual positions, he straight up agreed with everything. And then after that, for the last half of a year, he spent most of his time talking about how disastrous I've been to the revolutionary struggle or something. So I don't know if that's genuinely a productive conversation at all. And no, like I said, I don't think he's simply posting for money. I don't have that kind of attitude about Bad Empanada. Because if he was simply posting for money or grifting or whatever, he wouldn't be taking this. I think he's a genuine third worldist. I think that's his worldview. And we have disagreements. And if he wants to keep consistently talking about warning his fans about the dangers, his fans that he has mostly primed from my community, funneled into his community, and warn them actively to take a more aggressive stance against dangerous figures such as myself, well, get in line. There's a lot of people that do that. I like that he has in the past done videos about how profitable the fuck Hasan grift is, and then kind of leaned into it himself as well. I think that our major disagreement does stem from optimism versus nihilism. I think he has a much more nihilistic perspective than I do, and that's all he cares about. If you have no investment or interest in trying to move people to your side, trying to organize, trying to educate people beyond, the America is the great evil, which I understand, right? If you look at his worldview, it's basically changed over time from going from a disillusioned Bernie bro to a much more militant stance. There's no pragmatism associated with his position at all. It's utterly devoid of any sort of organizing in the first world. Every organizing in the first world is just to reappropriate the super profits that the first world extracts from the third world in a more meaningful fashion, only to continue American dominance and American empire. That's his position. It's an honest position. It's not insincere. And there are plenty of people who do have that position. Okay. But that's it. And then, ironically enough, the people who also parasocially adopt this fucking framework as though it's valid without, you know, inserting their own critical thinking into the equation will then turn around and ironically still continue to say exactly what Bad Empanada says, which is defense of Hasan is met with so much parasocial angst and so much parasocial animosity. Bitch, you're fucking being parasocial right now. You were parasocially a fan of mine, and now you feel like I've betrayed you because you parasocially became a fan of Bad Empanada. At a certain point, you have to take ownership over your own fucking worldview. Okay? It's parasocial all the way up and down. Valid critique is parasocial? No, dumbass. Insane, schizophrenic critique without actually offering any critical thinking whatsoever is what's parasocial. What you are doing is not valid critique. I know you think it's valid critique because you watch enough YouTube videos that primed you into believing that this is valid critique, but it's not actually valid critique. That's it. All right, let's get to we got 2 articles that I want to read. One from Vanity Fair, Susie Wiles, J.D. Vance and the Junkyard Dogs, the White House Chief of Staff on Trump's second term, part 1 of 2. This is a big one. You've been letting chat get to you a lot this past month or so. True, but we also do move on quickly. All this to farm another YouTube video over their slop daddy. Yeah, he'll get a lot of that. He'll get a lot of impact off of this one. Hasan's audience is finally turning on him leftistly. Okay, it's the Asmongold equation, but from the left. This is Hasan is finally over. Hasan is 1,000,000% over after this. Based. I don't want to leave people rudderless after explaining to them why things are fucked. Okay? That's it. I understand that real change takes a tremendous amount of effort and a tremendous amount of time, and moving things marginally in the direction of building any sort of organizational capacity, organizational tools in a country like the United States of America, at least in an effort to let the United States of America get out of the way of a lot of these other developing nations that might have their own revolutionary struggles, is a good thing. That is what my methods look like. It's not something that I have hidden. It's not something that I shy away from openly expressing. It's something that I have talked to Bad Empanada about directly, where he agreed, or at least seemingly agreed in that conversation. If you go back and watch that conversation, you will understand why what he's saying now seems a little silly and far-fetched. You know? So that's it. I appreciate you, Hasan. A chatter you called out and has been reflecting on it a lot. It's good. That's all I urge you to do, is to be charitable and try to understand what I'm saying instead of immediately and automatically assuming that there is something cynical behind it. Okay? Because I think the bad faith assessment is the most poisonous one. And I'm not even doing that to Bad Empanada. Okay? A person who has been up my asshole, I'm not even doing that to him. I don't think he is grifting. I think he is not like trying to farm the anti-Hasan shit. I'm jokingly saying that, right? But I do think that this is just his sincerely held position. Okay? Do I think it's counterproductive? Absolutely. It's a minor nuisance in the grand scheme of things. It's not that big of a deal. But that is how like a lot of these people just kind of drop whatever larger goals that they had and find themselves in the throes of slop, algorithm induced slop, even if at a certain point in time they themselves were actually shitting on that algorithm induced slop. It's nihilism. You're a good starting point, but you fuck up when you start shitting on everyone to the left of you. Point to me a time where I've done that. All your longtime subs leave because you're fucking Democrat Party hack and they see through the charade. Gaslight, gaslight, gaslight. I wish Hasan was a socialist. You're a good starting point. No, brother. It's because, unfortunately, I will say this openly. I think a lot of you don't actually generate a worldview from what you hear here and then like go on your own personal journey. You just move on to a different YouTuber. You think like watching YouTube videos is actually praxis or the equivalent or a substitute for theory. It's easy for you. You don't actually spend a lot of time thinking about this sort of stuff. You just let others do the thinking for you. At first it was me, and now it's someone else. And that's actually the sincere problem here. The lie you keep telling yourself, talk to some actual Marxists. Explain to me an actual Marxist who vehemently disagrees with me on anything, on any issue that I've brought up, that is not a YouTuber. Go. I'll be waiting. Name one Marxist that doesn't have a fucking podcast, doesn't have like a robust Twitter presence that they're trying to fucking build, that doesn't have a YouTube channel. Where are the Marxists? You think everyone is trying to grift for money? No. Don't move away. Don't shift the attention to a different question. Don't deflect. You said, talk to some actual Marxists. I said, name a fucking Marxist. Go ahead. Name an academic. Name someone who is actively working in some kind of like Marxist organization. It shouldn't be that hard, right? You just said, name a Marxist that is not a YouTuber. The reason why you ask this question is because you know I'm right. You can't find a single Marxist that's not a YouTube influencer. That's the reason why you ask this question. You think everyone's trying to grift for money? Are you claiming that all of the Marxists are actually grifting for money? John Bellamy Foster and Gabrielle Rockhill. Okay, link me. You're still a subscriber. Link to me what they've said. I'm not subbed. Gabrielle Rockhill does follow me. They don't talk about you directly. They talk about the trend you represent. It's interesting. Maybe we'll have Gabrielle Rockwell on. Siphoning potential socialists right back into establishment politics. I wonder if Gabrielle Rockwell would actually have that attitude about someone like myself. Or maybe you personally think that. The chatter has a point? No, it doesn't. No, the chatter doesn't have a point. How do you... Oh, God. This is why... Stop getting one guide, man. The chatter has a point. This is why I hate fucking... this is why it's so difficult. It's so difficult to have like a normal discourse in a community such as this one, because no matter how stupid someone might be with their gripe, even in the process of explaining why their gripe is actually wrong and stupid or misdirected as someone such as myself, there will still be a bunch of dumb bitches in the chat going, exactly. Okay? How are you so easy? How are you so easily duped? DSA Marxist Unity Group. You like DSA, right? Or are they too Marxist for you? What the fuck are you saying? Seems like you never help small socialists grow. That's so crazy because Overzealots, Chris Kunzler, numerous other fucking accounts, Ben a Minute, numerous other accounts that many of you now consume, I've highlighted early on. The fuck are you talking about? Yes, YouTubers. I'm a fucking YouTuber, dumbass. What do you mean? What about organized groups? What do you mean? Not only, dude, you just brought up the fucking DSA, but I'm sure you don't think the DSA is radical enough. But even beyond that, even beyond the DSA, as far as like PSL goes, I don't stand in opposition to any of these fucking groups at all. Whether they be mutual aid, whether it be mutual aid groups or groups that come out of the DSA or the PSL. Invite comments on the stream sometime. I do. You're doing the, why don't you have any black guests on discourse, but now for communists? It's silly when people make that statement, and it's silly when you make this statement as well. I do. It's okay. You're never going to, you've already made up your mind. Okay? At a certain point, you have to come to terms with the reality that these people that you have suspected of hating me probably don't have the same criticisms that you do. That's number one. You've invented those criticisms in your mind. And number two, the revolutionary criticism that you're making is about micromanaging a fucking Twitch streamer. Okay? How can you not recognize that that is the ultimate horse blinders that you have on? Okay? I'm giving you the dignity to have this conversation with you. I'm offering you a little bit of a back and forth so I can hopefully snap you out of it. But it seems like you're so invested in this. It seems like you are so invested in this incredibly short-sighted and incredibly specific form of argumentation that you will never see it. I've been here for 10 minutes, Law. You are dragging this out for me. Okay, brother. You've also been subscribed for 41 months. And I'm willing to bet that you spent a good deal of time. If we were to look at your fucking chat history, I suspect that you've spent a good deal of time in this community, both in Discord, probably went down your own, splinter Discord route. Plenty of people like yourself have existed in this community, and they always seem to come back for one reason or another. Oftentimes people like yourself, maybe not you specifically, will even openly say, well, I was actually a big Hasan fan. He actually opened my eyes to socialism, but then I actually moved beyond the need for watching Hasan. and I'm building my revolutionary vanguard on my own, you know? You have 999 plus messages in the fucking chat. Don't act like you've only been here for a brief moment, okay? Look at this. The fuck do you mean? Yes, I used to be a fan. Yeah, I know. I clocked you already. I know. It's because you mistake being in this chat with like revolutionary action or something, and then you move on to other content creators and you think consuming their content is making you even engage in more revolutionary action. Is talking about the varieties of left-wing politics and how they differ from your own stance is an interesting topic? Not necessarily for me, especially because I try to maintain a big tent attitude here to the best of my ability and try to not left bash at all. It's something that I think is unproductive and awful in general. These are the types of people, unfortunately, that come in and try to do that to the best of their ability, to be like, no, you have to literally left bash right now. You have to fucking yell at me and show me how stupid I'm being. And then the content creators that they're doing that for will then make content out of it, only to feed into this narrative. This is what happens to parasocial people when their pedestal does something they disagree with. Instead of reckoning with the reality, they don't have to agree with everything Hasan says. They go down the hater pipeline in many different directions. Exactly. I think they might be a YouTube Reddit frog. Their logs aren't extensive. These are the hours that make new viewers go, yuck. Yeah. Anyway. Dude, did you not ask the chatter a question and they answered and the chat didn't like the answer? No, because their answer was wrong. Like, just because they gave an answer doesn't mean the answer was right. The person that they brought up not only follows me, but also has collaborated with other content creators. I'm going back to content creators now, like Deprogram, who occupy a very similar space in the YouTube and media space that I occupy, which very clearly implies that that person most likely does not have the same criticisms that they would consider to be appropriate directed towards someone like myself. So chat was actually getting mad at the person for bringing up a name, thinking that this would be a great example. Anyway, in 30 minutes, we're actually going to move on to something that is much more serious, much more significant. E-Day in Nashville. Erica and I sat down. Here's what happened. The next episode of Candace Owens. Why don't people more left than you pop off? What? I don't know. This is going to get 200K viewers for sure. This will be the big show.
4.5 hours later, I'm alive. I'm alive. I'm totally fine, and I'm sorry. I was going to do a show for you guys this evening, but I am truly exhausted. Very productive conversation. I asked every single question. I mean, from Egyptian planes to Turning Point USA Faith, and I was very surprised by some of the answers that I got, and I think they were also very surprised when I shared certain intel.
I'm willing to bet, yeah, Themasius, you're right. I already said this yesterday, but there's going to be people that think she's compromised now which is why it's my opportunity, our opportunity to strike. Clandestine operators, we will be the one true Highlander, the one true racism final boss, the real Highlander, okay? This is our opportunity to shine, folks. Closed door, non-recorded one-on-one conversation with the group that you heavily leaned into potentially having a hand or in the assassination of Charlie Kirk. All of a sudden, let's see how she will navigate the discourse. Candace Owens' short video after her meeting with Erica Kirk has been viewed over 22 million times on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube. Her heavily radicalized audience is very concerned that during the meeting she was threatened, blackmailed, or bribed into silence. To be clear, her audience is radicalized mainly against Jews and Israel. Candace caved everyone. Back to reality. I don't know, man. It's not passing the vibe check. It's a wrap. We just lost her too. They got you. They got to you, didn't they? Now, Candace, because she has no real, in my opinion, has no real convictions at all, we'll look at this back and forth. We'll look at the statements coming from her audience. This is a real breaking point, okay? This is the grand finale. The grand finale. The reason why I say this is because, like, Charlie Kirk gets assassinated. Candace Owens slowly but surely starts leaning into, like, Israel killed Charlie Kirk, all this stuff. Charlie Kirk was on the way to just say, fuck Israel. Charlie Kirk was potentially going to become Catholic, all this shit, right? And people who were looking for answers, who already didn't really fuck with Israel, were very excited that someone was saying Israel did this. Now, having said that, okay, as time moved on, as time went along, and she kept leaning into different versions of these conspiracies, some of which are super far-fetched and some of which are ridiculous, and others that were misunderstandings, her popularity grew. The animosity towards Candace grew as well on the right because they were frustrated that she was literally fucking popping off like, she's grifting on Charlie Kirk's legacy more than we could, and they were very mad, right? Most of the animosity stemmed from the fact that these guys are all a bunch of fucking charlatan grifters, and they were very offended and upset that Candace was basically using this as an opportunity to boost her profile. And initially, she had said that she wasn't going to go after Erica Kirk. Obviously, she was actually very supportive of Erica Kirk in the beginning, talking about how, this is a widow, we should stay off her, and she's doing the greatest thing, whatever, yada, yada, yada. But then, this past week, she was directly hitting Erica Kirk as well. Turning Point USA was supposed to actually do a town hall. They invited Candace to the town hall. She said no, she can't make it to the town hall. And that town hall was supposed to take place yesterday. Erica Kirk, after doing a town hall with Barry Weiss on CBS News, turned around and said, instead of doing a Turning Point USA town hall about the conspiracy surrounding Charlie Kirk's death, I will have a private conversation with Candace Owens. She basically fucking cut out the middleman, because this was supposed to address a lot of Candace's audience. But instead of doing that, Erica Kirk decided, I'm just going to talk to Candace Owens directly. And a private meeting took place yesterday. We shall see what the impact of that private meeting looked like, because I think a lot of our audience that is primed for maximum conspiracy are probably going to turn on Candace Owens. And Candace Owens, being a grifter, is either going to lean into the conspiracies and start daggering Erica Kirk instantly after this private meeting, or she's going to lay off. If she lays off, I think some in our audience will go along with it. Others will seek out someone else that will deliver the maximalist positions. So we shall see. But I'm excited for the drama. Benjamin Netanyahu now says that if it had not been for the Jews, USA would not exist. We brought you into this world. We can take you out. No, he didn't say that. He probably said some other shit that's being misconstrued. That sounds even too far-fetched for fucking Benjamin Netanyahu, who is a incredibly, he is an insane person and insanely arrogant. I'm sure he said something along those lines, and people are kind of misconstruing it a little bit. Anyway, they got to you, didn't they? Candace filming in bad lighting. Why is this giving hostage video? Lol. Candace, please tell me you haven't been Shabbat Shalomed. Candace, if you hit us with, are we still talking about Charlie? My head will explode. If Candace does a whole 180 degree with her information tomorrow, something is definitely off. Oh, my Lord. Yes, I really believe Charlie is alive. She was told the truth, and now she's got to lay low. The truth will one day come out. Charlie is still alive? Hey, yo, that has 1,324 likes. Brother, what?
Today, the battle that the Maccabees fought. They fought for the survival of the Jewish people and the Jewish faith against an enemy that wanted to extinguish us, wipe us out from the face of the earth. We were fighting our battle, but we were also fighting the battle of civilization, because our civilization is based on the Judeo-Christian tradition. And if the Maccabees had failed, there'd be no Judaism, there would be no Judeo-Christian civilization. There would be no Maccabees. There would be no United States. There wouldn't be the civilization.
Yeah, I told you. It's not, he's not saying like literally that like Jews built America or some shit, okay? He's just trying to awkwardly tie everything back to like the Judaism to Christianity pipeline to from Judaism came Christianity, and from Christianity came like Judeo-Christian nation building, which is fucking, you know, a made up term anyway. He's just saying that it's the logical oh my God. Okay. My dad is burning the kitchen. Okay.
Civilization of freedom, the respect for our common traditions, our common values, all of that would not happen if it weren't for those 5 brave brothers. They actually made the whole difference. So that spirit animates these brave soldiers that are here today and their comrades who are fighting in Gaza or in Lebanon or in Iran, wherever is necessary to not only preserve the Jewish nation and the Jewish state, but preserve civilization against the barbarians. The barbarians are out there. They did.
Yeah, I mean, he's basically saying like, oh, if you get ahead of the Jews trying to preserve Western civilization will fall apart. That's all this is.
Did a horrible thing to us on October 7th. They'll never do it again.
It's the classic.
But
It's the classic. Like Israel is the first line of defense against the barbaric hordes of Islam knocking at your
against
gates.
Jews in Sydney and Jews elsewhere in America and elsewhere. This is our common battle against the barbarians.
Yeah.
We have won it here. We're winning it here. We'll win it everywhere. Chag Sameach, Chag Chanukah Sameach L'kulchem.
Yeah, this is not anything new. He's not saying like, we brought you into this world, we can take you out, that type of shit. I've literally called out exactly what he was going to say before he even said it, because I've heard it a million times over. Eyvallah baba. Şeyde sosları da verir mi? Kırmızı ve beyaz. Tamam. No, that's good. Thank you. True, I got clickbaited? Yeah, you got clickbaited. Candace versus Tim Pool continues. Ooh. Be specific, Candace. Make sure you're very clear. You've never said you've never had the same security people working for you that Charlie also used. I was clear, bitch. I said that Charlie and I never used the same security people. So your point that I was being a hypocrite by critiquing their actions that day is complete and utter trash. In fact, I regularly critique Charlie on a security team, and I'm sure I could dig up a text message or two to that effect. The girlies are still fighting. New York Post piece on Candace. Inside, Candace owns a sadistic and dangerous world monetizing baseless conspiracies. Holy fuck, New York Post. Faced with eviction, she filed a lawsuit against her landlord. Oh yeah, this is they're doing reputation assassination now to Candace, which is so funny because this is all stuff that was known for many, many years. Wait till they go back to her high school, where Candace Owens successfully sued the Connecticut Board of Education for being victim to white supremacist harassment that caused her to get a eating disorder. Or when she operated a anti-Trump blog all the way up until 2016. Or when she was a background extra on some rapper's music video, I think. That was another one, right? Yeah, I like that they're doing cancel culture to Candace Owens now. They're trying to cancel culture Candace Owens. I'm not going to sit here and let you drag my queen like this. Watch it, dude. First of all, okay, you know too much. Dude, I know too much because I've known about Candace Owens being a fucking grifter for years. This is old lore. Why do you think Candace Owens blocked me like a decade ago? This is old shit. Obsessed? Yeah, okay, dude. You're right. I shouldn't know about the inconsistencies in the ideology of my ideological opponents. You're correct. The fuck? I think it's I think a lot of you are only now discovering Candace Owens and stuff, so that's the reason why you think like it's weird to know this much about her background. When I've known Candace Owens as a racist operator on the right for almost a decade prior to this moment in the spotlight where she's become this like warrior of anti-Israel sentiment. Candace Owens used to be pro-Israel until like openly pro-Israel until October 7. The fuck are you guys talking about? She deleted almost all of her pro-Israel tweets. You know that, right? What did I say when Candace Owens got fucking fired from the Daily Wire? I said she didn't get fired for her anti-Semitism. She got fired for anti-Israel, for her anti-Israel position. Candace Owens was, in some ways, hired for her anti-Semitic opinions. Daily Wire knew very well that she was an anti-Semite. Maybe her anti-Semitic perspective actually hardened over time. Okay? But the reality of the matter is, everybody knew that Candace Owens was anti-Semitic, but she was also pro-Israel. So her anti-Semitism wasn't seen as like a major issue by the likes of Ben Shapiro, who has very openly stated that Ben Shapiro has very openly stated on the timeline publicly, He does not care about people saying anti-Semitic shit as long as they're pro-Israel. Candace Owens became a problem when she became anti-Israel. She calling Tim Pool slurs. Tim Pool's a walking example of why we call people F words in the 90s. It was never about homosexuality. It was about people who behave like F slurs. Oh my God. Oh my God. The girlies are fighting. Tim Pool should respond with, yeah, you have a right to say that because you married a gay man. That's what I would say in this situation. You know what I mean? Why is she even giving him attention? Oh, no. But let's continue with
This
this.
probably should have happened a very long time ago, but I wanted to let you guys know that I am alive, and I will have the full rundown for you guys tomorrow of what transpired. And yeah, I think it was definitely a very big step in the right direction. So I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Erica Kirk and podcaster Candace Owens meeting yesterday following weeks of public tensions over claims Owens made about Charlie Kirk's murder. Erica saying the two had a very productive meeting and that it's now time to get back to work. Owens reiterating that sentiment, confirming the two met for more than 4 hours on Monday. It's something that Erica says she's doing to protect those around her.
I want my team to have a peaceful Christmas. I'm not going to sit here and mudsling. Like I said earlier, I'm not going to call names. I'm not going to insult. Everyone's loved my husband, and we're all trying to figure out what happened. I trust that case.
Both women say they expect more to come out publicly from their meeting very soon.
I've been telling you, as this, I don't know if you want to call it a feud or what, between Candace Owens and Erica Kirk has been heating up, that I would have something to say on it in the coming days, and I do. It's been going on now for a while where Candace, I had that exchange with Ben Shapiro out on the tour where he said she'd accused Erica.
Conservatives were wrong. Placing women in the forefront of conservative media has been spectacular for content. Okay? Perhaps the entire time they were doing this, the entire time they were like, oh, women should be in the kitchen and whatnot, they were jealous and scared. They were fucking worried at how successful women would be in general in doing what they've been trying to do, but so much better. This has been far more entertaining than a million different cycles of conservative discourse. It's fucking amazing, dude. Thank you so much. Hey, W women, dude. I think men should be in the kitchen.
Of orchestrating Charlie's murder. And I was taken aback. I had not heard that. And then in the interim, between that day and the next, I had my staff go research exactly what she had said. And then somebody just happened to ask me a question about it. Truly was not, that was totally organic. That was not a plant by me at all, but somebody asked me about it the very next night. And I actually told them, because I'd been planning on saying something on the show since Ben had made the accusation. And if it was not true, I did not want to be having something that heavy hanging out there. Someone asked about it and I said, that's actually not true. And at that time, it was not true. Candace said, no.
To be fair, if you are putting men back in the kitchen, make sure that they don't burn it down like my dad does every day. Okay? I mean, he made a delicious meal for me, but That is the case.
Not accused Erica of orchestrating Charlie's murder. And I've gotten a lot of grief for saying that, but I was correct. We are relentlessly factual here on this program, and she had not done that at the time. As I pointed out at the time, she had impugned Turning Point, and I realize Erica is CEO, but she wasn't until after Charlie died. So, you know, saying the guys at Turning Point had done something prior to Charlie's death is not the same as saying Erica Kirk. Okay. I'm sorry, it may seem to you like a distinction without a difference, but we really do care about facts, being precise here on the program. We don't always get it right, but that's a big one to get wrong. Well,
Totally.
Since then, Candace...
That's what I associate with the conservative commentary sphere. Getting facts right. When I think about how much they prioritize truthfulness, that's... When I think of accuracy in claims being made, I think conservative media, especially independent media.
Has been more focused on Erica Kirk. And I think that's because Erica Kirk went on a media tour and started clearly speaking out about Candace.
Oh my God, she's shitting on Erica Kirk too.
It turned into a rather explosive situation last week where Erica went on with Harris Faulkner.
Damn, this is not favorable to Erica Kirk at all, brother. Oh my God. Even she's like, yeah, Erica Kirk kind of brought this attention to herself. Yeah, like the pro Erica Kirk position here would be Candace Owens went a little above and beyond with like, you know, the framing of Charlie Kirk's death and how much she personally benefited from it. And it's understandable that a widow who is now in a position where she's also a business owner would have to find herself in this unique predicament where she has to defend Charlie Kirk's legacy directly. And also Charlie Kirk happens to be the father of her children. You know? And instead, Megyn Kelly's kind of fucking framing this as like Erica brought this upon herself.
On Fox News and said very clearly she wants these quote, conspiracy theories to stop.
Low Kirk, everyone is fucking farming Erica. Tough break for Erica Kirk here. Megyn Kelly portraying herself as a peacemaker in the Candace Owens feud. Says it's fair to question whether Kirk is up to being TPUSA CEO. Essentially blames Kirk for feuding with Owens. Yo! Low Kirk, they're fucking flaming her. Maybe even High Kirk. God damn.
Especially about Turning Point USA, which she called her Turning Point family.
Oh, yeah. No, I saw this conspiracy theory. If Erica Kirk was dating Cabot Phillips at this time, how did Charlie Kirk not know? Yeah, there's also the other conspiracy theories about Erica Kirk's like dating profile. There's also the other side of the story about like a lot of people found out that you know, a lot of people found out photos of her modeling career and stuff like that, and they're saying that shit's satanic. They're talking about like I think she might have been like previously married as well. Her whole life is fucking falling apart right now. Turns out the right is pretty fucking ruthless, dude. This ain't even like leftists doing this shit. It's just the right doing it to themselves.
Don't know.
And this is happening while everyone is experiencing unprecedented levels of hatred and discontent with the FBI. Even the right is also fucking hitting the FBI is out of their dang minds narratives now. Oh my
and
Lord!
She was
and
clearly
it's happening
upset. You know, we played the
in
soundbite for you.
approximately 1 minute.
She's clearly, you know, she's had it.
61,000 people in the
And
waiting
then-
room. 61,000 people in the waiting room for Candace Owens' return. Woo! Oh, buckle in, dude. Holy shit, she's going to hit like $500,000. She's going to hit $500,000 on this. Clandestine operators, buckle in. Oh, couldn't have happened in a better way, dude. The right fucking falling apart because of their endless ambition, their lack of interest in any sort of real movement building. This is fun. She's going live. $71,000. Clandanistas, rise up. Clandestine operators, rise up. Oh my fucking Lord, dude. Yeah, Erica Kirk is paying her ex-boyfriend to speak about how to lead like Charlie with funds from her dead husband. Yeah, people found out that Cabot Phillips is like a part of the Turning Point USA and literally dated Erica Kirk back in the day when Charlie and Erica, way before Charlie and Erica met one another, or quote unquote met one another. People are calling into question like how in the orbit of Charlie Kirk Erica actually was. This type of shit unironically makes someone even like myself who is anti-conspiracy theory look at this a little differently. It is a little too serendipitous. Exactly. It is a little crazy. Like how the fuck 84,000 in the waiting room. Oh my God. Everyone else is so washed, including myself. Okay. Everyone else is washed as fuck, including your boy. We ain't got nothing. No motion whatsoever. Yeah, Megan tried to shank Erica just in time for this. Even though she is supposed to be speaking at TPUSA's America Fest this week. I think the TPUSA event is going to fucking fall apart. 100,000 people waiting. 100,000 people waiting in the waiting room. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is going to hit more than 500K. This is going to hit more than 500. And before people say, oh, you're a fucking view count Andy or whatever. Dog. This is the real mover and shaker in the world of politics right now. It does you no service to deny the legitimate, real human interest in whatever the fuck is going on with this endless back and forth and endless drama between Clandis and Erica Kirk. And it's happening. Oh my God, it's happening. Holy fuck. This is Wine Mom Super Bowl. This is my Super Bowl. Call me a fucking wine mom the way this is my Super Bowl too.
Okay, everybody, Shabbat Shalom. I just want to say Shabbat Shalom to everybody back at home. Happy Hanukkah to our greatest friends and allies. And this is a good time to mention that Israel does have a right to defend itself. Tucker Carlson is Adolf Hitler. And TikTok does need to be purchased by the Mossad. It's just how I'm feeling today. I am not different. Maybe you are different. Welcome back to Candace.
My.
Okay, you guys are crazy. You guys are absolutely crazy. The amount of people who attacked me for sending out a tweet being like, hey, I'm good, I'm alive. We had a very productive conversation. And they were like, she got the call. She got the call. She's betrayed us.
I know she's fucking joking.
She's doing something
I'm
else.
just shocked at how aggressively she is joking.
Okay? What do you think happened? Erica said,
the joke
stop,
is that, like,
and then I was frozen.
It's the Jews. The joke is
for 4.5 4 hours and 30 minutes, just like as they just put all of these talking points into my head. That is not what happened. I keep telling you guys, I am not governable.
This is the
I am basically akin to Kanye West. I never felt more seen than when he tweeted a lot of years ago, just fired my manager because I realized I can't be managed. That is me. That tweet right there, I was like, oh gosh, yes, Kanye, that I get this. Okay. Nobody is changing their mind anything. How ridiculous would it have been if I'm doing all of this, investigating, asking all of these questions, and then Erica Kirk offers to answer some of these questions, and I'm like, no, I'm not going to go. I can't betray the people. I don't want any answers to the questions. I just want to ask them. No, this is the entire reason we are doing this. We've been looking at the situation going, why can't Turning Point USA just answer basic questions? And I can tell you guys that yesterday, for 4 hours and 30 minutes, there
good deal of time defending why she took this private meeting and not on camera. A good question would be, why wouldn't you do that on camera, Candace?
And some of you guys are thinking, who is they? Who is they? It's the Jews, obviously. Just kidding. It's Justin Strife. Justin Strife was in the room. It was just Justin Strife and Erica. George joined me just for the beginning portion of the conversation because he had that thing going on that I told you on the 15th all day. He was in a conference. And then I brought my cousin Mia, you know, the one that has a really bad attitude. I just bring her there for vibes. I think it just confuses people. They're like, I don't understand what's this person doing here. And the reality is she's like always just listening to Cardi B music. But she's my cousin and I always have her around. And so that was it. She was kind of sitting a little bit away, but at the table, it was really just the four of us until George left. And I will be honest, I did not know what to expect going into the room. I did not know if they were going to be open. I didn't know what Erica's energy was going to be like, if it was going to be more of an argument, if there was going to be legal threats. You guys were telling me not to drink water, so I didn't drink water. Well, I brought my own water, but I didn't drink that water too. It was a lot. There's a lot going on, okay? And the conversation started with Justin Strife very sensibly saying, what are we looking to accomplish here? Like, what is the actual aim of this conversation? And he was pretty clear, and Erica was very clear, that they were sort of most upset with what obviously a bit of a fever pitch, what I tweeted, that it was a godforsaken company and people should not give money to it. And I have to own that. That's aggressive. That is actually aggressive in the retrospect. I was very frustrated. And I don't know, I felt like we weren't getting any answers and there were so many lies. And then I was getting attacked for asking all meaningful questions that was within their capacity to answer. And I told you, I definitely, my problem in life is that I can rise to anger very
compromised.
Quickly.
And her audience is not going to like it. She's caving.
I really
Will
felt
she be able to save
like
this walk
for telling
back?
the truth from the very beginning, like casually when I mentioned the Catholicism thing. Like, what was that about? I was like, look, I say something in a tribute to him. Alex Clark and Andrew Colvett then jump onto a podcast and they're doing that weird interview, which is clearly aimed at me. And they've teased the interview as like aimed at me, but they never say my name. And that to me felt like it was the first, I don't know, the first bit of mud that was slung, which their answer for that was, hey, that was a really crazy time.
Bro, I'm telling you, they're going to
think put into place. And
there is a little bit of sincerity in their commentary here when they say it's all about the money. It's true. Erica Kirk only cares about the funding for Turning Point USA, and Candace Owens only cares about the drama. So I can totally see them coming to a reasonable conclusion here where she's like, you can keep daggering us all day, just don't disrupt the money.
That one of the first things that Erica did was she owned the lies, or rather, I guess they would cage it as miscommunications that were coming from various people at the company. Like, look, this is a company with 650 people that are employed. Everybody at this time is exceedingly emotional and they are communicating. And no matter what somebody says on Twitter, they assume that this communication has come down from management, and that's not always a circumstance. But they owned right away, which felt great, that if you guys recall, Erica sat down with Glenn Beck. I actually missed this portion because I didn't get to watch the interview in its entirety, and we were pulling clips because a lot was coming out very quickly. But there was a portion that was going around that was viral, and it was Erica saying that she had Charlie's phone. And
Chat's saying she's compromised. I'm saying she's compromised. She's compromised. She's compromised. She's compromised.
Saying that he thought that they were going to kill him. And that obviously reflected poorly on me because I was the one who said that he did, in fact, text multiple people the night before. And then I went on Jimmy Dore on Friday, Jimmy Dore's show, and I clarified. I said, Andrew Colvett told me specifically that he was one of the people that received this text message. So I got that first person.
Why
I didn't
you
get
do
that
the-
from a source. I got that directly from
Why
Andrew
didn't you
Colvett.
do
And
it
then somebody who had access to
on
Dan Flood's
camera
communications
for
said
your
that Dan Flood
own
similarly received a text
safety
message. They owned that right away
and
and
for
explained.
us
Erica
to
said
know
that she has
the
Charlie's phone. She's
truth.
looking at his iMessages, and it turns out that he, like everybody else, communicates on Signal. He communicates on Telegram, and that those when she heard me say that, they then went and looked, and yes, that what I said was true. Andrew Colvett received a message the night before, and Dan Flood received a message the night before. Now they asked me if I had actually like a concrete a copy of what Dan Flood got the night before, and I said no. Somebody
even-
told me what
this
it
is
said.
dope. I know
which
you won't
was
fold.
Almost exactly what Andrew said, which is they're going to kill me. Andrew did not know who they were, that he was referring to were, but they clarified that the message that Dan Flood received said the left is going to kill me. So I can't confirm that one way or the other. I have to trust them on that because I did not see that concrete message. I was told that it said they. Now, obviously, we discussed the moment, and I'm laughing here because you TikTokers are actually out of control. You guys are going to be the reason that Israel gets TikTok because you guys are acting a fool all the time. And the videos were so hilarious of you guys mocking the Barry Weiss interview. It's great. It's good to laugh at ourselves. And Barry Weiss is always worth laughing at.
No.
But I was sort of like, hey, I felt name checked by the podcaster, Candace Owens, this obvious setup, and then asking me to stop. And it's interesting to hear Erica say that the reason she didn't ask me to stop in the beginning because she was actually learning things from the show. She was actually learning things. And
Oh God.
that
Okay. This is
I
I'm
think
telling
she similarly
you.
felt that Barry Weiss was trying to create a moment. Obviously, it's who Barry Weiss is. It's the Zionist lobby.
Oh, come on.
She's
Come on.
trying
She
to right
cooked you.
perceived wrongs
She cooked
because
you.
I'm
You're
against her
selling
side.
out.
That does not surprise me. That's kind of
What's
why
up
Barry
next?
Weiss exists.
Barry
It's
Weiss
the reason
Town
they
Hall
put her
with
at
Candace
CBS
Owens.
is
Come
because
on
she's just
now.
committed to stacking the audience with people that are going to present the pro-Israel cause and talk about anti-Semitism and talk about like crime being on the rise. It's kind of an embarrassment, but I actually do accept that. And I should also clarify that Barry Weiss obviously picked those questions. They were not random, like I told you. It wasn't like people were coming to the mic and it was an open mic and they didn't know what they were going to get. It was all very much planned by Barry. But Erica said that she knew the general idea.
Wait, how do you do a
like, they were
donate? I'm
going
going to do a
mention
donation.
me
Fuck it.
and mention the conspiracies, but she was not given that specific, the podcaster, Candace Owens, question. So I think that's fair to clear that up. Now, I did not at all recant any of my suspicions, and I understand people disagree with me about particular people at Turning Point USA.
Why wasn't the
I
interview
communicated what I communicated in front of the whole world.
on camera?
My skin crawled after I spoke to Terrell
For
Farnsworth, the
your
person who took the cameras down.
safety
He lied to me several
and
times. I
for
explained
our
to them, which felt good to have that direct
pursuit
communication, how Terrell lied multiple times.
of truth.
And that I did not understand why he was there that day. They echoed what he said. They defended what he said, that they were trying something new that day, that they typically live stream, which is what Terrell said. They typically live stream, and I said every college event. Well, they said, well, yeah, they live stream the events that are tour stops, but they don't live stream like the outside prove me wrong type events. And that was something that was new and it required Terrell. And I said, even if that was all real, if that was all true, I still didn't feel good about the conversation that I had with Terrell, and I can't ignore my gut about the many little lies that he told. I thought the video he recorded was weird. I know he comes from a very powerful family. I personally do not trust him. And
Answer him, Candace.
Obviously do not like the fact that I said, Tyler Boyer lied about this thing and came up with an excuse and said, well, Terrell was asked to take the camera down. That's the reason, he said on Twitter, because the police wanted him to take it down and secure the footage. And I said, I know that's not true. And they said, well, after all of that, after he took the cameras down, there was a police officer or Fed, whoever it was, that spoke to him and asked him to secure the footage. Well, that makes sense.
Stop giving her money. Erica
but it's
just
not
paid
a
her
reason
millions.
for why he took it down immediately. It makes sense that as you're investigating, you're going to say, who's got the footage? let's lock it down. But it didn't make sense to me that Tyler Boyer lied about it. And I don't trust Tyler Boyer. And that is never going to change. Similarly with Rob McCoy. He makes my skin crawl. I can't explain it. I look at him and he's a bad person and nobody can make me feel one way or the other about that.
How did you not film it at all?
I was surprised
with your
to learn.
camera?
And this kind of gets into, I guess, us not knowing the inner workings at Turning Point USA, that Rob McCoy actually does not work with Turning Point USA in any capacity whatsoever. And so him communicating as he has done, like, I'm the pastor, I'm this, I'm that, it's just not real. Like, that is not real. And we should know that that's not real. And when he says that, call him out on that separately from Turning Point USA. I was operating under the assumption that he worked for Turning Point USA. And I said, if obviously that's wrong, I'm happy to correct that. But also, what were we to assume when he hit the stage at the memorial and said, I'm America's pastor, and then had the Wikipedia updated and said, well, I'm assuming he had it updated because who else would do that? That he started Turning Point USA Faith. So I guess, to be clear, we were just wrong about that. And I will have a lot more to say about Rob McCoy and where I believe he fits into a lot of things. So I'm not letting up on that. Now, one piece of this where I still don't understand it, and the magic bullet. Okay. Now, we all recall what happened. I casually say on the show, hey, I saw the footage. There was no blood. And honestly, when I said it, I didn't process how big of a deal that was with the 30-06. Very quickly, what happens is Andrew Colvett whips up this tweet about what happened with the bullet, and he said he wanted to address all the discussion that was being had about the online chatter. I'm obviously paraphrasing.
I'm shocked that it's
here.
only staying at 265.
He says, I apologize.
I thought it would have gone up to 500K.
He spoke with the surgeon. The bullet should have gone through. The surgeon then explained that what he's typically seen on these wounds, and basically this was all a miracle. Charlie saved lives, even in death. And the internet clocked it, this miracle, the healthy bone. His bone was so healthy and the density was so impressive. Like, this is a quote, by the way. His bone was so healthy. I want to read it. This is allegedly from a surgeon. Quote, his bone was so healthy and the density was so impressive that he's like the man of steel. It should have gone through and through. It likely would have killed those standing behind him too. And we were just like, eeh. That kind of was like the beginning of the WTF, right? I feel like that was kind of the beginning of it. And immediately people in the comments responded to Andrew, and he said,
yeah, I covered this months ago. It was silly.
This individual said, this post is so fake as it would violate HIPAA. Like, there's patient privacy. You can't just
That's
call
your
up
favorite
the surgeon.
guy.
And then Andrew
You're
Collette replies and
anti-Zionist.
says, rest assured, I would not have posted without full permission. Now, he said he spoke to the surgeon, and they confirmed that Andrew spoke to the surgeon, but that they did not know that he was going to write that tweet. They did not know that he called up the surgeon. So, like, it very much came across to be like Andrew was just flying by the seat of his pants. I don't know. Like, he was just flying dark on me. And I was like, that seems very strange to me, because why would a surgeon do that? Like, the first thing the surgeon should say is, I can't speak to you.
Where the fuck's my top
I don't even
chat,
know.
bro?
In theory, Andrew wasn't even there when Charlie died. I don't even know why the surgeon even knows this guy, actually. Maybe he hung around after, but, you know, Andrew was not one of the
shit.
people that got into the hospital or anything like that. So this
Wait,
is quite literally the PR guy who's calling the surgeon. And so that just seems
530 lives.
That just seems very inappropriate for a person to do, period. And I would say it was kind of the beginning, but that was what I got from that. Now,
why can't
obviously
I
we
click on
discussed
the fucking
the security? I brought up Brian Harpole, this interview with Sean Ryan, and I think we can
You dropped a weak ass
believe
10? Shut
Turning
up.
Point when they say that they did not approve of this. They had no idea he was going on Sean Ryan. I think that's pretty clear. I don't believe he works there anymore. So
God,
that
the
was
user
kind of
interface
him.
is so ass
Just
on
getting
YouTube.
out
What the
there
fuck?
and perhaps trying to rescue his own
I'm
reputation.
basically
And
a
I think
chatter.
that,
I'm like,
that only
oh, I'm
made
trying
his
to see
reputation
myself on
worse,
there.
actually, because people rightfully sensed that he wasn't telling the truth in that interview, that he was being cagey, that he was saying things that didn't make any sense. Again, you constantly have these people that believe, like Brian Harpole, that with enough performance he can sit down and you're just going to convince people
A
that this
private meeting
real.
is fake and gay.
this
You were
is
the
just a
only
different
person I
time.
trusted in media,
Like I
and
said,
now that
these
it's
TikTokers
changed.
are out
Not sure who
of
to believe
control. They will
anymore.
check
Let's
you
go!
in 4 seconds. Okay. Things that the biggest piece of this that I want to communicate, and that I did communicate to them, and I hope that they took me seriously on this, or rather that they take my strong advice on this. I said one of the reasons why I really want to sit down is because I want to walk out of here and feel confident saying to my audience, hey, like, there's stuff going on behind the scenes.
You gotta ask her to read your log.
Tyler
Streamers
Robinson
love that. Oh yeah, that's right.
Shot Charlie Kirk.
Hey, Candace, like, really important.
That
read my
more
logs.
will come out, but you
read
can
my
take
logs.
it from me that this is what happened. I was looking to achieve that because there's been a lot of signaling from various people.
Check logs,
some people
Candace.
who are experts, some people who have been involved in cases that
Pecker
there's
was right.
obviously going to be stuff that the public does not have access to. And so it is at least plausible that they have seen very clear footage that we've been
this
asking
sucks
for.
because this is
of
literally
Tyler
just
Robinson
her
getting up there and taking the
defending
shot.
her
Like,
initial
access
conspiracies
to
without
UVU
telling
cameras. So I was
people
hoping
any
to hear
new
that,
things
and
about
I
this.
said that. I want to hear why.
Anything that came out of this meeting, like,
in terms
oh,
of
I
what
just
you're
told
saying,
them
that
what
Tyler
my
Robinson
conspiracies
is the
were,
guy.
and they agreed with me.
And at this
Like,
point,
it's
they
bullshit.
elected
They're not
to
going to fucking
call
believe that.
the lawyer.
You were
But
already presenting a
their
narrative that, like,
lawyer,
they might
who
have
is
a
involved in
hand
this case, one of the lawyers that's
in
involved in this
literally.
case. There's always a team of lawyers,
They might have a
especially for
hand in
something like
fucking
this.
killing
And
Charlie Kirk, and
what I
now
got from
you have
the
a
lawyer
private conversation behind closed
did not
doors
make
with
me feel
Erica
that Tyler
Kirk,
Robinson
and
shot
all of a
Charlie Kirk.
sudden
Did not make me
you
feel
told them what your
confident that
actual
that he
conspiracies
didn't or
were,
did shoot,
or what your
Charlie
actual
Kirk. I
theories
was
were,
very surprised
and
by
then
this. He
they
spoke
turned
for a very
around and
long
they said,
time.
"Oh
I
yeah,
asked,
this seems
can
great."
you share with me what it is? And I said, when you share this with me, I will not say what
Hasan
that
Abi
thing is.
answered, Candace,
That's
we
what
trusted
we want
you.
to protect the integrity of the case. I'm not gonna. If you say we've got the footage of him taking a shot, I promise I won't say that to the audience, but I will communicate to them that you have something that is solid. And no,
It doesn't make
to
any
the exact
sense.
contrary, this guy effectively said, not effectively, he said that they have nothing like but the affidavit. Okay, so what you have, what we have seen is what they have. What is being discussed publicly, you are this whole like non-expert problem with like, well, you don't know. It's like what
So
you
essentially,
read.
you're saying you trusted everything she
His
told you and aren't going to
messages
provide her
that
direct
don't have any dates
responses,
on it. Tyler
covering
Robinson
up crime scene,
writing
hand
out
signals from
everything
security,
and
no
clean
aid given,
alibi.
etc., etc.
That's what they have. And what he explained to me was that that's the affidavit stage. That's where it's at. And then what takes place now is the investigation is ongoing, right? So right now they're looking for more information, and once investigators, they could very well have obviously footage, and that is why they might feel that, oh, we're definitely gonna get this prosecution. But the reality is they don't actually share that information with the victim. They don't share that information with Erica. They don't. In this part of the process, they will not know what investigators have discovered. This is what the lawyer told me until May. Okay, they will not. They have not seen anything that you have not seen. Is what I want you to know. So, with that in mind, I'm sitting here going, why are you signaling? Why do I feel like the public's being gaslit on this? There's been nothing that's convincing. There are so many
You're
commentators who have
gaslighting us,
gone out and said to you,
Candace.
it's overwhelming. The evidence is overwhelming. The text messages that don't have a date, that don't even sound real, that's overwhelming. That to me feels really fake and gay. I really do want to say that to every commentator that is out there trying to tell the public and insisting that if you say it enough times it'll become real, you're actually just being dishonest.
It
And
feels
I
like
offered that a
you're
more honest way to
gaslighting
communicate
us
would just be
now.
to say, we think he's involved. We
What
feel strongly. I've said that. I
changed?
think he's involved. We are very
Why
hopeful
would
that
you believe
throughout this investigation, we are going to get that
whatever
concrete thing.
they said?
And that's where we're at right now. That's just the stage that we are at. That is not what we are getting from them. That is like, I just feel like that's really important to let you guys know. Let the gaslighting stop. They have what you have, okay? There is nothing else. They are in an investigative stage. Erica has been named as the victim. They will know more in this May hearing, which is the probable cause hearing. That's what the lawyer told me. It's probable cause hearing. And that's when they will see the evidence. That's when they get to present the evidence, why they are going to stand there before a judge and be like, yes, we need to move this forward. It's not just an affidavit. We're not pulling together scraps. We have concrete evidence.
Hank Pecker knew the
Until
truth.
then, okay, until we all get on the same page and understand what else they have, I am very confident stating the opposite of all of my, I guess, well-paid peers in that
Must
I
say
don't
this feels
believe
fake
that
and
Tyler
gay all the
Robinson pulled the
way.
trigger. And what I also said to them was, and I said this in front of a lawyer.
304,000 viewers, by the way.
I was like, you might need a new lawyer. I was like, because this person's trying to sell to you that this is solid. One of the rules that me and my husband have is that if you have a lawyer that tells you like you're 100% going to win, it's very clear that you're going to win, you need a new lawyer. Okay, that's a cheerleader. That's not a lawyer. A lawyer even if you should 100% win, should be telling you the risks here. You know, I feel good about this case. Like, let me talk real to you. I feel good about this case, but here's where things could go wrong. I want you to understand those risks that are involved. We don't have this yet. We don't have that yet. And especially given what I told them, which is your lawyers, or the investigators rather, not their lawyers, because they're not the ones investigating. It's the state of Utah that's investigating. They have not called the one solitary person, as I told you guys, who filmed as he was on the roof. Remember the guy that's like, oh, there's somebody on the roof, and he sees him crouched down. I said, I spoke to that person, and his testimony would be devastating to your prosecution. He saw the person on the roof. He filmed the person on the roof at 12:23 p.m. and he did not see that person take the shot. And this is not some random student. This is a guy who trains people to shoot guns at a range. He knows guns, okay? He said what he saw was a smaller gun. He said that this person was dressed in black tactical gear and there was no recoil. That's devastating. That would be devastating to the prosecution. And yet, investigators haven't reached out. Now, they offered back, well, maybe they haven't reached out because they have an even clearer video. And that's true. That's actually a good rebuttal. They're like, we don't even have to talk to this guy because the video will speak for itself, and we saw what we saw. Okay, but wouldn't you still want to speak to the other guy so you could prepare? I don't know, to question him something. I don't like that this investigation is going on, and I feel as though I spoke to more people than they have. Both of the people who filmed videos that day told me that they weren't reached out to. So I don't understand what's happening here. I don't understand the confidence, I guess, is the best way to say this. I told them I do not understand the confidence that is happening. Now, another really big thing that happened was they brought me Mikey's call logs, okay? They brought me Mikey's call logs, and that is why I said this was a productive meeting. There is no other way to say it. I asked every question, and they came with paperwork to show and to answer and to explain certain things. Also, which was, I thought, actually kind of sweet, that I guess I did on the previous show. I was like kind of looking at things into Mikey, and I couldn't find him. And someone said, I think
the major thing that people are not getting out of this is what they said.
Actually. And I just assumed, okay, well, maybe
what Turning Point USA said. Notice how Candace is only talking about her position and what she said to them, and refusing to mention what they said back to her.
They thought
that's why people are tuning in. She's not giving them that.
Just clarify that.
She's not giving us that. I want to know
that. But Mikey's call logs, big piece of this. Okay, I'm going to, I guess, jog your memory on what Blake said about Mikey that day, and then I'll tell you what actually happened, because I don't think Blake has that great of a memory. Okay, take a listen.
So I was not with Mikey, or I don't remember being with him. I think I was ahead of him as we left. And then we get out, and I run for, can't have been more than 15 or 20 seconds. And then I realized there hasn't been another shot, so the shooter has likely been detained or stopped or something, not in immediate danger. I pause, I look around me, and I see Mikey. And I see Mikey there. And truthfully, I will never forget what I saw, because I've seen Mikey almost every day for the past 2 years. I know his personality very well. He's a very bubbly guy. He's a very happy guy almost all of the time. And I'll never forget what I saw, because it was clear in the moment that he was
Blake Neff is the white supremacist.
What I'll always remember is the way his
Tucker
lip
Carlson,
was quivering,
writer,
which I'd never seen
producer
before.
that was fired from Fox
And
News
you
when he
very
was
rarely
outed as
see
a
from
white
someone that
supremacist, by the way.
Freaking out. And then I think he literally said to me, I might be imagining this, but I think what he literally said was, he was looking around, and then he says, I need to call Erica. And then he takes his phone and he begins calling Erica. And I don't want to disclose how that call unfolded, but he did that. Your mind extends all of this, but that is happening within a minute of all of this occurring. I remember he calls Erica. Around the same time, I pull out my phone and I call my mom just to say, Mom, there's been a shooting. You're going to see it on the news. I'm okay. Pray for me. I've got to go. And I remember that call. And around the time I put that phone away, and then he immediately calls his dad. He calls Rob McCoy, and he says, Dad, someone shot Charlie. You need to call all of your pastor friends. Charlie was hit. We need everyone to pray right now. And that's what he told him.
Why are you guys...
Okay, so that's just not
Why are
right.
you guys
And
wasting
so
money
when he
saying the
says, I
Chengdu
might be
toilet? Are you
imagining
fucking
this,
stupid?
I'll never forget.
If you're gonna
why I
be
might
dumb enough
imagining
and
this
icky enough to
probably
give
means
Candace
that
Owens
maybe
money,
forgot
you might as well
and,
use
like,
it
you
to
really could be
fucking
imagining that.
foment
For
more
me, personally,
suspicion or something, dumbasses.
I think the normal physiological
Y'all
response
think you're
in
so
these high
funny.
adrenaline situations
Be
for
smart.
most people is you lock in. That they're literally your body when it goes through something.
I already felt gross giving her $10 for
It's
that.
terrified and is going through like sort of like you are really paying attention to details. We've learned about this many times over in health class growing up. This is why they talk about that fight or flight response, and quite literally there's stuff happening to your body. And so there's a lot of details here that are just not accurate. And the one that surprised me the most about these call logs is I certainly feel that we were given the impression over and over and over again that the first person Mikey called was Erica, right? He called Erica. We were told this by many people also that he trained, like he almost like went to a camp and trained, and Charlie was like, 1, 2, 3, go, and like fast, 1, 2, 3, go.
Why
go.
would
That's
it be
why he walked
beneficial
away.
for
1,
us
2, 3,
to
go.
spam
And
that
just
she's compromised?
told him,
Because
"This is the
then
first thing
she
you do
leans
is-"
further into it.
Well, he didn't do that. Actually, the first person he called was his
That's
wife.
why. Because if she
called
sees
Elizabeth
enough
McCoy.
people in her chat, if she
And
sees enough people in
then
her
he stayed
chat,
on the phone with his wife for 10
scrutinize her
minutes.
position, she has to
And
fucking
during
lean
those 10
further
minutes,
into
he
attacking Turning
three-wayed
Point USA.
Erica 3 minutes after the shot went off.
What the
And then
fuck?
he three-ways
What do you think is
his
going on?
father,
She's
and then
very
he
clearly
three-ways a third
backing
person
away
who
from
I'm not
bouldering
actually
Turning
mentioning,
Point
it's not relevant.
USA.
This is Danny McCoy, by the way.
Yeah.
Is his brother.
Her
that's
tail
in
is
the
so
military,
tucked is
but
right.
that's
She's
before the shot
showing
goes
her
off.
belly here.
Charlie Kirk shot goes off. You know, I have that in detail.
I think
Charlie
Will
Fox is
Sommers'
security.
assessment is
Mikey McCoy
wrong.
calls his wife.
I think there is.
They will stay on the phone for 10 minutes.
I can totally see a conversation that took place between Turning Point USA and Candace Owens where they said, you know, you can keep farming, just don't go too hard. Just don't touch the money. Okay? That's what I think is going on here, where she's like within the confines of reason allowed to criticize
the phone call
Turning
with his
Point
mother
USA
ends,
or invite
adds
suspicion to
Erica
the
to the
official
phone.
narratives.
Okay, so that
without
when he was
like
recapping,
attacking Turning Point
and he's
USA's
always
bag.
lips quivering, and he's like, I gotta call Erica. And he's like, and then I called my mom. That's not right. That's just not right. Okay, Mikey called Erica after Blake Neff ended that phone call with his mother. If call logs are to be believed above, human testimony. Mikey McCoy then drops Erica from the phone call 2 minutes later, and then he adds his father to the phone call. Again, he is this entire time on the phone with his wife, okay? And then Mikey McCoy ends his phone call with his father. He does call another person who I'm not mentioning because it's just not relevant to anything, not a character in this story, rather. And then he ends the phone call with his wife, and a minute later, his brother calls him back, and they stay on the phone for 10 minutes. I did not get this from everybody speaking about this Mikey McCoy call log. I know that you guys did not get this. I did not get this. I don't know why she was disappeared from this. Like, you could go, like, the wife wants privacy. No, she was like, main stage at the memorial, has been, I would say very involved in a lot of this kind of, I think it's very close that she's close with Erica. They went on the vacation together. So I don't get this disappearing act. I found that to be like, okay, but they were forthcoming with it. That feels good. That feels good, guys.
Oh,
like,
it feels
wow,
good.
we don't have to guess.
Well,
Now we
why
have
are
solid
you not
answers.
being forthcoming?
And like I said, when you come out and give solid answers and you're not weird and calling people names and saying all
I don't
this
think
stuff,
people are
it
going to
allows
like that
people
she's
to go,
in
okay,
any way, shape, or form agreement with Turning Point USA.
I feel a bit more like we can trust this process because we have communication. That's the reality. And so
This is
I
her
wanted
own
to
doing, by the way,
update you
because
with that.
she
Also,
actively shit on
another
Erica
thing
Kirk
that
and primed her
really,
audience
I think,
into also
surprised
hating
them
Erica Kirk
and I think surprised
and
me
tying Erica Kirk
is
into the
getting back to
conspiracy a
this
little bit.
Hamptons retreat.
Now, when she does a
I-
fucking full flip on
the thing about the Hamptons
Erica
retreat, and I
and
communicated
comes
this with
across
them,
like she's in agreement with
that
Erica,
makes
they're going to
me
be like, "What
so,
the fuck are you doing?" Last week you
uncomfortable
told
is
us
how
she
many
ain't
little lies
shit,
were told.
and
I
especially
think I've been clear about that.
because. Especially
Dylan
because Erica Kirk
definitively
is like
crossed
a
Charlie at
patently
this event,
unlikable
and
person
whether it was in a hypothetical,
who did
which
the whole
it
Barry
was in a
Weiss town
hypothetical,
hall.
but he got fired up in the hypothetical.
Right after everybody
of
saw
Charlie
Erica
discussing
Kirk on camera, and we're like,
tweeting
what the
something
fuck is
against
wrong with her?
Netanyahu. It
She
did
goes
lead
on and
to
has
this
this
firecracker
private correspondence
moment. Again,
behind
this is
closed
one of those
doors
things
and is
where I
now
go,
talking about how
why am I
she's
always
in
being
agreement
hung
with
out to
Erica
dry,
Kirk. Okay.
like hung out to dry for telling people the truth. especially when I wasn't going, oh, well, Seth Dillon killed Charlie Kirk. I just, like, this happened. It factually happened. And yet everybody's kind of putting out these weird statements and they're not being honest in them. And I was saying to them, that made me feel really weird. And I would love to know more about this Bibi Netanyahu offer to fund Turning Point to the next level. At which point Erica said she was not aware of that happening. It is obviously totally possible that that was kept in the business lane of Turning Point USA. But I'm certain, I said, I am absolutely certain that I did not get this from an obscure source, that Bibi offered to fund Turning Point to the next level. And it was part of my frustration with that sit down.
And they said, no, that's
Alex
not the
Clark,
case. And I believe them.
Andrew said, oh, there was not $150 million. That's made up. You know, I told them, Andrew Colvett was my source. Andrew Colvett told me verbatim that Bibi Netanyahu offered to take Turning Point to the next level and that Charlie turned that money down. So I said there's a bit of a predicament when I'm being like lambasted by all of these voices and people that are attacking me and these paid campaigns. And when I say paid, yes, okay, actually have the names of people. Different ways they're being paid. Some are being paid by PR firms. Too many are being paid by Prager University, which is upsetting to me because I know Marissa and it's just dirty. But it's especially crazy when people are calling it a conspiracy, when I share things that are told to me from the spokesperson of Turning Point USA. Okay, that's weird. And yes, they were forthcoming. Nobody's ever denied this. So this was not on our list of lies about the fact that Bibi Netanyahu did call him. Okay, that did happen. Bibi shared that, by the way. Our source for that could have just as well been Bibi Netanyahu. And not a lot of clarity on, I don't know, why some people think he didn't make this offer and why definitively 3 different sources who would have knowledge of this confirmed to me that Bibi Netanyahu did indeed make this offer. I never said $150 million ever, not once on the show. I wouldn't have even said that, by the way. If you said take Turning Point to the next level, I actually would have assumed it was
Candace, birds of a feather, am I right?
That's a hefty
we're
offer.
both
And it leaves a lot
sellouts
of
to
questions.
Israel.
So
I'm a sellout to Israel by way of the Democratic Party. She's a sellout to Israel by way of Turning Point
I want
USA.
to add, of course, I was locked in this meeting when people on live were another round of debunking the Egyptian planes. I want to be very clear. We discussed the Egyptian planes.
Anti-Semitic. Oh, yeah,
and
that too.
I have since worked on an incredible document about the Egyptian planes, which we are going to put up on our website, because I realized that when we shared that spreadsheet, people assumed that one of the columns, which was actually saying where the planes landed on that day, because it was plus or minus 3 days, was exactly where Erica had been on that day, and that was inaccurate. And so for clarity, I had been working on the last week on turning it into an interactive timeline that we can put up on our website, because I am certain that these Egyptian planes are incredibly shady and that they were in fact tracking Turning Point USA faith, broader events. Of course, Erica was at some of them, Charlie was at some of them.
What did Erica say to that?
The pattern here is undeniable. So let the naysayers and people make videos trying to, 5th round debunk these planes. I also want to say to you that I feel very confident that I know why these planes have caused such panic. And it is because there is overwhelming evidence that these planes regularly fly in and out of Israel. And I'm going to present that evidence tomorrow. I say that strongly. This is I feel very confident saying these Egyptian planes are flying in and out. And notice I'm saying planes because once I was able to connect people that were on those planes onto other Egyptian planes, I was able to realize that these planes are flying in and out of Israel and turning their transponder off each time that they do it.
No shit,
that
is
is
an Egyptian plane.
now makes perfect sense of why there was this mass
What did
panic.
they say, though?
Right? It's not exactly like we have a strong
What did Turning
Egyptian
Point
lobby
USA say to that,
in the
though?
United States. Not like we're like, whoa, well, those darn Egyptians again are trying to get TikTok censored. I mean, every person in the game, Barry, acting. Well, these are the usual suspects that act if something is a threat to Israel, okay? Which is, they should have just been forthcoming, pretended that it was changing apart. Instead, they're trying to gaslight us, and they're actually, frankly, just pissing me off. So I became locked in on these Egyptian planes because that's how I am, okay? You keep pushing me and keep pushing me, I will become an expert on these planes. I'll learn how to build an Egyptian plane. And the reality is, like I said, tomorrow I will show you how these planes tie back
Oh, God,
to Israel.
she's just fucking promoting her next...
There's
She's
no
just
disproving
promoting
this.
the next day's content,
more on
dude.
that later. We'll be right back after throwing it to some of our sponsors.
Oh, my
All right, you guys,
God. Boo. Boo! I don't want to hear about no preborn. I want to hear about Erica Kirk. Does she have a preborn? I want to know what Erica Kirk said. She gave us nothing. This was literally what? How long was this? This was 36 minutes of nothing. She came in hot. She said she was going to reveal the details of this private correspondence. Already shady as fuck. Already shady that it was private. Okay? And now after priming everybody into this notion that you are the truth teller, you are going to fucking find out the truth, that you're going to actually take it to the boss man. The boss man did the boss call, and all of a sudden you're like, well, you know, there was a lot of room for agreement. There was a lot of room for agreement. You're just mad she didn't read your chat? No. I'm mad because I wanted answers, okay? As a clandestine operator, I'm mad because I didn't get answers at all. Now, what I was looking for, if we're going to be serious for a second, what I was looking for here is like, is she going to continue really fucking leaning into the bag, leaning into the grift? Or is she going to come to a conciliatory solution that kind of lays the suspicion off of Erica Kirk and specifically Turning Point USA a little bit? And I personally think this is the most conciliatory tone she could have taken with Turning Point USA and Erica Kirk without literally having her entire audience call her an op for Israel, right? I suspect this was the conversation that took place. I think she was like, listen, I'm obviously not going to, I'm not going to call off everything. I can't call off everything. My audience will yell at me if I do that. That'll invite too much suspicion. But we packed this up with like a Candace Owens appearance 6 months down the line, and I will manage this discourse to the best of my ability. I'll still continue asking certain questions, but I won't do anything that actually compromises the investigation. I won't do anything that actually compromises Turning Point USA's funding structure. And then it'll be a big grand finale when 6 months down the line, I'll do a Turning Point USA announcement. Like I'll do a Turning Point USA conference or something, and everyone will come and we'll join hands and we'll all grift together. If she was a real grifter, on the other hand, or rather she was more even, if she was invested in like continuously farming, she would have come out of this meeting being like, I didn't believe a single damn thing they told me. Why would I believe it? They're compromised by Israel, blah, blah, blah.
Live update that I thought it was Danny McCoy on the call log. I should totally correct that, and I will correct that, and we'll be sure to trim it in post here. But it is not Danny McCoy. It is Danny, another one of Charlie's assistants. So I will correct that. Please correct that if you're going to make videos. Not Danny McCoy that called him and then called him after. That is another assistant of Charlie's. So we want to be accurate. I don't know why I assumed it was Danny McCoy in my head. I may have done that. Okay, another thing. You guys may have been noticing that we are getting into this weird space where they seem to be almost writing like Candace Owens fan fiction. I can't even reply to things, and a lot of you sense that this was because we were getting close. I agree. I fully agree that these attacks, which have grown hysterical, like I can't even begin to tell you the conversations between me and my PR person. I'm like, there's nothing to respond to. I mean, there's not even one sentence of this that is true. Case in point, by the way, New York Post does this article today. We were actually laughing, okay? Like, inside Candace Owens' sadistic and dangerous world, monetizing baseless conspiracies. This is after, by the way, they changed my husband's Wikipedia and said that he was a Qatari, like he had a Qatari passport or citizenship. I don't think my husband's ever even flown over Qatar. I could be wrong, but I don't think I know he's never been to Qatar. I don't think he's ever flown over Qatar. And they're just making it up, and then they make it trend no matter what it is. And I'm like, this is happening. It's like a psychological operation because they're trying to keep us constantly responding as opposed to focusing on our investigation, which is why I spent this weekend and I just kept down on the Egyptian plains. because it's completely crazy. And when you see a media storm like this, it can only be happening because Zionists are locking arms and going attack, because they by and large control the media. They just do. Okay, one way or the other, Zionists control the empire medias, and they are scared about something in this investigation. We've noticed that from the very beginning. So they wrote in this article, the New York Post, just to give you an example of how insane this is. They said they had an inside source that told them that while I was at the Daily Wire, I just fought with people from the very source that in my first week, I threw my car keys at a producer and expected them to park my car. That sentence genuinely made me laugh so hard because I never once in the entire time that I worked for the Daily Wire did I ever drive
so
my
many
car
of our followers
to work.
further towards Fuentes.
They had a driver that took me
I think there's
there.
like a real.
So I don't know why I was
there's a
suddenly
back and
take
forth
the
here
driver's
between
keys
her and Fuentes,
throw it at somebody.
where
But
Nick
quite
Fuentes actually
literally,
hates
I never
Candace
drove
Owens
the Daily Wire.
because
So just
he
when I say
realized
fan
that
fiction,
she's
like
doing
fan
his
fiction.
grift a little bit
Secondly,
better
they
than
say that to
him.
a producer,
Where
and
if
that
the
I
audience is
conducted
primed to
the
hear
demand
like
others do my
Jews
research,
are responsible
could
for
not be further from the
everything,
truth. I have
then they
done my own
gravitate
shows.
towards Candace Owens because Nick Fuentes sometimes has to be like more rational in his anti-Semitism and more intellectual in his anti-Semitism, whereas Candace Owens has no, interest in that or even has the capability of doing that. And we've watched on this broadcast Nick Fuentes like yell at his own audience for falling into the Candace Owens
I
grift.
don't even think we ever had a conversation about People Magazine because that would not be a normal.
But then again, because there's an
conservatives
interesting division
that want to
here
be on the
because Nick
cover of
Fuentes is
People
saying
is
that Israel didn't kill Charlie Kirk, and people are stupid for saying that. And his audience thinks because they're primed first and foremost by
team came with me when I got fired.
by maximum anti-Semitism, they're like, oh, are you fucking compromised? Are you a goy slave now, as opposed to Candace Owens, who is blaming Israel?
Because we are dangerously close to something. I think we have to keep pushing on the Huachuca Air Base, which we are doing. And tomorrow we are going to get back into the investigation. We're just going to ignore the noise because, as I have said and as I have maintained, I believe that Charlie was betrayed by people that are close to him. And I asked that question in the meeting. I'm like, okay, if we can agree that everyone around, I was like, I know there are people at Turning Point, they're not good people, right? And it's feasible that people, if they have addictions, that you can definitively get yourself in a scenario where you are willing to sell somebody out.
It's 100% pre-recorded.
It's a massive organization.
True.
How can we so confidently
go
state
ahead,
that
girl.
nobody
Give
had
us
anything to do
nothing
here?
is exactly my
To do
takeaway from
with,
this, by the way.
Anything here. And I think that one of the things that Erica was like, well, I'm not like a feminist, and I didn't want the vibe of that, which I think it did come across like a bit of a
she's
feminist.
Actively
to say that
moving
this is all my family. I'm
the
like, how could this all be your family?
she's
I know
literally
people in this family, and they're not good
she
people.
knows she has more people in here because they're all confused or all interested in what took place. And she's, instead of telling you answers, telling us answers, she's basically using this as an opportunity to promote her next show.
I've communicated that. I have not changed my position on that.
That's precisely the reason why the first 30 minutes is like the meat of it, usually, now that I've watched a couple of these.
I don't feel good about.
And then the rest of the 30 minutes is just add, couple super chats.
And making things up. Tim Pool
add promotion of next show, add super chat, add.
I have the same
super chat, couple attacks against their enemies like Tim Pool.
As Charlie Kirk, and that I'm a fraud, and that actually I have the exact same security. You will recall that Tim just said a week ago that I have no security. Okay, this is Tim Pool a week ago.
See, first you talked about how you made us.
She is burning everything down.
First, you talked about how you made some misrepresentations about Turning Point USA, and now we're going to talk about how people talk about you. Oh my God, this is about Charlie's murder. Hello. That's
yeah, the one fat guy you mentioned with no
like
wall
people.
and no
people
barrier
don't like
in
Tim
a
Pool because
suburban
they see him as
neighborhood
like
with
a
neighbors.
a servant of Israel in
No
this
one's after
community.
her. She's
So this will
lying about
harden
all
the
this.
base a little bit.
You
This
went
will
to her
distract
house,
them
and
enough
she's
with
got
some
a
red
4-foot
meat.
wall and one fat guy, and she doesn't give a about her security.
So that was like Tim last Monday. This is Tim who said I had no security except for one fat guy, which I told you was not true. Now he's saying this.
I kid you not, Mayor Eric Adams is on my flight to Turkey.
I'll say things
Oh
I
my
probably
God, that's
shouldn't say,
amazing.
but I'm going to say,
My
I
God.
always get super heated on this.
Adamolu.
Candace Owens has the same security team as Turning Point and Charlie Kirk did. She's lying. She has the same security people. I've been digging into this. I've been meeting with people and talking with them. And I
lying.
shouldn't say too much because there's more that's going to be coming out soon. Because rest assured, people are filing legal paperwork against her.
320K
Candace has
viewers,
the
though. You
same
sound like a
security
salty
team who has
33K
used the same
Andy.
security
No, I'm a
companies and the
clandestine
same security
operator.
personnel
I want
as
her
Charlie
to
and
fight
Erica
for the
did.
truth.
So when she comes
How
out and
dare
is
you.
questioning them,
When
she
Candace
is
wins,
lying
we all win.
outright. Now,
Where we
I've
go
invited
all,
many of
we
these
go
people to come out. We'll
Candace.
see what happens. We'll see when they can. The issue is the moment Candace goes on her show to millions of people and lies, litigation begins. And what happens when litigation begins? People don't do interviews about it. She is exploiting this, and she knows she is, to keep people wrapped up in this insanity.
This is what your haters do to you, lol. Yeah, except
Tim versus
I'm
Tim,
ideologically
undefeated,
opposed to every single person involved here. My haters behave as though they are literally on the side of at least like the anti-Trump initiative. That's the difference. The people that do this to me more often than not aren't like Asmongold or whatever. The people that do this to me more often than not are like Destiny, who claims he's a liberal, who claims he's a Democrat, or Ethan Klein, who claims he's invested in fighting anti-Semitism. I am very much ideologically opposed to Candace Owens. I'm very much ideologically opposed to Tim Pool. I've spent an entire career yelling about these guys' horrible fucking positions.
Security, which was run by Greg Schaefer, who has issued a public statement. They had Dan Flood and Brian Harpool working for them initially. I told Charlie I did not like the security apparatus. I got my own
of
security
intellectual
from Charlie
commentary.
from the
Your
very
passive
beginning.
aggressive,
Okay?
condescending, racist
That's a
comments sort of
fact.
piss me off.
It just is a fact. There's no way to undo that fact.
What?
Trying to do this strategy.
No,
of
I
you're
said
gonna get
Nick Fuentes
sued,
tries to do an
it's just threatening
intellectual
somebody.
version of the
If there was
anti-Semitism
any
by
truth
his
to
own
that,
definition.
You can't just file legal
And
paperwork.
Candace
You have
Owens
to
has
listen
no
to this. You
interest
have to
in
say,
that.
Something you said on your show was untrue.
Which is precisely the
Can
reason
you
why
please
she's
correct
infinitely
this?
more popular than
Okay?
Nick
And if I
Fuentes,
ignore
dumb
that,
fuck.
as I did with Brigitte, 'cause I
Because
told the truth,
in the right
as I
wing,
did
in
with
the
Kim
right
Tracy,
wing
because I told the
reactionary
truth,
sphere,
then you have the grounds to
intellectual
file something.
sentiment
We
is
have
not
received
actually
no
one
cease and
that
desist from
people are
Charlie's security
desiring.
whatsoever.
They want
Over
easy
what?
to understand
I mean, the
narratives.
audacity,
If someone
you're
is
filing
going
a
for
lawsuit and someone got
Jews
murdered
are
on your
responsible for
watch.
everything style narratives, why the
I
fuck would they
accurately
stay with
said
Nick
that
Fuentes?
Brian Harpool
They'll go to the next
message he showed
person.
belonged to Dan Flood. It
That
did.
isn't giving them that.
And
That
they
is
didn't do a
just
walkthrough on that
straightforwardly.
day.
God
They
damn it, dude.
didn't.
Well, this has got to be bait,
Something
right?
getting
Free
wrong that you'd like to
Palestine
show
now.
me that actually you did. Send it. Send it
Yeah,
over.
there's a difference
We're only
between
interested in getting the
nerd
truth, and
racism
we're not
versus
getting it.
jock racism, I
We're
guess.
certainly
And
not
Candace
expecting
Owens
to get it
offers jock
from Tim
racism.
Pool. That is crazy. That's just crazy town. But I do think that is right now the Zionist strategy, and that's why I want to encourage you guys to stay focused.
That's the same version of this already took place. Good thing you didn't see the Automont comment that was blogged. The same version of this that already took place with Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate actually captivated all of the men's right activist podcasters.
And again,
they actually basically destroyed Ben Shapiro and the other version of like previously intellectual forms of white supremacy. Because people realize they just want like shit stirrers that are that aren't nerdy and boring and annoying with their explanations for why systemic racism doesn't exist. They wanted someone to be like, you know, black people are inferior or whatever the fuck Andrew Tate says all the time.
Conversation on their show yesterday on the Charlie Kirk show about this trial, the upcoming trial about Tyler Robinson, and here is what they had to say. Take a listen.
So this is straight from the charging document. It says Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, Robinson had become more political and started to lean more to the left, becoming more pro-gay and trans rights oriented. She stated that Robinson began to date his roommate, a biological male who was transitioning genders. This resulted in several discussions with family members, but especially between Robinson and his father, who have very different political views. In one conversation before the shooting, Robinson mentioned that Charlie Kirk would be holding an event at UVU, which Robinson said was a, quote, stupid venue for the event. Robinson accused Kirk of spreading hate. And when you see how easy that rooftop access is, you start to kind of put one and one together, and you realize that Robinson had a plan that he was going to ultimately take advantage of. And he obviously knew how easy it was to get up to that rooftop, which is terrifying.
It really is. And look, you know, one of the other things that's being pushed around for a long time was that, you know, TPUSA, both the local chapter and you guys, didn't advertise this event till a couple days prior to. Now, the insinuation there is that that doesn't give Tyler enough time to plan for this. And what we found out with a little bit of, I don't know, 20, not even 5 minutes of Googling and looking. Yeah. Look, you guys had already put out on your website as early as August 27th. So we have at least almost a full 2 weeks prior to this that not only the time of the event, but the location, the exact location.
Why
of
is
the
she
UV
going
corridor.
through old clips of Turning Point USA? We want to know what your conversation with Turning Point USA looked like. You have revealed zero. You've given us nothing about what Turning Point USA said back to you, what their demands were.
Exactly being proposed by the state of Utah and the FBI.
Duping us
in the
all.
charging
She's
documents.
farming us all.
And we can attest, Andrew Cipher, who's our head of field, Charlie sometimes throw the events out, 7-10 days in advance. If something opened up in his schedule, he would be able to do these outdoor events, a pretty quick turn. And so those whole, that whole theory kind of goes out the window.
So, unless I am mistaken, and I am not perfect, but I do feel like we worked really hard to see when this location was first revealed. The first time that we found that the courtyard was mentioned, because Charlie's speaking at events, your assumption would be they're inside, right? You have no idea where it is. So it's not like you can see whether you have a shot to the courtyard unless you know Charlie's speaking in the courtyard. The earliest that we found that was on September 2nd. The local media mentioned on KMYU that Charlie was speaking at UVU in the courtyard, okay? That's the first time that we found this. If I am wrong, please tag me, because what he's referring to on August 27th that happened, which we have on our timeline as well, and this is why I love a timeline, is that TPUSA, UVU, and the local BYU chapter shared a graphic announcing that Charlie was coming to UVU, but there were absolutely no location details mentioned. So that actually does shred the idea that he could have practically gone and scaled rooftops before September 2nd. That's the first public mention is September 2nd. So they announced the event on August 27th, as he says, no location details. And then on September 2nd, there are location details provided by local media for the first time. Prove me wrong, okay? Prove me wrong if that is, if I'm inaccurate, because I do think that we were thorough on that. I will update my timeline. If not, it does then beg the question, surely they must have footage after September 2nd of him testing the rooftop in some capacity to then realize, oh, it's going to be an outdoor event. This is an opportunity for me to go after him. We are waiting for that. And like I said, I was told that they don't have anything that the public doesn't have. So it's not obvious to me. I don't think it's obvious to the public. Now, I do want to get to Viva Frey, who had this to say regarding drones. Regarding the text messages from Tyler Robinson.
A lot has been made about these text exchange that went back and forth between Robinson and his lover, his trans furry gay lover, whatever. And people say it doesn't sound right. Well, there is a video that I want everybody to check out by Turkey Tom. I believe you've watched it now, Viva, where, and this has been authenticated as somebody who was in the Discord chats with them and apparently spent time with them at this apartment.
The fuck?
And he said 100% this is how they talked, which is a striking finding. We're going to go into that more probably tomorrow or the next day, depending on how today goes. But I mean, I get the skepticism on this. At first, it struck me too, but apparently this is how they talk, Viva.
That was not the most implausible thing to believe. Okay, so you have a text message. It does read, regardless of whether or not this is how they talk. People saying they were manufactured by or drafted by AI.
Fed him
to
a
the
lot.
extent that they're confirmed text messages, you can, come to whatever conclusions you want.
Turkey
after
Tom,
that.
more like
But
Turkey Tom, more like Kirky Tom. Am I right?
The extent that those were authentic text messages, they show what they show, which is whether or not his lover was aware of what was going on. You're etching bullets, and it's maybe not for target practice of a sporting nature. But like when I say I don't believe the official narrative, and you have to go back to a number of things here. I put my sort of best theory as to what went down. I want to know who was on the Discord chat in advance, what they were discussing, and whether or not there might have been some other I say foreign, not foreign government, but outer influence there. Tyler Robinson is getting radicalized right about the same time as Thomas Crooks, right about the same time as the other guy, Ryan Ruth. He's being radicalized at a politically relevant period of time, right around the same time, oddly enough, as the alleged suspect in the January 6th pipe bomber. A time frame where political violence is potentially very useful in for the upcoming election. So the time frame of the radicalization is very interesting. To see whether or not he was on anybody's radar beforehand, we don't yet know that, and why there would not be confirmation on that can lead to suspicion. You remember the old man, George Zinn, arrested for claiming to be the shooter the day of, and then gets busted for CP on his phone. Like, in my mind, if I'm making a plausible theory here, George Zinn was probably on some Discord chat with a bunch of young perverts, and he's an old pervert, and he's getting off doing whatever they do on those chats. He knows what's going down. He shows up
why
there
are we
and thinks
going
he's gonna
through
be some
old
useful
Turning Point USA
decoy or
videos?
distraction for Tyler Robinson, because they know
Why
what's
is
going
she not
down.
addressing
That's my
anything
theory.
that Turning Point USA said to Candace herself?
It is the absence of total disclosure, the total lack of faith that anybody has, not just in the FBI per se, but in any state law enforcement. Nobody has
filler,
any
dude.
faith in our institutions anymore, and it leads
It's
people to
almost
go
an
from
hour, Candace.
Healthy
Are you gonna
skepticism
wrap
to
this
just
up?
not believing it, to concocting the most outlandish conspiracy theories imaginable. But then those text messages, you can understand how they will cause people to come to those types of conclusions. And allegedly the rumors are
I don't know, maybe her audience is like
Joe Kent for trying to look
dumb
into
enough to
potential
demand
terrorist angle.
conspiracy
This
theories, but
also
not,
does nothing
but also
to,
so dumb that they don't even invite any scrutiny to Candace Owens after she turns around and gives them
What he's saying there is
nothing.
perfectly valid, and we can all surmise
You know?
about what we think happened that day. We can also ignore the fact that I broke the story that the nurses were told at Utah Valley, which treated George Zinn. Everyone's just ignoring the things that I broke. She has no evidence, but he told the nurses that he was paid to do that. So whatever, we can all theorize, and which we're going to do in the absence of any concrete facts. But I will say it's good that Turning Point is at least giving that air, right? I feel before, I think that might even be the first time Andrew Colvett has expressed that he thought that those messages were weird initially. That's good. That's what people want. They want fresh air at Turning Point USA. They want different perspectives. They want to feel like you're willing to have a conversation, and that at least you're going to defend people when they're being called liars when they're telling the truth about something. That would feel more authentic, I think. And so I am, just to say this, very happy that we are on much better feet and that we have opened the lines of communication. I do genuinely think that Justin Strife did a great job reffing that conversation yesterday. And I also do want to shout out Megyn Kelly, because this was going, we were trying to make this happen in the background really since Blake Neff fumbled the first invite. And thank you. That's in large part because of you guys at home that were like,
There's
what the
nothing
F was
authentic
that?
about
And I
Candace
think
Owens.
that they
I
got
know,
enough
but
flack that they were like, okay, we got to fix this.
She was able to.
But I want
she was able to present authenticity by shitting on Israel. Remember, and specifically also not just shitting on Israel, but also tying it all back to Jews as a Jewish conspiracy. These are the types of things that the audiences actually find to be authentic and uncompromising. Another way that she was able to beef up her authenticity was by daggering Turning Point USA, saying Turning Point USA was farming Charlie Kirk's image, and that she was like a true friend to Charlie. Now that she had a private closed-door meeting with Turning Point USA, her message has changed a little bit, where she's like going back to some of the things, but she's not giving us anything about like what Turning Point USA said. I don't think that people will consider her to be like super authentic.
USA. And with time, we'll see whether or not I was right. I think that's really what it comes down to. But all around, definitely a productive conversation. I know it's 4 hours, so more things will come to my mind as they become relevant. But I think that's a good pause for right now. We'll throw to some of our sponsors. All right, you guys. So for
more fucking, oh my God. Oh my Lord. Oh my Lord. More sponsors, more sponsors, more sponsors. Nothing. Go ahead, girl. Give us nothing. No new revelations about like Turning Point USA beyond her backing down from this conversation. No revelations whatsoever. This is disappointing, to say the least. It's disappointing as far as like there was only two routes out of this, right? Obviously, either she was going to take a conciliatory tone towards Turning Point USA and back away from it a little bit, but not enough to like invite too much scrutiny and suspicion, but so much so that she doesn't like further push this anti-Turning Point USA narrative. Or she was going to really dagger Erica Kirk. And the audience was waiting for her to basically shit on Erica Kirk and invite further narratives about, her personal involvement or something, right? Because that's how she framed it leading up to this conversation. Now she's basically moving in the direction of long-term collaboration. Trust me. Unless in the next couple of days, the feedback that she gets and the backlash that she receives from her own audience actually change her mind on how she must move forward. But at which point she will probably get hit by Erica Kirk, because I'm sure they were smart enough to fucking film that interview, whereas she wasn't smart enough, clearly, to film the interview at all. They are probably, like, the way I'm seeing this is, if she goes back on her word in that meeting that took place and if she goes back on her word to Erica Kirk in that meeting that took place and really starts hammering Turning Point USA again, starts saying, like, you know, Benjamin Netanyahu actually compromised them, blah, 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 all this shit, then they'll turn around and be like, listen, we had that private conversation and here's what you said to us. You know what I mean? Like, Turning Point will cook her. So now she's trapped in this bind. She should have done this interview in public, I think, and it should have been a debate. But here she is farming laxatives to 300,000 people. Now, remember, all of the stuff that people overlook, like running of the ads and stuff like that, when they thought she was a champion of truth and justice, will now look really shitty in comparison. From the outside, we were watching her talk about how devastated she was about Charlie's demise and then farm this kind of ad sponsorship, whatever scheme. People would obviously respond differently.
Why we're doing it. It does keep us free, and we're all sensing the squeeze. It's like they just want our speech. They want to purchase rational thinking. We can't allow that to happen.
Let's see if she reads my comment.
From
Probably
this episode,
not.
Curbster writes, I am praying that our girl is playing the ultimate long game while staying true to her convictions and true toward all of us who have backed her and Charlie from the beginning. I am praying that God keeps you strong, righteous, and faithful in every step that you take. May God save America and protect us all. I want to say this to you guys just plainly. If I was going to sell out, it would have happened in the last 2 years, okay? Those offers were made. Those threats were made. I hope you have seen what I have gone through to keep myself, really. I was fighting to stay me, and it was hard. And that it made me really appreciate the fact that we do live in a matrix and every element is controlled. And that is why they are vicious right now.
I wonder if she'll read like one
because now
curious
that I
comment
chose
about
freedom,
like
they hate that I have freedom. They hate that there's no
one
more
fallen
threats to
fan
me,
comment at all.
right?
Probably
So
not.
they're just embarking on this fan fiction campaign, but especially for the people that I care about in life, right? Especially for people whose heads I have held up.
They agree to answer your questions just to gather all intel against those who made them look suspicious, and the next time they do something heinous, they'll keep in mind all the info you shared in question.
And go, okay, well, you know
So that
what?
they execute their
BD
actions
offered me a lot of
flawlessly?
money, so I'm
Look,
going to stop
that's
talking
coke.
about this, and I'm no longer going to explore this angle, or I'm going to, to repeat to you guys it was definitely Tyler Robinson. It's just not in my character. I have always been the kind of person that knows that it's not worth living life that way. My whole spirit would be corrupted. I couldn't do it. I struggle with people that can do it. I struggle seeing people who have so obviously sold their souls on the internet. It's very frustrating to watch it. Central 848 writes, Candace, please look into the possibility that Charlie was electrocuted and that the hole in his neck was made by the currents passing through his necklace and out of his throat. The images of his charred hands are conclusive and compelling. Please, for the love of God, look into this. I did watch that video that Baron Coleman put together. First and foremost, I want to say Baron Coleman has done some incredible work, and I actually told him that we should get together and collaborate because I had watched a video of his where he was building on Camp Huachuca, and he made me notice some things. So then we started researching some other elements, and that's what we're going to move on to tomorrow. I can tell you definitively that's a weird camera angle. They do look charred in the photos that he showed, but I can tell you that his hands were not charred when he was buried. And so what you thought that like people were like, oh, this was like makeup and stuff. It was a very compelling theory. It just wasn't so. And I very much trust the person that told me that. But that said, the Baron Coleman, if you have not seen the episode where he builds on what I said about Camp Huachuca, that is worth a watch. He kind of suggests in that episode, which I want to shut down, he suggests that, I think he heavily suggests that it could have been the Veep on the base. Vance on the base, and I did then research because I was like, oh, wow, is he right? There's actually video of Vance, so it could not have been Vance on the base. Again, I'm getting ahead of ourselves here. We should talk about more of that tomorrow. But that is a very compelling video that he did, which was fantastic work. And I do want to collaborate with him. Maybe we'll do it this week or next week. Or is next week Christmas? I guess. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Jenna writes, your true fans had no doubts about you whatsoever. Merry Christmas to you. I was like, are you new here? Girl, I have been maimed, fired, caricature. I'm watching right now. My family go through that right now because they are so desperate. And I just think we're close to an awakening and really understanding what real evil is. So we're going to keep pushing. Zachary Loft writes, longtime listener, first-time donor. Why wasn't the convo live? Why is Brandon Tatum the only creator that you follow on both IGs? That was 2 questions. Okay, the first thing, why wasn't the convo live? It was first intended to be live. They did say, obviously, you saw the offer Blake Neff made, which was not a true offer. But then what came behind that was Erica communicating with Megyn Kelly and me. Megyn Kelly was kind of the intermediary. We were trying to find someone that was fair, like I said earlier. And then obviously it sort of felt like it got a bit uglier the next week. And I sort of felt, and I think it was fair, that then she went on this press tour and it was kind of directed at me. So then they said, okay, well, by that I mean Justin Strife kind of said, the temperature's a little hot right now. What about we do like not an off record conversation, but have a private conversation.
Holy shit, she's mogging
and
you.
I actually
She's
will
not.
say,
we're a part of the
I
clandestine
wish it
operators.
was live, but I will also say I am glad that some parts weren't, because I was then able to tell them some things that I have not yet said that I wanted to like fact check and get some answers on, but also to say something to them that I found out that I didn't say because I didn't want to hurt the company in a way, right? So some of this is very relevant to Charlie's research and what happened on 9/10, and some of it is not.
Boo! I'm telling you,
we got
bro.
to, I guess, have a better, that portion
That's
of the conversation I think
bullshit.
is better.
Are the
off
chat-
camera.
is the
But
chat
I was
eating it up?
always open and am still open to live streaming with them whenever. Truly, like whenever. You guys know I'm an open book, so it wasn't my demand that it be private. I was happy to do a live stream.
Don't forget to
But I
dislike
think
and
Justin thought that it would be
unsubscribe.
better if after, just so we could kind of bring the temperature down, which I think was very much accomplished. Temperature was definitely brought down. Zachary Loft wrote, longtime listener for, oh, sorry, I just read that. Mr. Bruce Lee writes, people in the chat, many other channels are not hearing what they want to hear, so it's automatically, well, Candace got paid. The chats are so botted. It's better to actually look at comments after the episode to see what people think. And we've had so many people talk about how there are so many bots in the chat, and so focus on obviously the words that I am saying, and obviously you can tell that I have not been paid because I wouldn't be talking about Israel. And I think there's something to explore there.
I'm telling you, dude. This is they recognize that just simply saying Israel is enough for these people. Okay,
very much. It's obvious that these people
it's because people are so desperate for any voice that will criticize Israel that like people like Candace Owens basically got people like Candace Owens basically realized like that's like a cheat code. Okay, and even beyond, if you say like, oh, it's the Jews, or if you lean into the Jews, the Jewish angle, like so many people just fucking instantly go, oh my God, you're real, you're honest, you're a real one.
Attacker. Like he's basically trying to signal to people that her security's weak, or like she's using the same security as Charlie, all of these things. Like he is trying to put into
Not a
the
bot,
air
just have
that
eyes.
he wants me to be attacked. That's how I'm taking this, because why is he making my security a theme on his show? I don't trust that at all. And I don't know what's guiding that. Rio Bays writes, how would Erica and the feds not see those messages? That makes zero sense.
If I'm fucking Candace Owens is a security guard, I'm going on Ozempic, by the way.
Yeah, she didn't.
I have been so prominently called a fat fuck a million times, both on Tim Pool's show to a much smaller audience and on Candace Owens' show to a major audience. I'd be so fucking insecure.
And the feds not see those messages, that makes zero sense. Erica, Brian Harpole, and so many others caught in these lies. This is what you fished for. Why go soft? That doesn't make sense. Also heard that we're chilling with TPUSA members at Tucker's party. That's another more fan fiction. I have no idea what that was about. You're referring to a person who went and said that Candace was hanging out with TPUSA and Tucker and Marjorie Taylor Greene at Tucker's Christmas party. To my knowledge, I did not see any Turning Point USA employees. I did not have a conversation with any Turning Point USA employees. To my knowledge, that I did not see them. It was a massive party. I have never had beef with Tucker. That's why I was at his Christmas party. And I've never had beef with Marjorie Taylor Greene. So yeah, I spoke to them. That's what I mean. It's like the attacks are just every second of every day accusing me of something. And the implication there was like I was like sitting on the side laughing and enjoying a beer with Terrell Farnsworth and Tyler Boyer. I am sure, because Tucker obviously has a good relationship with them, that there were some Turning Point USA employees I didn't speak to them. I didn't speak to them. To my knowledge, I did not speak to them. So I actually responded and I said to the person, why don't you publish who you're talking about? You don't have to, like, everyone's like beating around the bush. Like, I can't say what I know about her security. Say it, because you're lying. Okay. If you say you know something about how I'm actually secretly laughing with Turning Point USA, speak plainly. I have nothing to hide. I am not the person who's playing any games right now. So if you're going to call me out,
why are we gliding over her
way.
schizophrenic bullet
Okay?
necklace
Go Max
theories? Like,
on
what the
calling
fuck was
me out,
that?
because if I'm a fraud,
it's because
the public
we have to move on,
sure
because
as hell
she's
deserves
like
to know it.
she's
And
just
you're not
going
gonna
into
find
so
me
many different
in a situation like that.
insane things
Isabella,
that it's hard to
Mazone
keep
writes,
up with
"Can you
like
elaborate
one
more
and
about
like really
Charlie
dial
and
in
journey
on
to
one without
Catholicism?" Did Erica
pausing and then
confirm that?
talking about it for
I'm
an
going
hour.
through a journey with Catholicism as well, and I think that they should be honest about that. Look, obviously, Erica.
Bro, there's people in her audience that think Charlie Kirk is alive. Do you understand?
I said, I was like, what was that weird?
Like, do you know how insane this thing is?
I get these people doubling down on it, and I know that they know that it's true. That
I'm
Charlie's
telling
going
you,
to
dude.
mass.
I'm telling you, there are a shit ton of people in this
That's a conversation, like you said,
side of the internet that are normies that you are working with, that are your coworkers, that your parents, that believe in like a whole bunch of nonsensical bullshit.
I do think, from what I've been told, that he was planning on signing up and starting that process, but I did not personally have that conversation with him. So that's third party. The right person to speak about that would be Erica. And I do think she should. I think she should, because nobody was nastier to me than the Judeo-Christians, the evangelical crowd, because I told the truth about conversations that I had with Charlie about Catholicism. And none of them corrected the record. None of them said, I'm sorry. None of them said I didn't know what I was speaking about. They just kind of doubled and tripled down on attacking me, which is a repeat theme. I'm always being attacked for telling the truth, and I just keep telling the truth. So, yeah. What's the lie? Where's the lie? Where is the lie? Theme. Lastly, Lamp writes, how come Qatar is always used as the go-to punching bag by the media? Why does Qatar never even push back? And Qatar seems to never attack Israel in a war of aggression or any sort of attack. Have they ever even done anything negative toward Israel? Well, Qatar recently came out and said, yeah, we work with Hamas because Israel and the United States asked us to. They asked us to play the intermediary. And now we are being attacked for doing what they asked us to do, which sounds like the most absolute United States-Israel thing ever, is to ask people to help you and then to be like, oh, I'm so horrified by what they're doing. And I tend to believe that. I don't understand the weird Qatar thing. Like I said, I would take Qatari money. I would. They haven't called me. It's deeply upsetting. I don't understand what I'm doing wrong, what I'm getting wrong, what I can do better to make them call me. I would be totally one of those people.
She's not going to read yours. That's the last
Have you
comment.
seen,
No, I know she's not going to read mine. I knew that she was never going to read mine. What are you, crazy?
And I'd be in a commercial for Qatar Airlines. I don't mind somebody making that NAI video and maybe sending that over.
That's
to
my
the Qatari
that's my
embassy
lane.
and seeing if they'll hire
Chill.
me.
I'm the number one.
To being paid by Qatar. So I don't get it. I don't know why Jared Kushner and Zionists are allowed to go to Qatar, which happened recently, and do deals with them. But for some reason, Candace and Tucker are not. It's just not fair. What do I have to do to be seen by Qatar? I guess it's a question for another day. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
That was crazy. Okay, that was crazy. I don't think. I'm gonna be honest. You need to be the top upvoted comment for this episode. Where do we see that? Where can we upvote my comment? How do we do that? Open presents. Thank you for the 25. Get the subs. I don't think the audience bought it. I think there was a lot of interest from the audience. I think she's basically created. I think she's created this this massive community at this point that has a lot of goodwill for her. They got our boys day one, faking gay. She didn't address the questions regarding Erica Kirk lying about messages. Erica learned nothing from Charlie, like to research and find the truth before speaking. 756,000 views in 1 hour, by the way. I'm going to say I can't be the only one who feels a slight disappointment in the change in attitude after one private meeting with Erica Kirk, right? We didn't hear about what TPUSA said to her at all. Boom. I can't be the only one who feels a slight disappointment in the change in attitude after one private meeting with Erica Kirk, right? We didn't hear about what TPUSA said to her at all. Can you edit after the fact? This meeting should have been live. Please post on your public YouTube account. That would be so fucking funny. Wait, what do you mean? I already did. This is my public YouTube account. Worse than a Redditor, a YouTube commenter gave you a thumbs up, King. I'm going to give this video a thumbs down, honestly. It's like, it was disappointing. This was my first thumbs down Candace Owens YouTube video. It was pre-recorded? No, it wasn't pre-recorded. Also, this has 46,000 likes. Holy moly. The birth on Auntie? Yes, I'm Auntie now. Your comment is already at the top. She's for sure pre-recorded. No, it wasn't pre-recorded. She doesn't do these pre-recorded. Should have what this chat does when they're bored and rage bait into her paying attention to you. Yeah. Did they delete? I can't find your comment anymore. They probably did. I'm sure she has like moderators in real time. No, it's there. Did you two ever interact personally before? We might have. I don't even remember. I don't think so, though. Because she did not have this level of emotion for most of her career. Maybe during your time at the DHS, yes, probably. 2018, Candace Owens is very bad at her job.
The trans community is justified because, oh, there's such a small percentage of the population who cares.
This is an old stream from 2018 when I was streaming on Facebook.
Well, that margin, when looking at it from a statistical analysis perspective, might look like a small number.
When you were a baby? Yeah, when I was a little baby. The mic tech has come a long way. I know. Why don't you have the hot camera angle anymore? What do you mean? This is a far superior camera angle, I think, than that. $5K dislike, 10% thus far. That's not real. The dislike ratio is famously fake. Come on. Anyway, where was I? Yeah, did she delete your comment? I don't see it. Now your comment is gone for me. They might have taken it out. Cowards. Where was it? Let's see. I mean, it still shows up for me, but I'm me. So that's probably the reason why it's showing up for me. Some people are saying, yep, it's out. Some people are saying they still see it. That's it. We paste a hole in our floors and shoot our fingernails off for that. Come on, girl. 4.5 hours and that's all we get. Where's the beef? Still love you, but come on. I feel like I'm being strung along to keep numbers up. You mean that after Charlie died, Angel Cole never once told Erica? Well, that was weird. Has anyone explained how Erica's in possession of Charlie's phone during an ongoing investigation? What about asking why Mickey got on the phone without even dialing a number, then walked away casually before Charlie even hit the ground? Are you seriously going to glaze over that? Have you even considered that perhaps he has 2 phones? What on earth was that? What did Erica say about being followed by planes? A lie can run on for a while, but the truth owns the finish line because it never has to change direction. I wouldn't trust the call logs from them. How can Candace believe call logs they probably made up? She just simply said, okay, cool, clarified. It's all a psyop. They are all part of the club. Well, I heard nothing there that would change my mind about Erica Kirk. She's a fraud with a very murky past. Both sides of this are now fake and gay. No need to apologize for calling TPUSA a godforsaken organization for alleging that the leadership of TPUSA would betray Charlie Kirk. They are, and they did. I think I just realized that we, the people, will never be allowed to know now. I felt like she was backpedaling. We learned nothing, absolutely nothing. Her husband was assassinated on live TV. FBI somehow is allowed to keep her phone. 4.5 hours of Erica Kirk, and this is all Candace has to say. So anticlimactic. We will never be told the truth about anything ever. What a joke. See? I told you. I told you. This is going to be the prevailing narrative where people did not get what they were looking for from this conversation. While Will Sommer says Erica Kirk's meeting with Candace Owens is starting to look like a disaster, Candace Owens is still criticizing specific TPUSA staffers and now says they couldn't convince her Tyler Robinson was a gunman. I don't think that is the... I think that the audience demanded a lot more. Wanted a lot more from that conversation, and she took a far more conciliatory tone than they expected. You can't promise a bombshell and deliver a nothing burger. Yeah. Because of her not being as aggressive as the fans wanted, fans wanted her to be, they will see this as an intro into something more serious and less of a joke. No, I'm telling you right now, I think that they are gonna be, bro, there is so much. Keep writing fan fiction about me, New York Post. Oh yeah, she's flexing her view count. But a lot of this stuff is fine when you're an ally. I mean, I've seen this in my own community, right? I've seen this in my own career. People that ride with you and click like on stuff like this, if you don't feed them exactly what they want to hear, or if they have disagreements with you, that will very quickly turn into hatred. Things that people didn't mind in the past about her, talking about her view count, or things that they didn't mind about the ads and things like that, will very quickly turn into points of hate. Okay, this is how stan behavior works. Stans can often turn into the most vicious haters. Okay, I mean, we saw a version of that take place with the 49-month subscriber who thinks I'm a federal agent, unironically, who thinks I'm a Zionist, right? People that initially will people that openly would be like, you played a formative role in my fucking development, will then very quickly turn around and be like, you actually are betraying the socialist cause. You're my number one op now. You're a bigger enemy of mine than any number of different right wingers. So, especially when you're rudderless, like for someone like myself, this is not a problem. The reason why it's not a problem is because I stay the course, right? I have an ideological conviction. I have a positive vision for the future that I want to see, that I want to build. So in spite of all of this fucking negative feedback, I just keep doing what I'm doing. And, the cards fall where they may, right? If some people develop a distaste over the years, it doesn't matter. The message doesn't change. It's consistent because the goals are the same, right? Whereas for people like Candace Owens, who are at the mercy of their audiences, for people who are grifting with no real ideological conviction, with only one singular interest, farming a larger and larger audience to the best of their ability, for people like that, they're at the mercy of their audiences. And what she did here, I think, was to take a more professional decision where she thought it would be better if she took a more conciliatory approach to Turning Point USA and moved the attention away from them, moved the stink off of them, when the Erica Kirk conspiracies are growing in size, in frequency, in magnitude, including but not limited to who Erica Kirk was dating before Charlie Kirk. On the eve of people on Twitter finding out that Erica Kirk was dating the executive producer of the Charlie Kirk show, Cabot Phillips, before she met Charlie Kirk, Candace Owens comes out and says, actually, I think it was much less of a conspiracy than I previously thought it was, to an audience that is demanding more and more. That's really bad business. Okay? Yeah. So all of the things that all of the newfound fame and glory and admiration that she has enjoyed thus far is going to fall by the wayside. All of the people that previously thought that it was great that she is, farming ads and donos because she's like on a pursuit towards justice and truth, are now going to say, the fuck were you doing? I guess you were a grifter all along. Right? Wouldn't it be easier to go along with her audience, or do you think she wants mainstream appeal? I don't know. I think that was the decision that she made. That was the calculation that she made. She thinks this pivot is smarter for her long-term career ambitions. Okay? She probably gets less hate from mainstream outlets. She probably miscalculated or misjudged how much control she has over her own audience. Maybe I'm actually overemphasizing how much people are invested in leaning into conspiracies. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe her assessment is right, and that this will actually take some of the stink off of her from mainstream outlets, while simultaneously, simultaneously like help her get a leg up later down the line by Turning Point USA, things like that. But I will say, in terms of being market captured, in terms of being audience captured, the full tilt audience capture moment here would be to take that meeting and stay the course. Come out of that meeting and just like dagger Erica Kirk and continue hammering Turning Point USA. release some juicy tidbits of the back and forth conversation that took place that lean heavily in the direction of Israel paid them conspiracies, things like that. I don't know, though. 350,000 live viewers, even if she holds on to 1/3 of that, she's still 4 times bigger than you. Brother, I'm not making a comparison between myself and a right-wing content creator. Are you fucking nuts? There's never been a moment in the history of independent media where a leftist content creator, not even like a liberal, but a Marxist or a leftist content creator, has ever even come close to the level of popular success that I have seen. You do realize that, like, there's never been a moment where the left has ever dominated discourse. That's just a lie that right-wingers actually tell themselves to make it seem like they're in a permanent state of victimhood. Think about any point in time since the invention of YouTube. No, not even pre-Elon Twitter. There's never been a moment like that. Even when Democrats win, even when liberals are winning elections, there's never been a moment where on the independent media side, or even on the mainstream media side, where Republicans were not dominating. There's a reason why the overwhelming majority of television watchers still tune into Fox News. It's the most popular news broadcast in the country. Just like back in the day, it was Daily Wire and even Turning Point USA to a certain degree, but mostly Daily Wire and all these other right-wingers that were blowing the fuck up. And now it's still right-wingers that are blowing the fuck up. A lot of the media is geared towards promoting right-wing positions. Even the more independent seeming side of media, the algorithms still boost right-wing positions. There's a couple different reasons for that. There's obviously the structural hurdles that you have to overcome. If you're a leftist content creator, you have to develop a real grassroots audience that will back you. And you can't have like astroturfed. You can't have, big money backing you. It just doesn't work that way. And then also on top of that, right-wing commentary is far easier to promote and to present to an audience because right-wing commentary is basically telling you everything that you know about the world is actually good. It's a very comforting narrative to say, none of this is your fault. It's the fault of feminists and all the people that have actually harmed you. So no matter what, algorithms will always benefit an endless amount of right-wing slop. So much so that even those who present themselves as liberals or present themselves as like being in the center, they will also lean into right-wing algorithms in an effort to generate newer audience for themselves. They will often refuse to anger or even criticize the right. Even if right-wing broadcasters who are unimaginably hypocritical, even if right-wing broadcasters are presenting incredibly dangerous narratives, incredibly violent rhetoric, most of these apolitical slop tubers and centrists and whatnot rarely ever entertain criticizing those audiences because they're fucking terrified, right? Because they're worried about their audiences, because they're worried about the crossover audiences that they have, the crossover fans that they have, and they're also simultaneously worried about they're also worried about the negative, like the consistent attacks that they'll receive from those audiences. Yeah, they don't even criticize billionaires, of course. So, yeah, it's also the case where right-wing commentators are held to a much lesser standard than left-wing commentators. Right-wingers can get away with so much, but when a left-wing commentator does the slightest thing wrong, it's the worst controversy ever. Yeah, oftentimes also beefed up by, again, the centrists, the liberals, the right-wing commentary sphere that will instantly pounce on moments of discontent or dissatisfaction. So, yeah. There are so many different reasons as to why the right is so dominant. But there's never been a moment where the right wasn't dominant, is my point. especially on the independent media side. What is this? James Fishback? Great to catch up with the incredible Barry Weiss tonight in DC on January 19th. Truhanon, Mein Führer, 9. Dude, you know what's crazy? This James Fishback guy is actually very interesting. The guy that we saw Asmongold praise for doing, defensive Nick Fuentes and whatnot. But like only a couple years ago, he was doing the Israel is the greatest nation on earth shit, apparently. Shouts out to Truanon for clocking it. Turns out this new neo-Nazi governor for Florida is not even a real neo-Nazi, but simply a fake one. So, yeah. Hold on. Where is it? Let me see if I can find it. There's a bunch of other stuff that I want to talk about as well. Oh, here it is. Here it is. To tolerate anti-Semitism is to tolerate lies, says on December 27, 2023. James Fishback says, to tolerate anti-Semitism is to tolerate lies. A culture in which anti-Semitism thrives is a culture which truths have been replaced with lies. A powerful read that every teacher, principal, and college official should read. Thank you, Barry Weiss. Truanon responds, at By Her Logic, we lost an amazing voice. Goliath fan 1952, By Her Logic, responds, he took accountability. The 11-year-olds he met on Raya for based guys helped him fill out the statement of harm. It's frankly amazing that this young child figured out he had been lied to when he was only 30, as he explains here. Because his audience called into question, his newfound audience, called into question why he was promoting Barry Weiss's book only fucking 2 years ago. And he responded to them. I'll be the first to admit that I fell for the Israel's our greatest ally scam and the lie that criticizing Israel is anti-Semitic. It wasn't until I was offered a paid trip to Israel this summer, which I never took, that I realized how cringe and pathetic the propaganda was. I'll never pretend to be someone I'm not. I don't delete old tweets. You deserve to see how my views changed over time. Yet another testament to how easy it is to grift to the fucking right, for the record, is that he's basically doing the exact same thing that J.D. Vance did. The problem isn't just campus, it's in kindergarten. This is an astonishing investigation from Francesca Block about how our tax dollars are funding anti-Semitism. A must-read, especially for parents, from Barry Weiss, December 19th, 2023. James Fishback replies to it. Oh my God, 5K comments on the VOD and they're all negative. No fucking way, Hasan. Your comment is at the top now. I can't believe it hasn't been deleted yet. Yeah, maybe we'll get a mention on the next Candace Owens video. But in any case, this guy literally in fucking December 19th, 2023 was like reading, writing, and now anti-Semitism. The re-education of America is undeniable. Important reporting in the Free Press. Remember, this guy went from talking about how she loves Barry Weiss and meeting up with Barry Weiss on January 19th. And how big of a fan he was of Barry Weiss in January 19th to being like, Adolf Hitler did nothing wrong. Nick Fuentes' fans are the most patriotic people in America. What a big switch up. What a big switch up. It turns out even the fucking anti-Semites can't even find a real anti-Semite nowadays. It's not a switch up. It absolutely is, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? It's the same position, not a switch up. What are you talking about? You think someone that was hanging out with like not just any other, not just like any kind of person that was like, oh, Israel is Israel is a fine ally to Israel is a fine ally. Like, you don't go from pro-Barry to pro-Hitler that quick. Okay? Are you out of your fucking mind?
Nice.
It's 100% a grift. Here, let's just watch. Here, let me show you this person's positions, okay?
Basically, let's see here. We'll watch this. Clarify comments made about Nick Fuentes, his followers. Oh boy.
I want to clarify some comments that I made this week rather abruptly in a live interview about the young men in our country who watch and follow Nick Fuentes. I want to clarify and apologize for absolutely nothing. The young men in Pasco County who wore blue America First hats, who came to our event, where the average age in the room was somewhere in the 60s, were there, were respectful, were civil. We had a great conversation, and they have a...
He just went and said, I don't give a fuck. See, I told you.
Mega base.
All you need to do is get enough people together, and you can do anything you want.
Real pulse for what is going on in the country. Too often these days, young white men are discounted and told that their opinions don't matter. They are toxically masculine.
Man.
That they have some sort of privilege and their conversation and contributions don't matter. I'm running for Florida governor because Florida is our home. America is our birthright. And we can never, ever sell out the men who built this country.
I've been waiting on this for a while. I've been waiting on this for a bit.
Yeah, this is Asmongold Zoran, guys.
Finally, it's going to happen. So he has my vote? Absolutely. I'd totally vote for this guy instantaneously.
Watching Aiden Ross all day or some of right? I mean, if you're sitting and watching Aiden Ross all day or some of these Twitch streamers, that's very different.
Literally said it's a bit. Yes, dude. Everything is a bit, dude. Everything. He's just doing a bit when he's like promoting fucking neo-Nazis. He's like, yeah, we're really doing a bit here, guys. Dog, were you not around at all to know how some of this stuff works? Like, yeah, haha, we're just joking about Adolf Hitler. Haha, we're just joking about Adolf Hitler. Okay, we're not joking about Adolf Hitler. You think his entire chat is also in on the bit? That's why they're spamming based?
Then I'll tell you the truth. I found the audience of...
Not that this matters, because obviously this guy's not going to fucking win the governor's race in Florida. But, like, please...
young men who follow and watch Nick Fuentes to be actually incredibly informed and insightful and very patriotic young men.
So people got really mad about this, obviously. I wonder why.
Completely honest.
Yes.
Now, that's very different than the audience watching Fresh and Fit, but I think something has to be said about the young men.
Yeah.
Some of them are based too, okay? Just
Some of
mostly
them are
on the feminist stuff. But
I love the soundboard when Myron hits the sounds. No, it's not a dig on Myron, right? It's just what kind of audience, what kind of following do you have? And look, I'm going to be completely honest. I probably shouldn't say this, but I think Nick's following is actually really impressive. There's a lot of young men who are patriotic, who are well-informed, who know our history, which is why they are so frightened by the current path that we are on.
That's exactly it.
And the sooner we can accept that and stop letting the left and the right, stop letting George Soros and Larry Ellison divide us and convince us that certain people we should not listen to, the sooner we can reject that slanderous lie that Americans need to be disavowed, the sooner we can once again unite under a country that speaks up against the establishment, an establishment that has colluded with the left and the right. The country.
See, this is the kind of shit. I don't even have to add anything. I don't even need to say anything. I just need to play the video.
Country Club Republicans are no better than the Democrats. We have to have an America First movement.
That's right.
Probably not going to happen in its own party, but it will likely happen within the vessel of the Republican Party.
Yeah,
that's why I'm running this race for Florida governor, is to actually put forward a Florida.
He's so close to class consciousness. Are you fucking stupid? Like, I mean this sincerely. This guy is literally being a fake Nazi to garner support from what they consider to be the populist right. This guy has no real political convictions beyond, like, you know, rage baiting and being a racist and being transphobic and whatnot, but, like, doesn't necessarily care one way or another. If the entire environment was woke, he'd be at least very quiet about some of his real opinions about this kind of thing, but he's doing it because he knows that the environment is super, super prime for right-wing commentary. And you're over here reading into either of these guys going, oh, he's so close to class consciousness. Now I understand how fucking Mussolini rose to power, even though there was a lot of undemocratic initiatives that took place along the way. But god damn, dude. Not in like a normal way, but like if he would stop being anti-woke and racist for a minute. No, dude, he's saying that specifically because it's appealing. Okay? He is trying to pull you into his world. Okay? Not the other way around. No, the whole point is he's leaning into like don't you think the Larry Ellisons of the world control the media and everything else? Which there is truth to, yes. But he's saying it to specifically talk about how there is a Jewish conspiracy. Okay? Many of these guys will unironically turn into Donald Trump, another fucking vapid, self-invested, pro-billionaire neocon. Okay? That's the reality. Not many of them are even real Nazis, okay? The very fact that they're presenting themselves as Nazis because they think this is a viable alternative that will actually cut across the rest of the race is terrifying, because it means that they are tapping into this kind of this kind of sentiment that they believe is out there in the real world. And a version of this sentiment is out there in the real world. People are demanding anti-Israel comments. People are looking into anti-Israel comments as authenticity. That is true. And these guys take it one step further. They just go beyond simply being anti-Israel, but then also lean into the whole Jewish angle of it all. It's a much easier way to make people understand why they're anti-Israel, or why America even has this allegiance with Israel, when you just say Jewish mind control, right? Or Jews control the media, or whatever the fuck. And that's what this guy is doing. That's why I showed you like that previously. He was, not that long ago, in December 19th, 2023, he's talking about highlighting Barry Weiss all the way back in January of this year. One day before the inauguration, James Fishback is in D.C. hanging out with Barry fucking Weiss. Now he's over here promoting Nick Fuentes. Does that switch up not alarm you a little bit if you are a real anti-Semite? Come on now. But it's super fucking easy to grift to these people. It's super easy to grift to the right. All you need to do is say the fucking words.
First, America First vision that doesn't apologize for our history, doesn't apologize for who we are.
Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Fucking finally. Fucking finally. If this guy wins Florida and run for president after, well, here's what's important. If this guy wins, then you're going to have 50 more of this guy, or I guess 49 more of this guy, running for governor everywhere else. That's why it's important. It's important so you can show that this is a movement and a message that has a tremendous amount of support. And if you don't support it, if you are not in favor of it, then you're dead in the water. That's it.
Yeah, the real movement in America is actually being a regular Republican, but just more anti-Semitic. That's what Americans are really looking for. They're like, oh my God, I can't believe this movement building. Yeah, everybody was like, I actually don't want the roads to be fixed at all. I just want to fucking hate the Jews openly. And also, bigger titties in video games. Jesus Christ. I cannot believe there are people that get their political commentary from this fucking guy. Man, stop linking me the fucking poop sock, okay? I know this is a poop sock, dumbass. Shut up.
What about DeSantis? I think he's going to run again.
Just wants to actually tackle the real issues that are facing young, old, black, white, Christian, Muslim, Jew. It doesn't matter. We are in this to fight this and to stand up to a corrupt establishment.
Man. We need the young patriot. I'm so glad that we have
lots of words, big nothing burgers, and ideology has failed miserably in the past. I don't trust him. I need to see him actually do the stuff he says. Otherwise, he's just another politician, in my opinion. I like that there's more scrutiny from Asmongold's kick audience than
Of
the way
these
Asmongold is
old
presenting this.
fucking geriatric brain dead fossils that are sitting around.
Like you know what the liberal version of Asmongold would look like right now? Someone who's like hyping up Jasmine Crockett. Okay? That's the liberal version of Asmongold. That's what like the diehard loyalists of the Democrats would be doing, grifting in that direction. In the way that Asmongold is just like, basting his way out of whatever fucking he watches. Someone who does not care a lot about policy or care about policy at all, but simply is just like invested in any candidate that's like moving the needle, I guess. Any candidate that's like moving the needle in the optical direction of right-wing shit.
On trying to micromanage the words we use or the internet.
Like, this is his only politics, seemingly. That's kind of what you do, not hating, just saying. Yeah, the difference between myself and Asmongold is a whole lot of literature, a whole lot of reading, an actual ideological investment, and not simply leaning into a movement, after the fact, but working to build a movement far before this movement became popular in any way, shape, or form. Also showering daily, that's another one too, even though his fans obviously see that as a point of sincerity and honesty. He's so modest. He lives in a rotted house. He obviously is not lying to me or grifting to me, because look at the conditions that he lives in. He obviously doesn't care about anything, is the attitude that people have towards him. So yeah.
Whenever they can't use their email, that's it. Florida has term limits for governors. Oh, is that the reason? Okay, there we go. Yeah, I get so. There's nothing wrong with putting yourself first. Absolutely, of course. And I'm really happy to see this. I am tremendously happy to.
Yeah, watch the space when Donald Trump actually says, Byron Donalds is his guy for the Florida gubernatorial race. And Asmongold, based himself into Byron Donalds as well, in the same way that he's saying it right now.
See this. And I think.
Yeah, also, how the fuck do people still say this is just a bit? Or what I don't understand is, like, why do people even go to this for political commentary if it's just a bit? What is this? Look at the date. Both of these were taken in the September of 2017. Yes, we're that couple who gets painting lessons together. Yeah, this is Erica Kirk. Cabot Phillips, September 24th, 2017. September 17th, 2017. No, they were dating. Cabot Phillips was dating Erica Kirk at the time, when he was also playing basketball with Charlie Kirk. And now Cabot Phillips is like talking at Turning Point conferences as the senior editor for the Daily Wire. He's talking about how to lead like Charlie Kirk on December 16, 2025. Today, he's speaking at a Turning Point USA hosted seminar. His internal has him at 43%, but other polls have him at 1%. Wow. Fishback's own internal polling shows him doing incredibly well. But yeah, Byron Donalds is going to be the guy. Okay. Let's be real. Florida is a red hellhole. Yeah, except Byron Donalds is already the red hellhole leadership He has the leadership qualities to run the red hellhole that is Florida. I don't think Donald Trump is going to lean into a guy he doesn't fucking know at all, who was like, who is now running on the Nick Fuentes is actually writing good candidacy, especially when a lot of establishment Republicans, including the MAGA movement, or at least people in control of the MAGA movement, are looking at Nick Fuentes in the same way that the establishment Republicans looked at MAGA when Donald Trump was first coming in to power. They see that as a threat.
I think that, again, more people like this need to come out and run for office. And, you know, us younger guys, right? I mean, politics is generally something that's like all older people, but we can just consolidate around a younger guy and then vote the old retards out of office and then do things our way. And that's all there is to it. So, you know, the old people are dying. We're not. And so, yeah, vote for young.
You are not young, lol. Us.
Guys, don't put up with this shit. There's no reason to. And every single one, absolutely. Like, I'm going to be honest, like, whenever I see an old person running for office, I generally don't take them seriously. I'm going to be totally real. I don't want to hear a person that, like, doesn't understand their email tell me about where the world needs to go. I don't want to.
Anyway, yeah, it's like, this guy's young. Yeah, so is Jasmine Crockett. That's why I said this analysis is basically like the same type of analysis that you would have on the Jasmine Crockett side. Like, anyway, Asman is doing Republican Party entryism. We need a right-wing bad empanados to call him out. No, you can't. The reason why you can't is because he's utterly convictionless. He is devoid of ideology. That's why when the winds blow in the direction of Byron Donalds, he's going to fucking pump Byron Donalds. What are you talking about? If you stand for nothing and your whole goal here is to get your notes from your chat, if you're basically an empty vessel, then eventually you're going to move in that direction. There's no like intellectually consistent right-winger that's going to call into question his allegiances. Yeah, I know. I saw this one as well. Asmongold saying essentially, we are going to kill trans people and it's their fault, while smirking, and also having no understanding of the political landscape or the fact that he does not actually have any power within it. Perfect encapsulation of the online chud dweebs like him. Yeah, it's feeling like you have some semblance of power because the government is expressing violent desires against a group of individuals that have less power than you do, more vulnerable than you do. It's the classic technique, right? It reminds me of the LBJ quote. You tell the lowest white man that he is higher than the highest black man, and he'll empty out his pockets for you. Right? You can convince the lowest white man that he is higher than the highest black man, and they'll believe anything you say. Hell, they'll empty out his pockets for you. And that is basically this. Yeah, LeBron James said that.
Once the Nazification of the U.S. is over, they'll have to add laws and regulations to free speech in order to not protect hate speech. Being allowed to maliciously spread misinformation without consequences, and thus normalizing fascist propaganda, is bad for a country, actually. I've got really bad news for you. Is that, what do you think happens whenever people like me, or people that are more extreme than me, inevitably get control of the government? What do you think happens to all the people that were tweeting nonstop about trans kids? What happens to them?
Do these streamers not realize how unpopular Trump is? The right-wing grift isn't going to survive without Trump, and these people will be out of a career. Okay, so a couple things. One, institutions and the media are actually following these kinds of trend lines with major delay. Okay, there's a ping, there's a latency problem here. That's why you're still seeing Hollywood pivot in the right-wing direction far after the audiences and the real people are moving away from Donald Trump. So you're going to get at least another year of this pivoting to the right bullshit until people basically say enough is enough and they start reacting. Okay? So that's number one. For someone like Asmongold, however, he has captured the attention of a lot of sweaty incels, and this is basically a vengeance quest. Your whole life, they lied to you. Your whole life, they yelled at you. They called you nerds. They bullied you. Women didn't want to fuck you, even though they should have. And now is your opportunity for revenge. Will you actually gain anything out of this revenge quest? Of course not. But it's a temper tantrum, and a temper tantrum still makes you feel better about yourself. And that's how reactionary politics works in general. People who are utterly powerless, who recognize how little power they have over their own lives, making it seem as though this administration dominating trans people or going on a vengeance quest against trans people is somehow going to make their lives a little bit better. It's not. But that's where the owning the libs mentality comes from. Okay? That's where it comes from. It's the same principle behind liberals on the timeline talking about Yemen's going to find out today. When Joe Biden started bombing Yemen, there were a lot of liberals, NatSec liberals, and just liberals alike that were like, Yemen's going to find out why Americans don't have health care today. And it was like, motherfucker, you're American. Shouldn't you be more mad that we don't have health care rather than be like, this is the reason why we don't have health care? Because all of those billions of dollars are going to bombing Yemen, an entirely cruel and unproductive practice. And then we still didn't end up dominating Yemen in the way that Joe Biden and also Donald Trump presented. Like, this is the problem. People who are weak, people who have no power in their lives, have nothing else going on, so they just lean into the government doing cruelty to others, and then they feel like, you know, they're playing a role in this process as well. Oh, at least we're dominating Yemen, I say, even though I can't pay for fucking insulin, you know? It's very stupid. But a lot of people genuinely feel this way. Bullying others make them forget their current position in society, not realizing that those who are in control of the government recognize that need, and that's the reason why they bully others to begin with. That's why the Republican side hyper focuses on 1% of the population as though they're responsible for your economic struggles, your economic hardship, as though that's like the main reason why you're feeling the way that you do. You're never going to retire at a fucking reasonable age. You're never going to be able to buy a home. Why? Because trans people exist.
And now you can see why these people are so extreme. It's because I think on some very, very base level, they know their days are numbered. There is not any degree of activism, virtue signaling, crying, like victimhood that's going to save you. It's going to happen. And it's your fault. It's all your fault.
Be specific. How about yeah, it's all trans people's fault. Yeah, they brought this upon themselves by being the secret group of people that are in control of the levers of society. They're constantly pushing and pulling. Yeah. And not because they were seen as a viable target of enmity from those who do actually have a tremendous amount of control over society. A much more appropriate target to blame when people are maybe starting to recognize that it is the super wealthy that are responsible for everything that they feel. Nope, can't be that. The other thing. Be specific. How about bipartisan support for genocide, capitulating big money and demonizing the opposite party? I dislike both. I mean, do you think I disagree with you? Why do you think I started the conversation by saying this is no different than when liberals under the Biden administration were celebrating bombing Yemen and openly stating as though it was a flex that they didn't, their government wasn't paying for healthcare, but instead was paying to bomb Yemen. Listen to my words. Okay? But yes, Dead Domain fucking nails it by saying, Asmongold essentially saying we're going to kill trans people and it's their fault, while smirking and also having no understanding of the political landscape or the fact that he does not have any power within it. Perfect encapsulation of online chud dweebs like him. When we get in power, it will be inevitable, says the grown man whose only job has been playing video games and serving as a human roach nest for 10 years. You don't have the base human competence to brush teeth, maybe putting your kill the trans car before the horses. Like, this administration, just like any other administration, is never going to give a fuck about your needs, even if your needs are somewhat in line with their agenda. Okay, they're going to do whatever they have to maintain the capitalist order. Okay, that's it. But hey, actions like this very clearly work. It's a marketing technique, it's a division technique, and it very clearly works on a lot of people because they feel like the administration is responding to their needs. First, they're taught that their enemy is trans people or undocumented migrants or black people. Then the administration, after, the governments, after teaching them that, will then do a little bit in the direction or a lot in the direction of harming said marginalized groups. And then that makes you feel like your needs were met. All the while, your real needs, they're never going to be met. You know what's wild? He and Emiro are supposed to be friends, right? Emiro has a trans sibling. Yeah, I know. I don't know how the fuck that works at all, to be fair. Like the incredible amount of anti-trans propaganda that Asmongold cuts. I don't know how the fuck Emiro and Asmongold are friends with one another, given Emiro having a trans sibling. But I don't know. I don't know I don't know about their friendship at all. I don't live in Austin. I'm not very close with any of the people in Austin, so I have no idea. So Hasan farms him for relevancy. Aw, man, not your head tenant again. I'm curious of all the awful takes online. Why lock in so much on Asmongold? Perhaps it's because I'm a Twitch streamer and he's also a Twitch streamer and he's occupying the space that I'm also occupying. And also it's pretty easy to fucking engage in his bottom of the barrel commentary. It's not that it's a farming for relevancy in general. Asmon doesn't hate trans. Just because he hates the grooming trans folk doesn't mean he hates them overall. Okay. Yeah, he is becoming a fan slowly but surely. We'll get him next time, okay? Also, if you go to my YouTube channel and then you go to Asmongold's YouTube channel, I suspect you will find a lot more videos about me on Asmongold's YouTube channel and his clip channel than vice versa. The reason why I cover him from time to time is because, he's in the same space that I'm in. And also, I do think that his commentary does a lot of harm. And it's good to show this commentary every now and then. I think putting my head in the sand and refusing to recognize his existence is probably not the appropriate way to deal with this sort of thing. And I do it in spite of my audience fucking freaking out every single time because they're also delusional little losers. Okay, let's be real. I have a bunch of fucking children-brained dipshits in my community who read everything as fucking drama. So make no fucking mistake. There are plenty of children in here who literally lose their fucking minds anytime I even bring up Asmongold at all, and they think it's unproductive. They want me to talk about the conflict, the border conflict between Thailand and Cambodia or some shit, okay? They literally think like, no, that's the peak. That's what you're supposed to be locked in on. Why aren't you talking about that right now? Why are you talking about Asmongold, a culturally relevant conservative commentator in the same fucking sphere that I'm in, that is actively making the sphere that I'm in a worse place for black people, brown people, trans people, who is consistently fucking saying I'm an anti-Semitic terrorist while simultaneously hyping up virtually every fucking anti-Semite you can find. Maybe it's important to talk about it every now and then, okay? He has never called you a terrorist? Brother, what the fuck are you talking? Who are you lying to? How can you call yourself an Asmongold fan while simultaneously saying such frivolous lies? Not only has he called me an anti-Semitic terrorist, he has demanded that the federal government prosecute me further than they already have. What kind of alternative reality are you living in? Does it perhaps make you feel bad that your favorite supposed quote-unquote free speech defender is only invested in titties in video games as a plot point? He has demanded I get banned over and over again. He has demanded that the government literally do cancel culture on me over and over again. The notion that he has never called me a terrorist is so ridiculous. Maybe if you actually genuinely hold on to some sort of principled free speech stance, you should be calling into question why you like Asmongold so much, even though he is very wishy-washy on the point of Israel, while simultaneously demanding I get banned for my commentary on Israel. How can you be such a fucking anti-Israel guy or a free speech guy if you are demanding that the Trump administration actively pack up legal permanent residents, green card holders like Mahmoud Khalil? Remember when he was so self-assured that Mahmoud Khalil was absolutely going to be deported because it was actually illegal for a green card holder to criticize America's allegiance with Israel? Remember when he was doing that commentary? No, you don't remember anything because you also literally go along with the wind. There is no demand for consistency. Unfortunately, that's just how it works. This is how reactionary audiences grow, because reactionary audiences do not demand any sort of sincerity. They do not demand any sort of ideological conviction. They do not demand any sort of moral consistency or intellectual consistency whatsoever. You just want slop, and he is the number one slop feeder. Okay?
I recently saw that Twitter.
Asmongold accuses Twitch staff of supporting terrorist Houthi streamer HasanAbi, who HasanAbi interviewed. Why is it that this guy accidentally keeps getting unbanned, but Destiny's never accidentally unbanned? I think there's somebody at Twitch who supports this, and they keep unbanning this one person out of some protest or some issue. Dude wasn't even a fucking terrorist, by the way. I think more importantly, why are you constantly justifying yourself to the small minority of people in your chat that question your actions? Hearing you chew out morons is so boring. Sometimes you got to do it. Yeah. Asmongold calling trans people across the board groomers when he wants to do a collab with Nick Fuentes, a guy who constantly talks about the age of consent. Exactly. None of it is consistent. But it doesn't have to be, as long as some libs are getting owned, right? There is a lib out there that's getting owned. What is this?
I'm not going to cry a fucking river.
Yeah, I mean, we've already covered this extensively. Yeah, that's what he got banned over. Anyway. What does Nick Fuentes think about Asmongold? He loves Asmongold, just like James Fishback loved Asmongold, because they all see him as like a great opportunity to farm new audiences, shepherd them into the far-right politics that they represent. Anyway. I feel like Hasan's frequent reprimanding of his own chat is his own way of preventing parasocial interaction to a certain degree. To a certain degree. In any case, Donald Trump came out with this new statement about Venezuela. You know, times are tough. Have to get into it. Have to bomb Venezuela again. You know, but in an America First style way. Okay? Venezuela is completely surrounded by the largest armada ever assembled in the history of South America. It will only get bigger, and the shock to them will be like nothing they've ever seen before. Until such time as they return to the United States of America, all of the oil, land, and other assets they previously stole from us. Venezuela has stolen American oil that belongs to the United States of America, chat. It just happens to be on Venezuelan soil. But it's our oil now. Our land now. The illegitimate Maduro regime is using oil from these stolen oil fields to finance themselves, drug terrorism, human trafficking, murder, and kidnapping for the theft of our assets and many of other reasons, including terrorism, drug smuggling, human trafficking. Just fucking repeating it again. The Venezuelan regime has been designated a foreign terrorist organization. Therefore, today, I am ordering a total and complete blockade of all sanctioned oil tankers going into and out of Venezuela. The illegal aliens and criminals that the Maduro regime has sent into the United States during the weak and inept Biden administration are being returned to Venezuela at a rapid pace. America will not allow criminals, terrorists, or other countries to rob, threaten, or harm our nation, and likewise will not allow a hostile regime to take our oil, land, or any other assets, all of which must be returned to the United States immediately. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Based.
Just breaking right now across the wires, President Trump is ordering a total and complete blockade of all sanctioned oil tankers going into and out of Venezuela, saying that the armada around Venezuela will only get bigger, and that the Venezuelan regime has been designated a foreign terrorist organization, crossing on all the wires coming from...
Bro, I swear to God, every day there's a new issue with like the jobs numbers, like unemployment numbers. Or every day they're like, oh, sorry, we fucked up the GDP numbers. We can't like release. We can't release the new jobs numbers. We can't release this. We can't release that. Don't worry about it. And then every day people are just like, the fuck's going on? Everything is expensive. You might be a pedophile aligned with Jeffrey Epstein. And he goes, wait, hold on. I'll bomb Venezuela. I'll bomb Venezuela. What do you want from me? I'll bomb Venezuela. Mass shooting takes place in a fucking Ivy League institution, Brown University. FBI thinks they got a guy, realizes maybe that's not the guy, or they don't have enough evidence to hold him. And then they go, what do we do? Oh, is there a lot of discontent around the incompetence of the FBI, partially because they fucking hired Kash Patel, a fucking podcaster and a Trump dick rider, to lead the FBI? I'll bomb Venezuela. Is this going to work? Man, Dems falling in line after 9/11 to sign all this bullshit terrorism stuff sure didn't have any consequences. People said it would happen all the time. Thank goodness. Yeah, exactly. Based. Jobs numbers are great. U.S. November jobless rate hits 4.6%, highest since 2021. Yeah, also, this is the tip of the iceberg in terms of unemployment, because we have a consistent underemployment problem in this country with people basically moving in the direction of the gig economy, where the only available jobs are being a serf. Okay. Yeah, and then you have the Jeffrey Epstein files deadline coming on Friday. Donald Trump is doing a statement tomorrow. I suspect it'll be on this. If you factor underemployment and permanently out of work under 65, non-disabled, is over 25%. Yes. There's never been a bigger disconnect between the ruling class and the American people than today. The ruling class is treating the entire Western Hemisphere as his backyard, whereas the average American can barely keep a home. I mean, keep a home. The average American can barely put a roof over their own heads and pay rent.
Trump administration and the president himself, a blockade of all sanctioned oil tankers into Venezuela. As we look at some of those drug boat takeouts, that's a significant move around the country of Venezuela.
Yeah, I mean, Brett, it's incredibly disturbing. I think this is why you're seeing members of Congress on both sides of the aisle coming forward and saying, you know, we need to understand a little bit more about what the posture is and what the reasoning and rationale is. It's one of the reasons why we have, checks and balances in this country, and why the legislative branch is so involved when there is a decision to go to potentially invade or, even potentially go to war with another country. So lots of questions here. I think that President Trump, I know he's speaking to the country tomorrow night, addressing the nation. I think it's very important that he be transparent with the American people as to why he's doing this. And, I think a lot of people are asking questions. Are we going to actually go into war with Venezuela? More questions here than we have answers.
Yeah, Ari, the president is saying, and maybe tomorrow night in his primetime address, which you'll see here on Fox, he's going to get into this, some of the specifics. It's not that we don't hear from this president a lot. We hear from him a lot on a lot of moves, but tonight he's saying this blockade, I mean, it's a significant move.
Yeah, I think for most of the American people,
Oh my God. It's just, I can't deal with this shit, bro. Only chronically online care about asthma. A massive audience of pussies that only exist online with no relevance. Brother or sister or the emperor. Wake up. It's 2025, okay? I understand that things online are always going to be less relevant than things that are happening in the real world for normies. But we spend most of our time online, okay? You're online. You're on a fucking Twitch stream. The fuck is going on with this shit, dude? It's the same principle behind Nick Fuentes. Only until Nick Fuentes started getting New York Times coverage where some dumb fucks in the chat were like, okay, I guess maybe it's appropriate. Like, and there are still people who will be like, why are you platforming Nick Fuentes? I don't know, because everybody else fucking platformed him. Wake up. Last year, you were saying Twitter wasn't real life. I know, except we have an administration that does everything in its power to make things on Twitter turn into real life events. So what the fuck do you mean? Laura Loomer off of Twitter is capable of launching a conquest against medically disabled Palestinians that are supposed to be getting into the United States with medical visas. So what do you mean Twitter is not real life? Twitter is the most real life under this administration, okay? At a certain point, slamming your head into the fucking sand and refusing to recognize the tide shifts that are happening around you is unironically unproductive. It's the same reason why people go, oh, why are you watching Candace Owens? Oh, just because she has 300,000 live viewers, you're watching Candace Owens? Yeah, motherfucker, go out in the goddamn real world and talk to some people, and you will find out that many of them are tuning into Candace Owens either on TikTok, either on Instagram, or directly on their fucking YouTube page. Okay? I don't have to endlessly justify, I shouldn't have to endlessly justify why I look into certain things, but god damn it, it takes up so much fucking time in this community. It quite literally turns into me justifying every minor thing that I'm doing to 30,000 micromanagers who are like, man, why are you doing this? Do this instead. Shut the fuck up. My job here is to make sure that you're not caught with your pants down, pissing against the fucking wind, okay? You need to be aware of where things are moving. I need to be aware of where things are moving, and so do you, okay? Oh.
People, everything vis-a-vis Venezuela is unexplained. I don't think the American people understand or know, have probably never even heard of him for the most part, Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, and what's wrong with him? What's our beef with him? What's our beef with Venezuela? President Trump hasn't explained it thoughtfully to the American people, so it's a lot of tough, knee-jerk action that's pretty good against drugs. I support it. The action against the tankers, in most cases, well, in the case previously, that was under a warrant, and that tanker was an unauthorized tanker. It wasn't even flagged, which is a violation of international law. So he has good reason.
It's a violation of international law. Why? Because we decided Venezuela is not allowed to sell their own natural resource to other countries. Oh, shit, dude. I didn't fucking realize. I didn't realize that, like, we got to make whatever rules we wanted to. Okay, I've decided all American oil is mine now. As long as if I had enough military power, I could just do that. Bonerbox agrees with Trump on this, by the way. Of course he does. He's a fucking moron. If you take for granted everything that America does as the norm, then yeah, of course you're going to be like, what do you mean? Of course America has good reason to sanction Venezuela. I mean, they're giving that oil to Iran. And what is Iran doing with that oil? Terrorism. Iran is doing terrorism with that oil. And what is Venezuela doing with the money that they get from the oil that they're selling or shipping back and forth between Iran or wherever the fuck? Also terrorism. Everyone's doing terrorism except for America. When America's doing terrorism, that's good terrorism.
But he's not explaining them. And I think if he wants the support of the American people for
if you trust a guy who's who consistently defended Israel over the last 2 years about what international law is, I don't know what to fucking tell you. These are the very same people that lost their fucking minds when the Ansar Allah movement very clearly said, hey, in order to uphold international law, as Israel is doing a genocide, we are going to implement a blockade on the Red Sea. Our coastline happens to be on the Red Sea, and with the limited territorial control that we have, we are going to implement a blockade. We're going to make it much more difficult for you to get through if you are shipping stuff to Israel, if you're an Israeli shipping company, if you're not trying to cooperate with us and you won't tell us where your final destination is or where you're stopping along the way, we're going to fucking stop and disrupt that flow of commerce. And many shipping companies did actually stop for the time being. It was so successful that it actually bankrupted one of the two major ports in Israel. Okay? And the very same people that lost their minds when the Ansar Allah administration actually intercepted one of the shipping containers that was owned by an Israeli shipping magnate, okay, who basically said, fuck them, fuck the Ansar Allah movement, go through regardless, and forced this fucking sailors to sail through those seas in spite of the warnings. Every single fucking liberal lost their minds. They were like, how dare they do this? This is an act of terror. Now America is off of the coastline of Venezuela, okay? It's not America off their own coastline. It's the United States of America off the coastline of Venezuela, implementing a blockade and seizing oil tankers that are transporting Venezuelan oil. And that's not considered piracy. That's not considered terrorism. That's not considered theft. That's normal. Why? Because America decided Venezuela is not allowed to sell oil. And we make the rules. It's fucking ridiculous.
Foreign venture, he needs to explain it.
Yeah, Meredith, I mean, right now they're forecasting that tomorrow's primetime speech is going to be kind of the hits up until this point, but I assume it'll be some of this as well.
Obviously, the way Trump is handling Venezuela is insane and reckless. We should not be getting involved with them in any South American country, but isn't Maduro a bit of a dictator? How do you navigate that without stoking the flames and endangering millions of lives for no reason? You don't. It's simple. You don't. That's it. The fuck is this? Not only do you not do any of this shit, you also don't implement sanctions on Venezuela to begin with the express purpose of destroying their economy, as the Trump administration under Trump 1 openly expressed the desire to do so. Not only that, but America is so disloyal to its own supposed allies as well, because they did that to Venezuela, and then there was a mass amount of displacement that took place in Venezuela because the economy was in the shitter, okay? And then we brought some of the Venezuelans to the United States of America. We offered them temporary protected status, only for Trump to come around on Trump 2 and decide all Venezuelans are rapists, Trendaragua criminal terrorists. And now Trump is using, on the domestic front, the Venezuelans that he caused, the Venezuelans that he brought into the country to treat them as like discardable enemies of the state. Is the most fucked up thing of all time.
Yeah, I think people are looking for answers on many fronts, and we're getting to the time of the year. It's about 1 year into Trump's first year here back in the White House, and the White House wants to look ahead to the midterms. They want to talk about the economy and what they're trying to do here, but what we've seen more recently is a lot of distractions, whether it's this Vanity Fair article or even the president's comments about Rob Reiner yesterday that were really disturbing to a lot of people on the Hill.
Click here to subscribe to the Fox News.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They won't pay attention to this. Yeah, she's right, but not in the way that she should be. Oh. It's always the same shit. Saddam, Gaddafi, wherever we decide to intervene in the affairs of any foreign country, we fuck it up even further. We don't allow popular revolutions to take place. We don't allow people to organize against whatever administration that they consider to be unfathomable. That's how you cut aside popular revolution. That's how you destroy any sort of popular momentum. That's it. There is no interest or investment in people's self-determination. Well, Saddam was pure evil. Okay, look at Iraq now. Is it better off? No. So what's the fucking question? The argument isn't Saddam is evil and we should let him continue fucking... You said yes? Okay. All right, this has got to be... Oh, yeah, his name is Alpa Öcalan. Okay, yeah, this is a Kurdish chatter. I was about to clock him and say, oh, you must be Kurdish. Yes, his name is literally Great Leader Alpa Öcalan. Of course, the only people that would say Iraq is better are Kurds. Okay, that's it. Outside of Kurdish people, no fucking Iraqi person is going to say Iraq is better off after fucking 20 years of military occupation. Yeah, I'm glad that America intervened so you could have an autonomous region. Like, come on, dude. That's crazy. Jesus Christ. They used uranium rounds. Yeah, but they also built an autonomous Kurdish region. So who's to say the fucking tens of millions displaced and 1 million people killed is worth it or not? The point I was making wasn't that Saddam is good. The point I was making is that if the people actually rise up and revolt against Saddam, that's fine. But America won't ever allow that to happen. And the example I will give you is this. There are plenty of non-democratic governments that the United States of America is directly up the asshole of. Saudi Arabia comes to mind, for example. Why is it that America never talks about fomenting democracy or discontent in Saudi Arabia? Because Saudi Arabia plays ball. We don't give a fuck about democracy. Get the hell out of here. It's so stupid. Bro, I am Kurd too, and Iraq isn't better off. We had a civil war, and even now the two largest Kurdish clans in the north are fighting each other over power. Kurds are not even having a good time. I don't know if they remember terrorists like ISIS, which were propped up by the Americans. Exactly. It's so crazy. There's never been a place that isn't like that wasn't a recipient of the Marshall Plan. There's never been a place that America has intervened in the affairs of militarily or through like a color revolution or something, and then that country has been more stable in the aftermath. Not once, because that's not the goal. That's never the goal. Post-Gulf War I was the weakest Saddam ever was, and there was a general's plot to overthrow him with popular force and requested American assistance, not troops, just money and weapons. And instead of that, we just slapped sanctions on to starve the population, to let the coup forces get slaughtered. America doesn't care. Yeah, 500,000 dead. But that was, according to Madeleine Albright, that was justifiable, for the record. That's what she said. She said that was a sacrifice she was willing to make. Yeah, even Marshall Plan states also had Gladio and NATO. So there's that as well. There was obviously, I'm just saying, in comparison to the Marshall Plan states, you have an even worse version of intervention. Because the goal is never about democracy. The goal is never about giving people the opportunity for self-determination or sovereignty, because a sovereign nation will have control over its own resources. A sovereign nation is not as malleable, is not as exploitable. And we can't have that, because it is all done at the behest of foreign capital. It is all done at the behest of global capitalism. That's it. It is all a game to extract natural resources from the global south. That's it. And you have to fight for it. The reality of the matter is the only countries that are allowed to have any sort of sovereignty are countries like Vietnam, who fought tooth and nail, long and hard for liberation and succeeded. Okay? Countries like China, the People's Republic of China, who not only fought against foreign forces and foreign invaders, but fought amongst themselves to ensure that a puppet state was not in control of China. Okay? That's it. There is no other way out of this. There's no other way to develop sovereignty and autonomy for your peoples, and America will forever hate you for it too.
I'll say a couple of things on that. First of all, as you all saw on Truth Social, President Trump is going to be giving a joint address an address to the nation, not a joint address, an address to the nation tomorrow night, live from the White House here, 9 o'clock Eastern. I know you guys will all be tuning in. It's going to be a really good speech. I was just in the Oval Office with the president discussing it. He's going to talk a lot about the accomplishments over the past 11 months, all that he's done to bring our country back to greatness, and all he continues.
Is this just a fake victory lap? I think it's a fake victory lap to get ahead of the... I think it's a fake victory lap to get ahead of the Epstein files. Fake victory lap because everything sucks. Everything is falling apart. People are very, very frustrated. And then on top of that, I think it is to unveil what he's going to do to Venezuela, which is not even just about Venezuela. It's about Venezuelan oil. But it's not even just about Venezuelan oil. It's about China. Everything that we are doing in Latin America is not just about Latin America at all, but is actually an effort to decouple Latin America by force from China. They've gotten far too comfortable with their allegiances to China, and we don't like it. Okay? Everything that America does in their foreign policy is always advancing the interests of waging war with China. You need to understand that. Every single thing. Straight up. Even with Iran, it's not just about Iran. It's not just at the behest of Israel in the way that it was presented in the media. It's about packing up that region, this incredibly important region with oil and gas, right? And then forcibly decoupling them from China. It's always it will always be about China.
To plan to do, to continue delivering for the American people over the next 3 years. I'll say a couple of things.
New from New York Times. Trump covets Venezuela's oil. Trump has talked about seizing it. His envoy secretly pushed Maduro on it. Machado, the opposition leader, tells Trump's allies that she'll open up the industry to U.S. companies, and U.S. officials talk about pushing out China. The only thing you can look forward to, for the record, about whether or not this initiative will succeed is American incompetence. Okay? It will not be any sort of popular resistance. It won't be the base leaving Trump behind. It will simply fail because America fails all the time, because the current American government is incredibly incompetent. So I haven't gotten this wrong so far, so I suspect it'll be similar. The new national security strategy says they need to control the governments in Latin and Central America. They will do all they can up front or behind the scenes to replace the pink wave. Chile's new president loves Pinochet and son of a former Nazi. Honduras president is claiming a coup is underway. Yeah. This is a solid piece filled with lots of good insight, but nowhere does it acknowledge that the U.S. is currently producing nearly 14 million BPD of crude oil. More oil is produced in New Mexico than in Venezuela. Expelling China creates opportunities for U.S. companies, but companies also have opportunities to drill within the USA. Venezuelan reserves are large, but the commercial case for exploitation is less compelling than, say, Albertan tar sands. Ugh. It's about eradicating market competition and ensuring that ensuring that China doesn't have ease of access to this natural resource. Also, he's thinking about it with today's point of view. Today's point of view dictates that if America were to extract this oil, it would be more expensive. But that attitude revolves around the current administration playing ball with the United States of America and demanding some price on up top, as opposed to a much more pliant puppet state that will basically enslave its population at the behest of American capital. I don't think anyone is going to say no to more oil extraction, especially at cheaper price points. Anyway. We also have, because the U.S. gave up on energy transition, even that wasn't a giving up on the energy transition. It was to combat China. Once again, who is leading on the green energy transition? Oh my God, it's China. You literally you literally turn over any rock, any stone, and underneath it, you will find the same fucking answer. America can't catch up or beat China in this race. So what they're doing is flipping the fucking table. I'm coping because the Venezuela thing is making me sick, but will the domestic militia just allow American capital to set up and stall in their backyard? I might be coping, but it seems at odds with what they would expect. No, I think that there will be tremendous, in the worst case scenario, or in America's best case scenario, Maduro gives up, says, I'm so sorry, I'm running away. He moves to like Turkey or he moves to Russia or something, most likely Turkey. Okay, he runs away. He runs to Turkey. He's living out the rest of his days in Turkey. We put Machado in charge. Okay, if you think that there won't be people armed and ready to fucking fight back against Machado, especially after she starts selling all of the Venezuelan natural resources to American capital owners, you're out of your fucking mind. Okay? Yes, there will be tremendous bloodshed. And in order to suppress that discontent, that popular uprising, Machado will make Maduro look like a humanist, okay? She will make Maduro look like the greatest democratic leader of all time in an effort to ensure that there is no popular uprising that succeeds. There will be a civil war, and Venezuela will be a failed state with what remains of the military protecting the natural assets at the behest of foreign capital. And then the rest of the country succumbs to even worse violence and worse bloodshed and an even worse economic future than what they currently have. That's America's best case scenario for Venezuela. I don't even know what the long-term goal looks like here, where every country that's not America or Europe turns into Libya. I don't know how we just continue to live this way, especially when there is direct access through the continent to U.S. soil. But I guess that's the reason why they're also beefing up on their interior removal strategies by creating a massive force of ICE agents, both to stamp out any sort of domestic discontent in the United States of America and also to make sure that they beef up their border control to protect American super profits. But yeah, I mean, we already know the New York Times' attitude on this. Come on now. The country that can manufacture the most steel planes, missiles, computer chips will win the long war. America was once the world's industrial superpower. Now it accounts for just 17% of global manufacturing. China controls 28% and its lead is growing. But America doesn't stand alone. Together with allies and partners, the United States can match China's industrial might. America cannot win alone. This is from the Times editorial board, okay, talking about how America must win the industrial race so they can dominate the world once again. America must beef up its military. Yeah. This op-ed argues that the U.S. should turn to Silicon Valley defense contractors. They criticize Lockheed Martin and promote Palantir and Anduril. It's a push for more military spending disguised as something new that traditional contractors can't provide. Still bullshit. I already pushed for this a while back when NPR did a positive approach. I think it was like a year ago. Or maybe a year and a half ago, almost 2 years ago, when they were talking about America's procurement strategies being left behind because, the Ukrainian battlefront is actually utilizing new techniques and technologies, and America's procurement strategies are way behind the rest of the world. And that we must rely on Silicon Valley to focus on. We must rely on Silicon Valley to ensure that we have some kind of technological upper hand in the field of battle. I heard that Andrew was already getting preferential treatment during the RFP process over Lockheed, etc. Yep. Anyway, America is becoming the Earth's obstructionist nation. Humans will never progress. I mean, that's capitalism. And America is the defender of capitalism. And therefore, they're doing things like this. Okay? The entire auditorium at Turning Point USA Student Action Summit leapt to their feet and chanted, "Christ is King," a slogan Nick Fuentes' Groper movement. This is the campus anti-Semitism crisis our political establishment American Jewish leaders should be worried about. Everywhere I go, whether people are driving past me on a street in the U.S. or abroad, I mean, this is in 2024. Okay, June 17th, 2024. Candace Owens moved this Groyper slogan mainstream as a clapback against Ben Shapiro while quoting Bible verses. This specifically anti-Jewish connotations were obvious alongside the Christian supremacy. Gen Z conservatives are jubilant. This is where the right is headed. Fuentes and co. were kicked out of the summit and tried to make a pitiful media spectacle of it, as they do every year. But the real story is that their ideology took center stage. This is also the story of the alt-right and conservative movement since 2020. To be fair, Christians have been saying Christ is King way before Nick Fuentes. Yes, but Nick Fuentes and his followers use that as like a call sign. Don't say Christ is King has nothing to do with Nick, guys, please. I know Christ is King is a thing that Christians say, okay? Contextually, at the Turning Point USA Summit, though, the reason why they're doing it, the reason why they're using this is because it's a way to say, like, we're here, the Groypers are here. And that was back in 2024.
President Trump's chief of staff is speaking out about the administration in a series of interviews with Vanity Fair. Susie Wiles says Trump has a, quote, alcoholic personality and will go for it whenever he sees an opportunity for retribution. She also calls Vice President Vance a conspiracy theorist for a decade and says Attorney General Pam Bondi whiffed on the Epstein files controversy. Now Wiles is calling the article a disingenuously framed hit piece. White House correspondent Karen
Yeah, bro, she fucking daggered everybody in the admin in this, okay? Also, she got the Erica Kirky eyes. I don't know what's up with that.
Travers is here for more on that. Hi, Karen. So Wiles is taking issue with this article, but she's not denying the specific quotes, and some of them are pretty eye-opening. So how is she explaining some of these statements?
Yeah, and this was a series of interviews that she did with Vanity Fair's Chris Whipple over many months. 11 interviews, he said, that he put together in these two pieces. In her statement posted on social media, Susie Wiles says this is a disingenuously framed hit piece on me, the president, the White House staff, and the cabinet. But she also says that this was done to paint an overwhelmingly chaotic and negative narrative about the president and our team. But Diane, this piece has Washington talking because there are some incredible headlines in here. She talks about the president's retribution campaign, saying that when there's an opportunity, he will go for it, but that there was a loose agreement that the score settling would end before the first 90 days of his term were over. She talked about Elon Musk, who came in and was put in charge of the Department of Government Efficiency. She said that he was an odd duck whose actions were not always rational and sometimes left her aghast. She talked about J.D. Vance, who at one point was very anti-Trump and then, of course, is now part of the MAGA fold. And she said that that conversion was sort of political. She talked about the tariffs that the president put in place and said that there was a huge disagreement about this major policy decision of the president's, saying that this was a conversation and disagreement about whether they were a good idea. And on the president's current strategy in the Caribbean against Venezuela, she says that that strategy is to keep blowing up boats until Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, says uncle. Diane?
And Wiles also revealed President Trump is...
I love pearl cushioning Republicans acting like this will do shit but isolate them and make libs pat them on the back. I don't even understand what the fuck she was thinking. I guess like these guys, they just get very excited at any mainstream media appeal still. They like think that mainstream media will do them any favors. But I mean, look at these fucking shots, dude. Vanity Fair cooked them so hard. That is crazy, brother. That is an insane photo shoot. I mean, this is really fucked up. The filler injection sites, like you can see it. I feel like they specifically made Marco Rubio's ear a part of the photo. Look at this photo. Oh, I saw this already. Listen, look, I'm not as committed to Dr. Umar as I used to be in the past as an acolyte, as a defender. But this is the closest I've arrived to snow bunny mind control, like being a real thing. Okay? And you can't show me this. This is literally snow bunny mind control, bro. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking joking? She's like, oh yeah, I love my white jeans. I'm not gonna back down from loving white jeans. Oh, people are saying I'm a white supremacist. I just love jeans. The whiter they are, the better they are. And then boom, comes out, titties on deck. Get the fuck out of here. Click away. Click away. Look away. I'm smarter than that. Susie Wiles told the New York Times she didn't call Elon Musk an avowed ketamine addict in one of her 11 interviews with Vanity Fair. That's ridiculous. I wouldn't have said it, and I wouldn't know. Vanity Fair, cool. Here's a recording of you saying that. Oh my God. They fucking... Oh, it's on tape. That's crazy. Oh my fucking gosh, she's so cooked. She's supposed to be the only competent person, for the record. You understand that, right? Like Susie Wiles getting caught like this is even worse because she is the maximum competent person, perhaps one of the only competent people in the White House. obviously, like, the Elon Musk ketamine thing is not that big of a deal because Donald Trump has basically also said similar things. But the rest of this stuff is not good because she basically says it's a state of chaos with warring interests and every single person is a fucking idiot. Okay? On the morning of November 4th, on an off-year election day, White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles was meeting in the Oval Office with the president and his top advisors, men she calls her core team. VP JD, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Stephen Miller, Deputy Chief of Staff. The agenda was twofold: ending the congressional filibuster and forcing Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro from power. As she related it later, President Trump was holding forth on the filibuster when Wiles stood up and started for the door. Trump eyed her. Is this an emergency that you have to leave? He demanded. It was nothing of the sort. But Wiles left Trump guessing. She replied, it's an emergency. It doesn't involve you. With that, according to Wiles, she departed the Oval. Wiles, while wearing dark pants and a plain black leather top, met me in the office with a smile and a handshake. Over sandwiches from the White House mess, we talked about the challenges Trump faces. Throughout the past... What? I'm no child. I'm 10 years older than you. If you don't want mine or that's opinion, make YouTube videos. Who are you talking to? What's going on? Duking it out with the entirety of the chat? Okay, respect. You give it to him, grandpa or grandma. You tell him what's what. OG Bobby Crystal Mommy has hands for all of you. Wiles and I have spoken regularly about almost everything. The contents, consequences of the Epstein files, ISIS brutal mass deportations, blah, 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 all this shit. I don't care, okay? Most senior White House officials parse their words and speak only on background, but over many on-the-record conversations, Wiles answered almost every question I put to her. We often spoke on Sundays after church. Wiles an Episcopalian, calls herself Catholic Light. One time we spoke while she was doing her laundry in Washington, D.C., in her Washington, D.C. rental. Trump, she told me, has an alcoholic's personality. Vance's conversion from her never Trumper to MAGA acolyte, she said, has been sort of political. The vice president, she added, has been a conspiracy theorist for a decade. Russell Vought, architect of the notorious Project 2025 and head of the Office of Management and Budget, is a right-wing absolute zealot. When I asked her what she thought of Musk reposting a tweet about public sector workers killing millions under Hitler, Stalin, and Mao, she replied, I think that's when he's microdosing. She says she doesn't have firsthand knowledge. Wiles is the most powerful person in the White House other than the president himself. Unlike any chief of staff before her, she is a woman. She also happens to be one of the only competent individuals in the admin, okay? She is literally, I'm telling you right now, this is a remarkable expose because as Trump has also recognized time and time again, and I keep repeating this, she is the last soldier, okay? If she falls, I suspect everything will fall apart. Because every other person, I'm sure Trump knows as well, is a self-invested rat. Okay? She has been able to carry this insane team and whip them into shape over and over again. If you are wondering how the Trump administration, despite having so many different loud voices, has been able to still... demonstrate a degree of incompetent competence, as I like to call it. Susie Wiles is the big reason for it. Okay? So many decisions of great consequence are being made on the whim of the president. And as far as I can tell, the only force that can direct or channel that whim is Susie, a former Republican chief told me. In most White Houses, the chief of staff is the first among a bunch of equals. She may be the first with no equals. I don't think there's anybody in the world right now that could do the job that she's doing, Rubio told me. He called her bond with Trump and earn trust. Vance described Wiles' approach to the chief's job. There is this idea that people have that I think was very common in the first admin, he told me, that their objective was to control the president or influence the president or even manipulate the president because that they had to in order to serve national interests. Susie just takes the diametrically opposite viewpoint, which is that she's a facilitator, that the American people have elected Donald Trump, and her job is to actually facilitate his vision and to make his vision come to life. It's been a busy year. Trump and his team have expanded limits of presidential power, unilaterally declared war on drug cartels and post-terrorists. We already know, blah, blah, blah. At the same time, Trump has waged war on his political enemies, pardoned the January 6th rioters, firing nearly everyone involved in their investigation and prosecution, sued media companies into multi-million-dollar settlements. Oh, God. Even reading 2 paragraphs of the last 12 months gives me agita. Okay? Even when I'm like reading a summarization of some of Trump's finest moments is enough for me to be like, ugh. It's too much. It's too much. It's too much. He's redefined the way presidents behave, verbally abusing women, minorities, almost anyone who offends them. Charlie Kirk's assassination in September turbocharged Trump's campaign of revenge and retribution. Critics have compared this moment to the Reichstag fire, a modern version of Hitler's exploitation of the torching of Berlin's parliament. Historically, the White House chief of staff is the president's gatekeeper, confidant, and executor of his agenda. That often means telling the president hard truths. Upon taking office, Ronald Reagan was hell-bent on reforming Social Security. James A. Baker III explained to him that cutting Social Security benefits was the third rail of American politics. Reagan pivoted to tax cuts and was ultimately reelected in a landslide. Fucking demon. The White House chief of staff, Donald Rumsfeld, Gerald Ford's chief, explained, the White House's chief of staff is the one person besides his wife who can look him right in the eye and say, this is not right. You simply can't go down that road. Just how far will Trump veer off the guardrails of democracy? The question around Wiles' tenure under Trump has been whether she will do anything to restrain him. A better question, does she want to? Damn, it goes all the way back to T-minus 9 days. But yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff in here. Okay? There's a lot of interesting stuff in here and a lot of drama, which I don't really have the confidence to get into. But here's another. Susie Wiles' interview seems like a major unforced error. There was no need to get profiled for Vanity Fair. Her comments were uncharacteristically careless, and she came off as undermining the administration's messaging and belittling her boss. So you got even like, random defensive people getting upset. To be fair, I'm sure this is extremely frustrating to her because surely that wasn't her intent and quotes were taken out of context, but they weren't fabricated. She said those things on the record. We've all misspoken at times, but this wasn't a one-off gaffe. There were 11 interviews and a whole photo shoot. Super confusing how this was even possible given that the White House has a press team and extensive media coaching. In contrast, the quotes from Marco Rubio and J.D. Vance were totally aligned and on message. Let's move on to some choice quotes from this article.
And yet, to J. Mart's point, one of the hallmarks of President Trump's first term would be staff dissension and sometimes stunning comments made by staff, sometimes in interviews.
Gotta pee.
Well, we've got that here for Trump 2.0 as well, because just this morning, just a short time ago, Vanity Fair released a stunning new interview, a series of interviews with Susie Wiles, President Trump's chief of staff. In them, in a series of 11 interviews, Wiles gives candid answers about the president, his term so far, as well as many of those in and around his administration. Wiles told author Chris Whipple, quote, Trump has an alcoholic's personality. Wiles also says that J.D. Vance's conversion from never Trumper to MAGA acolyte has been, quote, sort of political. The vice president, she added, has been a conspiracy theorist for a decade. Russell Vought, architect of the notorious Project 2025 and the head of the Office of Management and Budget, is a, quote, right-wing absolute zealot. And when asked what she thought of Elon Musk reposting a tweet about public sector workers killing millions under Hitler, Stalin, and Mao, Wiles replied, I think that's when he's microdosing, referring to the drug ketamine. Wiles added she doesn't have firsthand knowledge of that. The chief of staff was also deeply critical of Attorney General Pam Bondi for her handling of the Epstein files. Wiles said this, I think she completely whiffed on appreciating that very targeted group that cared about this. Wiles continued, first she gave them binders full of nothingness, and then she said that the witness list or the client list was on her desk. There is no client list, and it sure as hell wasn't on her desk. Whipple writes that he asked Wiles back in March if she ever went to President Trump and told him that this term is not supposed to be a retribution tour. Yes, I do, she replied. We have a loose agreement that the score settling will end before the first 90 days are over. Whipple asked Wiles again in late August, far beyond those 90 days. Wiles responds this way, quote, I don't think he's on a retribution tour, she said. A governing principle for him is, I don't want what happened to me to happen to somebody else. And so people that have done bad things need to get out of the government. In some cases, it may look like retribution. And there may be an element of that from time to time. Who would blame him? Not me. When Whipple pressed Wiles about accusing New York Attorney General Letitia James of mortgage fraud, Trump did that, Wiles responded this way, well, that might be the one retribution. And when asked if she's called out the president on that, Wiles said, no, not on her, not on her. She had $500 million of his money. Wiles went on to laugh.
Yes, this is the competent one. Yes. And so far, if her goal was to basically keep this admin together, devoid of many leaks, even when most of the people are incompetent charlatans, she accomplished it. Okay? She did. A lot better than Trump won, as the MS Now anchors also talked about. Because Trump won, many of you may be too young to remember, was one chaotic media moment after another. There were so many leakers. There were so many people who were actually like invested in doing the job and not just being a servant to Trump's interests, no matter how silly those immediate needs were, right? Like they were not doing what Trump wanted them to do. This administration has been much more damaging to Americans for that reason, because Trump has surrounded himself with loyalists and many incompetent figures that are first and foremost invested in doing his bidding.
Peter Baker, we're sort of breathless. We're all kind of dizzy from reading this morning. You got an early look at the Vanity Fair piece and wrote about it for the Times, which has been ricocheting across social media in the last hour or so. There's so many things to dive into here, including Wiles like putting the cards on the table in terms of Venezuela and what they're trying to do there, saying that indeed Trump is simply trying to pressure with these boat attacks, trying to pressure Maduro to step down. Talk about that and other things that really jumped out to you.
Yeah, she said this is all about getting Maduro to cry uncle. And she also said that if Trump goes for land strikes, which he's been talking about lately, that he would have to go to Congress for authorization. That's a really interesting concession, because I haven't heard White House say up until now that they needed Congress for anything when it comes to this undeclared war on Venezuela and drug smuggling and so on. So that's an important point. It's a fascinating series of interviews. You know, she obviously came to relax in her conversations with Chris Whipple. Chris wrote the book on White House chiefs of staff, and therefore I think she looked at these conversations as part of, setting the history of her time as chief of staff. In some ways, she's been the most successful of Trump's chief of staff, one that he actually seems to trust. She doesn't view her job like John Kelly did. John Kelly viewed his job as somebody who threw his body in front of the train as it headed down to places that he thought were reckless or unwise or illegal. That's not how Susie Wiles looks at her job. She looks at her job as facilitating the Trump's agenda, the things he wants to do, even if she thinks he's gone too far. And she talks in the article about times when she urged him to do things he didn't, like not to pardon all of the most violent January 6th rioters, to wait on tariffs until there was agreement on his team, and so on and so forth. But she says, hey, when there's a tie, he wins.
Yeah, I mean, J-Mart, this
sounds more like an affair than an interview. Yo, you think Susie was fucking the reporter, dude? You think this is Olivia Nuzzi? Olivia get the nuzzy type situation here? I mean, 11 interviews is crazy, bro. I did a major profile for New Yorker, if you guys recall, and that was like 3 days, you know? 11 interviews is wild.
It's pretty stunning stuff, and we have to, wonder what the reaction will be from the Oval Office. Right. Other places.
Yeah, my Vanity Fair profile, which also did some pretty solid numbers, if you recall, that was conducted over fucking 3 hours. Okay.
In the White House, we know Trump 1.0 was really marked by a lot of staff turnover. President Trump, has really prided himself in there being a lot less of that this time around. Susie Wiles actually has been getting a lot of credit in Washington for running a tight.
To be fair, you're not the chief of staff. Yeah, exactly. What do you mean? That makes it worse for her. I'm a yapper and a Twitch streamer. And I'm saying I didn't do 11 interviews. Do you understand? If you're the chief of staff, you, especially for an administration like this one, you definitely should not be doing 11 separate interviews.
Leadership this time around. I think that was true up until a month or two ago, when suddenly things seem to be derailing somewhat. But I'm curious as to what you make of this interview. What jumped out to you, and what do you think the reactions will be?
Well, first of all, hats off to Chris Whipple, who's figured out the chiefs of staff beat can pay off, because he did the same thing, as Peter mentioned, with the Biden folks as well. I think everybody in Washington, John, was waiting for a big Susie Wiles piece. We just didn't think she'd be the one holding the knife herself, right? I mean, I think this was kind of expected. What does Susie Wiles actually think? And I think that story was ripe. But nobody would have guessed that she would do it herself on the record. But look, this gets to the heart of Trump. Look at not just the text of the article, guys. Look at the photo spread. If you have that, you can put it on the screen. The entire senior staff sat for an Annie Leibovitz style, I don't know if it was Annie herself, glam shot in the West Wing. This gets to the heart of Trump. He pretends to hate the media. Nobody covets the media's good favor like Donald Trump. And of course, the staff acts in kind. So yeah, they pose for the photo spread for a glossy magazine that is no fan of right-wing politics. And of course, yes, the chief of staff goes on the record in 11 interviews and sort of talks candidly about the person that she works for and the folks around her. John, to answer your question, I don't know if there's going to be any adverse reaction, because typically the person who would be the enforcer to this kind of thing is Susie Wiles herself. So I'm not sure who would actually lower the boom if it's not Donald Trump. And I think Donald Trump needs Susie Wiles right now. So I'm not sure who's going to be the enforcer.
So, Peter Baker, let's get your thoughts on this, because President Trump, I don't think never likes it when a staffer gets too much attention. It's possible that could be at play here. We do know he's quite fond of Susie Wiles and fond of her father, NFL legend and broadcasting legend, Pat Summerall. Even Wiles' words for Trump, though, saying he has an alcoholic's personality because she knew her father, Pat Summerall, was an alcoholic. I don't know how well that will land. We know how much Trump really hates the idea of alcohol and drinking. But give us your sense here as to what this next stretch could look like for an administration where there are already rumors growing that there could be a lot of turnover sometime next year after Trump clears the 1-year mark.
Alcoholic's personality without the alcohol is such a L too, because you're not even fun. You got none of the good stuff there, okay? You're not even fun at parties, okay? That sucks.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, the alcoholic's personality, what she's talking about, you're right, is her father. She got to understand, she says, what people with big personalities in effect do. She says an alcoholic, a high-functioning alcoholic, or even everyday alcoholics somehow manage to be even more of themselves. And she's talking about Trump in that sense, not that he's a drinker. In fact, he's not a drinker. We know that. But she says he has that big personality who believes he can do anything and that there's nothing he can't do, nothing, nada, she says.
Yeah, this was funny response to Marco Rubio complaining about this. It's obvious to most people that Vanity Fair deliberately manipulated the pictures and reported statements without context, trying to make the White House team look bad. Yeah, no, definitely, man. This is not what you look like. You are totally a fucking hottie. How did they do that to you? I do think it's funny that they included his ginormous ear. They couldn't put both, because then it couldn't be close up. You had to literally go to a different zip code to get both of his ears in the shot. But I do like that they included, he's the only one who got at least one ear included in the close-up shots. No one else. And I know that was deliberate. I know that was deliberate. And yes, I know he can hear me saying this right now from Washington, D.C. Okay? Fuck you, Marco Rubio. You big-eared, Dumbo-ass bitch. Body shaming? Oh, shut up. I have big ears too, okay? I can do it. This is the one thing I can do. Look how big my ears are. Obviously nothing in comparison to Marco Rubio's, but like, there's nobody more loyal or committed to President Trump's mission than Susie Wiles. She is one of the main reasons why we are a team that works together to carry out the president's promises to the American people. Yeah, photographer had to hit the fisheye lens to get both, to get even one ear in the shot.
So I think she's making that kind of a comparison. I don't know how much she's going to appreciate that or not. I think you're right to wonder. Obviously, she could make enemies with this elsewhere in the West Wing. Will J.D. Vance appreciate being called a conspiracy theorist? She says that Marco Rubio converted to MAGA out of principle, whereas J.D. Vance, and there's a contrast here, did it out of politics, in effect, because he was running for the Senate. Will J.D. Vance appreciate that? I think that obviously Elon Musk, she talks about him. She says he's an odd duck. She says she was aghast at his defenestration of USAID. She said no rational person, that's her words, no rational person would have done it the way he did it. So we'll see. She hasn't made a lot of enemies up until now. This may be a turning point in that regard. We'll have to wait and see. But you're right. There hasn't been a lot of turnover. He hasn't wanted to give in to the outside voices saying you need to make a change. You get rid of Hegseth. You got to get rid of RFK Jr. He's been resistant to that. This will be a test of that discipline or that resistance.
Eugene Robinson, give us your quick thoughts as to what you read in these stunning interviews.
Stunning, absolutely stunning that she would be so candid, and I think this is a really valuable and fascinating look, sort of behind the curtain, behind the scenes of the court of the Mad King, and that's where we are, and all these assorted.
Why is she doing this? I don't know. I mean, you got to go through every quote that she gave in that to see if there was any anything that she was like trying to cast doubt on or something. I don't know. Turns out she's a huge Rob Reiner fan. Okay. She's protecting her legacy. Her legacy is directly associated with Trump at this point. There is no other legacy beyond that. I don't know. Dementia. I do think that the reason why they do these kinds of interviews, though, is because they think they can outsmart journalists, or they think that journalists are actually coming to them and offering them real praise. You know? Like, they think that journalists are playing ball with them. Also, I do want to show you guys my new favorite character. I saw this motherfucker all over my timeline this morning. I have to talk about it. Yeah. Also, exactly. The vice president complains about the publication which ran the interview yet posed for this glamour shot that ran with the interview. Vance's parting comments on the Vanity Fair article. If any of us have learned a lesson from that Vanity Fair article, I hope that the lesson is we should be giving fewer interviews to mainstream media outlets. Yeah, he was big mad. Severance Core. Candace is live on Insta. Please look at it. Oh no, is she doing damage control? Yeah, these are the people on JCS who think they can outsmart the cops. These are the people who go to the strip club and think that their stripper is actually into you, like really into you. Okay, now I gotta look up fucking Candace Owens. Oh my gosh, she is literally live on Insta. What the fuck?
During that sit down, but just to make sure that you guys don't feel like I'm
even
not
on
telling
IG,
you
she's got
something.
30K.
Ask me whatever it is that you want to ask me right now about the sit down that happened. Like, there was no secrets. There was nothing that I'm keeping from you. In many ways, there's a lot that I still need to process. Like, I was just trying to give you guys like the high notes today. There's a lot that I need to process. There's a lot of interdynamics or whatever, like I explained to you today, things that didn't make sense to me, but I mean, what am I going to do with this information other than put it out there? So I will let you guys ask me anything. Did Charlie want to divorce Erica? That I saw, there's like some account, I guess, that trolls on X, and they put things out and they're like, Candace said
Wait, why
this.
don't I have a blue
never
check mark on
made
Instagram?
that claim. I never heard that claim. I never came across that. And the person that said that came from me actually and completely made that up. So that did not come from me. Really, what is your take on Erica? Is she covering up, or really
Washed?
Does she not know? So what I always say is, like, you can clock a lie, right? So let's start with that. I did just a couple of days ago when I said I was on Jimmy Dore's show, and I was like 100% Charlie had these messages, okay? To assign the motivation for why, if that was a lie and that she didn't own it face to face or whatever, to assign a motivation to that is there could be 1,000 things. Are you scared the company's going to go under? Are you trying to, like, you know, protect and make the Jewish donors happy? Like, that is definitely, like, I thought it was a very weird choice for her to do Barry. I did. I just was like, why would you do Barry Weiss? Kind of, the PR must know what the vibe is right now of how people are feeling about Israel.
Hasan, stop tapping the
we
fucking
all
glass.
kind of feel
No
like Israel has
shot.
something to do with it. I mean, I definitely do now believe. I mean, right away, I never thought they had anything to do with it until Bibi was doing the rounds. And so I felt like it was a weird choice to do that. But it's like, are you motivated because you want your Jewish donors to be happy? The same people that are pressuring Charlie. Yeah, I think that I had the same reaction to that everybody else had, and I was very clear about that. Like, that was my reaction is, you know, do I think
Why
that
don't you-
she definitely
Dude, this is literally
knows some
pathetic.
stuff
Washed.
that she's
Why
not
do you
telling?
abuse your dog? 40-month
Obviously,
subscriber?
she's
Are
not
you
gonna
all
tell me
right?
everything that she knows. Obviously, she's gonna protect
Wait.
the interests of the business beyond being honest with Candace Owens when we don't have a professional business relationship. I think probably the
Are you
number
all
one
right?
thing that was weird to me is the Hamptons summit. I just have a really bad feeling in my stomach about what happened at the Hamptons. There's just too many lies
Gotta
surrounding
be
the
bait.
Hamptons.
I don't know.
Too many
Maybe
white lies
Chad had
surrounding
a
the Hamptons.
Chatter had a
I just feel in
serious.
my gut that what happened at the Hamptons is there's something weird going on there. Like, gonna keep it honest with you. And yeah, I don't know. That's what I would say about that. This person, am I going the wrong way? Oh, it goes the opposite way now. JK. What surprised you the most about the conversation?
You need a blue check mark? I have one. I don't know why it's not
That
showing
they
up.
owned so much of it, you know? And I don't know if that's like partially because they knew that I had the information, or like, I don't know what, if you know, if it was motivated by the right thing, or if it was more like, okay, the internet is clocking us repeatedly and we've tried, like, you know, the crisis PR maneuver and that's not working. It keeps backfiring. And so our last gig here is to like try to be forthcoming about things that we were dishonest about. I can't, again, I don't know these people. I can't assign motives to it, but that's what I was genuinely surprised about. Like that they were willing to admit that this stuff wasn't true. One thing that I will definitely say, and that's why I brought this up on the show today, that going back to the last question, I'm very uncomfortable with the vibe that everyone is putting out. Like Tyler's, why, where, how? You have what we have. This is not convincing at all. So why are so many people saying it? That feels to me, and I feel right now that there has never been more money spent on a PR campaign, plausibly ever. Like I think, and I'm not being funny, I think this is like $1 billion. Like $1 billion campaign to say that Tyler Robinson acted alone on the roof, despite no evidence that could convince somebody that that's what happened. That's the kind of money I think.
Dude, the thing is, these guys are all, like I said, such fucking grifters that, like, yeah, Nick Fuentes, Candace Owens is done. What a letdown. Nick Fuentes has literally been Mr. Israel didn't do it since day one. And he was mad at his audience not only a couple days ago for leaning into Israel did it conspiracies that Candace was presenting. And now that she actually took she actually turned around and was like, oh, well, Turning Point USA actually told me. Everyone is fucking grifting. It's awesome. It's awesome to watch these fucking vultures, dude. They are all vultures. It's like straight up grift off. Do you see what I mean? So while Candace Owens' current position is supposed to be closer to Nick Fuentes' position, right? That Israel didn't do this, and that you guys are being stupid for believing that Israel's doing this. You're not being a smart anti-Semite, you're being a dumb anti-Semite. That's what he said. Now that there is a little bit of discontent in the Candace Owens audience about this kind of thing, he's basically, I assume he's going to lean into, he's not going to say Israel did it, but
footage is still there. So they have footage at Turning Point USA, and they have, the feds got the SD cards. That was what I was told. The dance was not traditionally Jewish. I think you're talking about that. Yeah, it was Romani, right? I'm pretty sure. This person asking, what the F? Guys, I'm just answering your questions. I see all the waves and I love you back. But what surprised you? I already said that. Okay, am I like slow? Does it scroll up or does it scroll down? Okay, whatever. So the main, I guess that's the main point. Like any questions that you want to ask, I'm happy to answer it. Like, I mean, it really was like a 4-hour conversation. And I was nervous about, like, I hate to say this, but like I was worried about my safety. Like I've been pretty clear that I think that there are people involved.
I thought that was my opportunity to strike, and I
really
fucked it up.
I want to say, like, it didn't make sense to me, and I communicated. It didn't make sense to me why they felt so confident that people at Turning Point weren't involved.
I don't know how to do parasocial
you have bad blood
as well as you guys.
Organization. You've got people that have various addictions at the organization, people that are lying right now at the organization that are doing weird things. Why is it such a far stretch to think that somebody could have had something to do with Charlie's assassination? Like a financial motive, even if there's a financial, like that, I feel like that's common sense. Like it's your standard mystery story. Like, I mean, just like your
it's
standard
hard to find your perfect gap for your attention like this.
I wanted to understand that. I'm like, why do you guys feel that that's like not even an option? Like that seems like almost like common sense to me. And there are a lot of people that are signaling that. Like there's a lot of people that are like, there's no way, like, you know, Turning Point's a good organization. And I'm like, I'm sorry, I came up through Turning Point, and I know, like any other organization, you get a lot of rotten eggs. And I think that with Charlie gone,
okay, this is boring me. Don't you feel like a gorilla behind the glass watching the humans talk and you can't speak? No. I'm the gorilla behind the glass. Not when I'm chatting, but when I'm streaming. And somehow you pick out the dipshit chatters every time? Yeah, just like right now. I'm noticing that I'm noticing that, first of all, you mad you got ignored? You know what's really funny about this? I give you guys so much more attention. I give the average chatter 1,000,000 times more attention. You don't know how good you have it in here. You fucking dumb bitches. Now Hasan knows how we feel. Bitch, I literally read everything all the time. Are you fucking kidding me? It's the exact opposite of other streamers' chats. And I cannot believe that you fucking spoiled little babies still complain. Me. Why won't you pay attention to me in every moment in the chat? I just realized, like, most normal people just like find one comment to read. And oftentimes it's not a contentious one, right? It's one that they choose. They ignore everything else. And they choose to focus on like one somewhat positive comment that they can lean into. I read everything unconditionally. It's crazy. It's fucking nuts. And you guys still complain. Oh my Lord. Y'all are spoiled as hell, dude. Ugh, I'm so tired. I'm done. I'm done for the day, guys. I did too much today. I didn't do any fun stuff. I'm sorry. Well, I'm done. I'm dying. Half day, yeah. 7 hours and 21 minutes. Another half day in the books. You already know what it is. Anyway, love you guys. And I will see you tomorrow. Tomorrow we got the Trump announcement later in the night. And we'll see what that's about.
There he is.
Love you all.
Again. Hasan is
Peace.
streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Euger's face. Sudden discord agitprop. Gray names take on race. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, and Anya out your door. The H3 Crowder debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot in DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fail comments. Austin show chat advice. In all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react Lord frame gets broken cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, months of streaming in your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find some meaning through it all. So there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is rises again. The sun is streaming. The sun is streaming.